Chapter 1039 to 1041. Chapter 1039. 5-element killing formation. The world has no certainties. This was something that everyone who study magic formations knew. In fact, Zhao Hai believes that this sentence was also true for those who study magic formations in the cultivation realm. This statement was also true regarding the divine 5-element killing formation. It was the strongest formation that Zhao Hai had seen. It could strangle both yin and yang of the 5 elements. It could also retaliate against spiritual attacks. One might even say that it was almost perfect. However, such near perfection still had to make way for an out. Otherwise, the formation wouldn't have been successfully established. In fact, for those who set the 5-element killing formation, this out was the requirement that one needs to accomplish. As for those who wanted to try other methods in order to break the formation, it was almost impossible for them to succeed. This was the unique point of the 5-element killing formation. As for the other formations, as long as you find a weakness to break them, then they could do it. But this wouldn't work on the 5-element formation. If one couldn't accomplish the requirements of the formation, then one wouldn't be able to break it. Strictly speaking, the 5-element killing formation couldn't be identified into a type of formation. Instead, it can be said that it was a mix between a formation and a form of thought. It didn't need formation flags nor formation discs. Instead, it needed the thoughts of those who set it up. Because of this, the formation couldn't be broken using conventional methods. And now, Zhao Hai's sea of knowledge was surrounded by the 5-element light wall. Any spiritual force that had malicious intent towards Zhao Hai would be attacked by the light wall. And there was only one way to break this light wall. It was either by Zhao Hai dissipating it by himself, or if the 100 spirit tree was removed from the space. Nobody else can achieve these requirements other than Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the formation in his sea of knowledge being broken. However, Zhao Hai will certainly make good use of the 5-element killing formation. In fact, the space had already extracted the properties of the formation and then unified it with Zhao Hai's staff. In other words, Zhao Hai can place his own 5-element killing formation. But this time, the formation that Zhao Hai could arrange was in no way comparable to the one arranged by the 100 Spirit Clan. There's also another characteristic to the 5-element killing formation. Its height went according to the strength of the people establishing it. And with Zhao Hai's present strength, he certainly wouldn't be able to match the divine 5-element killing formation made by the 100 Spirit Clan. After all, the divine 5-element killing formation was set up by 100 high-ranked immortals from the 100 Spirit Clan. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He was also made aware that the 5-element killing formation in the underworld had completely vanished. At this time, there would be no forbidden land in the underworld. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he appeared inside the Snake King's domain. The Snake King wasn't actually inside its area. It was waiting for Zhao Hai in a place not far away from the light wall. This touched Zhao Hai somewhat. Zhao Hai found the Snake King and they returned to its domain. He also told the Snake King that there wouldn't be anything attacking them in the future. They can now go to the central region. After that, Zhao Hai went back to the space. At this point, Zhao Hai's territory in the underworld couldn't be said to be small. Naturally, this included the dark creature domain. Now that the dark creatures had been subdued by Zhao Hai, their territory would naturally be his. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to use the dark creatures to help him fight. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, he saw Laura and the others looking at the space in confusion. After seeing Zhao Hai come back, Laura immediately said, "Brother Hai, the formation arranged by the 100 Spirit Clan just disappeared." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know. The 5 elements killing formation has been withdrawn by the space and placed inside my staff. Moreover, another 5-element killing formation is protecting my sea of knowledge." Then he relayed what happened to Laura and the others. The women began to understand what happened. Then they couldn't help but feel afraid. Laura said, "I didn't expect the 100 Spirit Clan to be that careful. It's good that Brother Hai has a tender heart and didn't destroy their corpses. Otherwise, we wouldn't have obtained the 100 Spirit Tree." Zhao Hai nodded with a smile as he said, You wouldn't expect the abilities of the 100-spirit tree. When Zhao Hai said this, Laura and the others began to anticipate his next words. They immediately urged him to continue. Then Zhao Hai told them about the function of the 100-spirit tree. The women didn't expect the 100-spirit tree to grow an island, and these islands could actually go into outer space. The group began to understand how extraordinary the tree was. Zhao Hai had the same reaction as them. Even he didn't think that the tree would be this formidable. As Zhao Hai looked at the 100-spirit tree, he suddenly said, "Kair, come here quick." Kair immediately appeared by Zhao Hai's side. Then Zhao Hai pointed to the 100-spirit tree and said, "Kair, pay attention to the 100-spirit tree. After 100 days, the tree would die. But before it completely withers, make sure to harvest its parts for medicine. For now, collect some leaves so that everyone can drink it as tea." Kair complied. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, can't we just accelerate the area around the 100-spirit tree?" Zhao Hai stared. He forgot about this point. Now that Kair reminded him, Zhao Hai thought it through before he said, "Alright, let's do that." "I forgot about it." Kair is truly smart. When Kair heard Zhao Hai's praise, she couldn't help but smile like a young lady. Then she went on to accelerate the area around the 100-spirit tree. But just as Kair was about to begin, the space issued a prompt. Unable to accelerate time around the selected area. Host's level didn't reach the requirement. Hoping the host to work harder, Zhao Hai stared. Then she looked at Kair and said, "What happened? How is my level insufficient for time acceleration?" Kair shook her head and said, "I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered this. Normally, time would accelerate no matter what. It's possibly because the 100-spirit tree is too high-leveled." Zhao Hai nodded. "That seems to be it. In any case, we can still wait until 100 days are up. When the time comes, we would have our own floating island." Kair nodded. Laura and the others also heard the prompt, so they ran over. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura said, "Brother Hai, this 100-spirit tree is a treasure of the heavens and the earth, and we're already lucky to get our hands on it. It doesn't matter if we wait." Zhao Hai nodded. "Obtaining the tree is a great fortune. It is truly worth the wait. Let's go back inside." "Kair, please fetch us a couple of leaves. Let's make some tea to drink." Kair nodded. Then Zhao Hai led Laura and the others back into the villa. After the group had sat down, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we've already unified the resistance army as well as conquered the dark creature domain. What do you plan to do next? Do you deal with the Dark Temple, or the Neutral Alliance?" Zhao Hai thought about it for a moment and said, "We'll go against the Dark Temple next. The Resistance Army still has business relations with the Neutral Alliance. Going against the Alliance at this time would just push them towards the Dark Temple. Let's take a step back and look at the Alliance's actions. Once we destroy the Dark Temple, then even the Neutral Alliance would not be able to do anything to us. At the same time, we can also make use of the dark creatures. If the Alliance plans anything, we can have the dark creatures deal with them." Laura nodded. "That's also good. Brother Hai, how about the blood spirit beasts? When do you plan to capture them?" Zhao Hai paused before he answered, "Let's wait for a couple of days. After a few days of rest, I will proceed to capture some blood spirit beasts. I'm sure the Dark Temple still had people stationed along the Blood River. If I went to capture blood spirit beasts, then I would be announcing my existence to them. When the Dark Temple gets word about me, then that would be my declaration of war." Laura nodded. "I reckon we should call Addison and the others over to make them prepare. After you capture the blood spirit beasts, we shall immediately begin our war with the Dark Temple." "Lizzie, Megan, are there any issues with the undead army?" Lizzie and Megan shook their heads. Then Lizzie replied, "There are no problems on our part. But Big Brother Hai, you should make a map of the Dark Temple's territory. This way, it would be more convenient to fight against them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will make sure to do so. I will use these couple of days to map out the Dark Temple's territory. We still aren't sure about how big the underworld is. If we cannot completely eradicate the Dark Temple and they hide somewhere, then it would be troublesome if they hit us in the future." Laura nodded and said, The underworld is truly huge. Even ancient lich like Gymredon aren't aware to what extent. I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. Zhao Hai replied, it doesn't matter. No matter how big it is, it surely has an end point. The underworld would be our back garden in the future. We need to grasp into every inch of this land. Chapter 1040, Target, Blood River. Depart. Laura nodded. She agreed to Zhao Hai's decision. If they cannot assure complete security in the underworld, then they would have to constantly worry about hidden dangers all the time. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, all right, let's not think too much about it. This time, I intend to find the Blood River's source. The Blood River is able to produce so much blood spirit beasts, so its source should be extraordinary. Perhaps it's another treasure. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, now that you're getting richer and richer, you're beginning to look at treasures as though they are gold coins. You shouldn't expect too much. Zhao Hai laughed. At this time, Meg arrived while bringing a pot of tea. She placed it on the table and gave Zhao Hai and the others 1 cup each. Then she smiled and said, young master, have a taste. This is tea made from the leaves of the 100 spirit tree. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked down at the teacup. The cup was white porcelain. Inside it was a light green tea. He could taste the delicate fragrance even before he drank it. As soon as the fragrance entered his nose, it dashed straight into his head, clearing it up from distracting thoughts. Just with the smell, one would know how good the tea was. Zhao Hai proceeded to take a little sip. It was a bit bitter, but it was very fragrant. The moment he drank it, Zhao Hai felt every single pore in his body breathing. It was a fantastic feeling. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and savored the taste for some time. Then he let out a long breath and said, this flavor is fantastic. Meg, prepare some leaves and send them to Wild Dragon Island for Grandpa Green and the others to consume. This thing can supplement spiritual force. It should be very useful for them. Meg gave a nod. Kair also took a cup to drink. After hearing Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but turn her head and said, young master, we should try having the leaves analyzed in the scanner. Let's see if it can be matched with other herbs inside the space, making it better. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded. We might as well try making herbal tea. However, we shouldn't lose this fragrance. Otherwise the experience wouldn't be good. Kair nodded. Then her body flashed as she disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't follow behind. It really wasn't worth it for him to personally go to the scanner. The result would be printed anyway. Before long, Kair came back. On her hand was a piece of paper with a formula for herb tea. Zhao Hai looked at the recipe. It seems to be made with dozens of herbs that can be found in the space. He returned the paper to Kair and said, Meg, please try making this herb tea along with Kair. Then hand the formula over to Wild Dragon Island as well. Meg nodded and then followed Kair. Laura looked at their backs and faintly smiled. The space is truly convenient with Meg and Kair. As long as matters stay normal, the family's matters would always be handled by them. Zhao Hai smiled. His face had a gentle look. Speaking of which, among Zhao Hai's women, he was with Meg the longest. However, Meg had the least exposure because she spends most of her time taking care of Zhao Hai's trivial matters. Because of this less conspicuous position, she simply cannot attract anybody's attention. However, Zhao Hai knew that without Meg, he wouldn't be able to take care of his basic necessities. Meg understood Zhao Hai the most, and she was the one who could take care of him the best. Zhao Hai could smoothly enjoy his downtimes largely thanks to Meg's efforts. After drinking another sip of his tea, Zhao Hai looked back at the monitor. His blood needles were then sent scouring through the Dark Temple's domain, investigating and recording the terrain. After releasing the blood needles, Zhao Hai called Addison and the others into the space. Addison used the past few days to integrate the entire Resistance army into one entity, but this integration happened mostly under wraps. They still did business with the Alliance. Nothing changed in the trades. There simply wasn't any way for the Alliance to find anything wrong. Actually, there were a lot of undead from both the Neutral Alliance and the Dark Temple that were roaming around inside the Resistance Army's territory. They were here in order to detect any movement inside the army. But unfortunately, even if those undead were experts, as long as they were sent to the space, they would no longer be able to send information back. Therefore, No news about the army's unification reached the Neutral Alliance and the Dark Temple. Addison led Gulai, Zhongxing, and the Five Element skeletons into the Spaces Villa. After giving their salute, Zhao Hai had the group sit down before he said, "Now that the matter with the dark creatures has been solved, we should begin to act against the Dark Temple. Is everything prepared?" When Addison heard Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but move. "Young master, rest assured, we have finished our preparations. We can depart at any moment." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good. But there is no need to be anxious. It's still too early to start. Wait for me to deal with the Blood River and the Blood River beasts first. Then after that, we can begin." Addison nodded. However, his expression seems to be down. He really thought that it was already time to attack the Dark Temple. He didn't expect to wait. Zhao Hai looked at Addison's expression as he smiled and said, "All right, Addison, there's no need to worry about it. Whether it be now or later, we would still be attacking the Dark Temple. As long as I'm done subduing the blood spirit beasts, then we could gain the advantage of being able to retreat and attack whenever we want. Wouldn't that be better?" Addison nodded and said, "Yes, young master, I understand." Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I called you over here so that you can increase your strengths using the Spaces plants and fiery souls. I also want you to purchase more goods from the Alliance. Make them think that this is because you are promoting more experts in order to fight each other. Also, it would be best for us to gain more king-level experts. This way, we would be more confident in dealing with the Dark Temple." Addison nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a questioning expression. "Young master, are you going to make a move? If you do, then there's no need for us to fear the Dark Temple." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Naturally I would make a move. However, you should know that there is an exceptional expert in the Dark Temple. If I move, then I would be blocked by that person. You would have to deal with the other experts from the Dark Temple." "Understood?" Addison and the others immediately answered, "We understand. Please rest assured." Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the group out. He handed all of the affairs in the underworld over to Addison. He knew that Addison would do well. Moreover, if Zhao Hai ascends in the future, it would still be impossible for him to step in the underworld even with the Space's help. His strength at that time would be too much for the underworld's laws to tolerate. Because of that, he would need to leave a person behind to manage the underworld. And Zhao Hai plans to have Addison be that person. Zhao Hai was very relaxed in the next couple of days. He drank tea every day and he even enjoyed the hot spring from time to time. The Blood Needles had also mapped the majority of the Dark Temple's domain over these few days. It can be said that Zhao Hai now had a certain understanding about the Dark Temple. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't only explore the Dark Temple's lands, he also sent some Blood Needles over to survey the Neutral Alliance. Since the Alliance was a potential threat, he needed to be guarded against them as well. After Zhao Hai felt that his spirit and body had recovered to their best condition, he prepared to head towards the Blood River. Zhao Hai persisted under the five-element killing formation's pressure for 10 hours straight. This endeavor exhausted both of his body and spirit. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to take a good rest in order to avoid any accidents. Zhao Hai never underestimated his enemies. He acted like a lion would when hunting a rabbit. He would do his best in order to succeed with the least loss to his side. With the matter regarding the Blood River, Zhao Hai took a very careful stance. Addison also said that among the numerous blood spirit beasts were beasts with king-level strength. Even king-level experts would need to be careful when crossing the river. Therefore, Zhao Hai needed to be more careful this time if he wanted to succeed. This time, Zhao Hai didn't plan to fly alone. He called the Blood Lotus out and rode it. The Blood Lotus was the lotus that the Hell King's ship turned into. This lotus can both be large and small. This time, Zhao Hai plans to reduce the lotus size before tunneling underground towards the Blood River. This was the method that would attract the least attention of the Dark Temple. Only when it was time to make a big move would Zhao Hai make a huge noise. Zhao Hai originally didn't want Laura and the others to follow him. He wanted them to stay inside the space. However, Laura would have none of it. In the end, Zhao Hai caved in and allowed the women to stay inside the Blood Lotus space. It can be said that the space inside the Blood Lotus was just the same as the villa, except it didn't have the 100-spirit tree. The Blood Lotus was also very strong. If there was any danger, Laura and the others could still return to the space. And since the women liked to follow Zhao Hai, he didn't have the courage to stop them. Everything has been prepared. Laura and the others were also inside the Blood Lotus. Zhao Hai began to head towards the Blood River. They appeared in a place not far from the river. After coming out of the space, the Lotus immediately tunneled underground. Both the people from the Resistance Army and the Dark Temple would not be able to detect anything. Chapter 1041. This is a blood spirit beast. Zhao Hai leisurely sat inside the Blood Lotus. It can be said that the Blood Lotus was very comfortable. The lotus advances like how a flying saucer would. As it advanced, its petals would rotate, each layer at the opposite direction as the one on top of it. Zhao Hai was currently with Laura and the others. At this time, the lotus had become as large as the palm of one's hand, while Zhao Hai and the others were small enough to stand on one's thumb. This was a function of the lotus that Zhao Hai named as microcosm. The Hell King's ship also had this function. Zhao Hai used this a lot when he was dealing with the divines. There were a lot of times when the divines lost track of where Zhao Hai went. One had to recognize how convenient the microcosm was. Take this time for example. It allowed Zhao Hai to make as little noise as possible as he tunneled underground, making it less likely for the undead on the surface to notice him. Zhao Hai was very careful regarding these undead. These undead lived in the underworld. They were experts in using spiritual force. If Zhao Hai didn't properly consider his actions, then he would be discovered by these undead. Actually, Zhao Hai planned everything properly. Although these undead had formidable spiritual force, it was impossible for them to penetrate deep below the ground. Only those who were exceptionally strong would be able to. The place where Zhao Hai began to sneak in wasn't far from the Blood River. After a short time, Zhao Hai discovered that the land around the Blood Lotus had began turning red. And after smelling a bloody fragrance, Zhao Hai knew that they were almost at their destination. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a current hitting the Blood Lotus. The Blood Lotus didn't stop. It didn't take long before the lotus was entirely covered with Blood River water. Zhao Hai thought that the Blood River would immediately send Blood River beasts to attack. However, much to Zhao Hai's surprise, nothing happened even after half an hour. There were more things that were beyond what Zhao Hai expected. Zhao Hai thought that the Blood River had nothing other than the blood spirit beasts. But after entering the river, Zhao Hai knew that there were more things inside. Plants, animals, all of which were red, were present here. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't polite and took some of these things to the space. Zhao Hai looked everywhere with curiosity. He had yet to see a single blood spirit beast. This caused Zhao Hai to feel strange. During the fight between the Dark Temple and the Resistance Army, there were plenty of blood spirit beasts present. How could it be possible for Zhao Hai to not meet one right now? Laura and the others were also very curious about the surroundings. It was a completely blood-red world. The river itself was red, the plants were red, the animals were red, everything around them was red. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was the fact that despite smelling like blood outside, the water in the Blood River actually had a fragrant smell. After going forward for a half hour without coming across blood spirit beasts, Laura couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, where are the blood spirit beasts?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. This is truly weird. In any case, let's take some of the Blood River's water first." After he said that, Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift beside the Blood Lotus. The spatial rift proceeded to suck in some blood water as well as some stone and sand nearby. Almost immediately, the space issued a prompt: sand and stones submerged in blood energy detected, may be used for crafting. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect that even the sand and stones would have some use. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly found a few dark spots flowing with the water. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to sweep through these spots and found that they looked like very small octopuses. They were as small as an ant, black, and had small tentacles. Zhao Hai looked at these creatures and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This was because there were too many of them. The clump was very dense. Who knows how many there was inside? Then at this moment, The little creatures stopped as one of them swam towards Zhao Hai. As soon as it arrived by the blood lotus, it extended its tentacles, coming into contact with the blood lotus energy shield. Although this little octopus was small, one shouldn't forget that the blood lotus had also reduced its size. It can be said that Zhao Hai's current size wasn't any bigger than this creature. Laura and the others looked at these octopuses. Their faces began to turn pale. Although they weren't afraid of these octopuses, they felt uncomfortable and disgusted at the sight of them. Zhao Hai wanted to take the octopus into the space, but he didn't expect it to suddenly shoot out and distance itself away from the lotus. Then Zhao Hai suddenly felt that a formidable spiritual force coming from that small octopus. Then its tentacles began to reach out. Zhao Hai didn't know what it was doing, but it didn't take long before he got his answer. As the octopus spiritual force reached into the surrounding water, the river water began to compress before turning into thick blood drop. Then this blood drop grew a head, then a hand, before turning into a blood spirit beast. Zhao Hai looked at this with shock. He didn't expect the blood spirit beasts to actually be these small octopuses. No wonder it was almost impossible to kill blood spirit beasts. They were small octopuses no bigger than an ant. At the same time, their manipulation of the blood river was exponentially greater compared to their size. Most of the time, the attacks would just touch their temporary blood bodies. One would need a very strong spiritual force in order to have the possibility of killing them. While Zhao Hai was in a daze, the blood spirit beast began to launch attacks towards the blood lotus. The fighting strength of the beast underwater was much greater than in the air. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered something strange. Although the blood spirit beast had just transformed, it could still operate the surrounding waters in order to attack him. Zhao Hai was now very curious as to how these little octopuses were able to do this. However, the attacks of the small octopus wasn't very strong. As the octopus proceeded to attack, Zhao Hai waved his blood ghost staff, sealing the octopus inside a transparent box. Then a spatial rift opened, taking the box into the space. When the blood spirit beast entered the space, a prompt was heard. Variant octopus detected. It can survive in an environment full of blood energy. After forming their blood bodies, they can perform spiritual attacks. At the same time, their spiritual force would also be amplified, allowing them to control the water 100 meters around them to attack. However, the octopus has a flaw. It can only survive in environments with dense blood energy. Asking host for permission to fix the defect. The octopus can be upgraded to be able to live in all types of water. It can command the water around it to form its own body and carry physical attacks, as well as have amplified spiritual force to control the water surrounding them to attack. Since the host already has an upgraded ability for water, the space wouldn't ask for gold for the upgrade. Because of the octopus special ability, host's abilities has been strengthened. Hoping for the host to work harder, there were quite a few prompts for the small octopus, but Zhao Hai understood them all. The small octopus was practically a special being that managed to survive in the blood river. It can use its spiritual force to compress blood and turn it into a body. Not only this, their spiritual force would also be amplified during this form. Moreover, Zhao Hai gained another ability. Before he goes to try it, he first gave a command, upgrade them immediately. Then the space issued another prompt, fixing the flaws of the octopus. Successfully upgraded to water-controlling octopus. New octopus has been added to the space's shop. Host may purchase them there. After this, Zhao Hai tried to control the blood river water. Zhao Hai let out his spiritual force and slowly extended it towards the blood river. Before long, Zhao Hai could feel the blood water reacting to his spiritual force. Zhao Hai immediately commanded it to compress. Sure enough, the river water slowly compressed into a blood drop. This drop was evidently more dense compared to the surrounding river water. Then Zhao Hai started to use his mental image to form the image of a person. The person was wearing fish scale armor and held a large military glaive in his hand. His head was also covered with a helmet while leaving his red beard to flutter along the currents. The person also had lifelike phoenix eyebrows. If one was a Chinese native, then one could recognize this person as Yun Cheng, General Guan Yu. After he imagined Guan Yu's appearance, Zhao Hai felt the blood river concentrate to form the image. He could even feel the water flowing through Guan Yu's body. Zhao Hai knew that this was because his spiritual force had already made a mold for the body to be formed into. In this case, Guan Yu was akin to Zhao Hai's river incarnation. But what made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled was the fact that after Guan Yu's figure was formed, it didn't need to be supplied with spiritual force any longer. Instead, the spiritual force was supplied by Guan Yu's body in order to operate the blood. Zhao Hai felt that this feeling was quite marvelous. It was like having multiple bodies, and the other body seems to magnify his own spiritual force. Zhao Hai thought about lifting a hand, of which Guan Yu followed. Zhao Hai felt curiosity about this new incarnation. At this time, a blood spirit beast suddenly appeared in front. This beast was in wolf form, but it didn't have an eye. It threw itself towards Zhao Hai's Guan Yu incarnation. While familiarizing himself with the Guan Yu incarnation, Zhao Hai was not able to notice the blood spirit beast. As he was distracted, the beast already took a chunk of Guan Yu's flesh. Zhao Hai felt Guan Yu's body being bitten, but he didn't actually feel any pain. He only felt a sensation stating that a part of the body was bitten. Guan Yu began to heal, but this time, it seems like his body has been reduced by a bit. Zhao Hai began to understand the uses of this river incarnation. It was a type of divine ability that would produce a weapon for its user. Breaking this ability wouldn't affect the user too much. If it was damaged, it would just reduce in size. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to see the Guan Yu incarnation's fighting strength. Therefore, Zhao Hai used the blood spirit beast as a testing specimen for Guan Yu. Guan Yu's glaive was very quick. Although they were underwater, it seems like the river had no effect on it whatsoever. The glaive sliced the blood spirit beast in half. Even though the beast had recovered, it was now half of its original size. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't expect the incarnation to be this strong. One must know that the compressed blood bodies were quite formidable. These blood spirit beasts were able to fight the Dark Temple, even managing to be a threat to their high-ranked experts. Zhao Hai didn't expect these blood spirit beasts to be cut in half by Guan Yu's glaive. Zhao Hai tried to control the surrounding blood river water. Not only could he control it properly, it seems like this control was much better now that the incarnation was around. Zhao Hai knew that this was because of the incarnation's ability to amplify spiritual force. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He quickly controlled the Guan Yu incarnation and killed blood spirit beasts in the four directions. And in addition to the glaive, the surrounding water was also used to help in the battle. When a blood spirit beast was cut in half, it was immediately taken to the space while it was recovering. It didn't take long for the river to turn murky from the battle. But little did Zhao Hai know, the underwater battle had caused a huge shock to the undead on both banks of the river. These undead were sent by the Dark Temple as well as the Resistance Army. They weren't mainly here to look at the Blood River, they were also here to monitor the other river bank, afraid that the other side would try to cross. Just as the undead were feeling calm, they didn't expect the Blood River to surge with waves upon waves. This turbulence continued on. This caused the undead above water to be puzzled at what was happening to the river. Chapter 1042 to 1046. Chapter 1042, Tracing. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need to know about this. He was already aware that he would be making a huge mess and attract the attention of the undead on both banks of the river. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. This was because those who were above water would only think that it would just be blood spirit beasts fighting. They wouldn't think that it was another person who caused this disturbance. The battle on murky waters continued on, and Zhao Hai lost count of how many blood spirit beasts he already collected into the space. As long as Zhao Hai kept fighting, then the space would continuously receive blood spirit beasts. In the beginning, Laura and the others were eagerly watching the battle outside. But later on, they stopped watching. They found out that the blood spirit beasts weren't Zhao Hai's opponents at all. There was no meaning to watching the current battle. Zhao Hai kept fighting. This was because he discovered that the river incantation was very easy to use. The enemy simply couldn't do anything to him. Although the incarnation's defense was a little bit worse, its effect of amplifying spiritual force was something that Zhao Hai fancied a lot. Amplifying spiritual forces wasn't something that was easily accomplished. Every time Zhao Hai used his blood ghost staff, he would always use his spiritual force. This was also one flaw of the blood ghost staff. At the same time, the higher an item's level was, the more spiritual force it would use. Finding items that can increase spiritual force wasn't something that can be easily found. Even something as tyrannical as the 100 Spirit Tree wouldn't be able to increase one's spiritual force. The tree's leaves could only restore spiritual force. The reason why Zhao Hai continued on fighting wasn't because he loved to fight. It was because he was taking advantage of this opportunity to train his ability to control the river incarnation. Zhao Hai always felt that the river incarnation would have great uses for him in the future. Zhao Hai didn't know for how long he has been fighting. He only came to normal when he had full understanding of the Guan Yu incarnation. At this point, the inexhaustible amount of blood spirit beasts in front of him were no more than a group of kittens. Zhao Hai wasn't polite and sent all of these blood spirit beasts into the space. Then he withdrew the incarnation before he urged the blood lotus to go forward. On the other hand, the undead on the riverbanks didn't dare to make a move. The waves of the blood river seemed to reach the heavens. They almost died. They were too frightened to make a move. In fact, their inactivity was the correct decision. This was because Zhao Hai returned the blood spirit beasts he captured. If they dared to cross the river at this time, then they would surely be decimated by the blood spirit beasts. While fighting the blood spirit beasts, Zhao Hai also discovered the different stages of their strength. The blood spirit beast who took a bite out of the incarnation was a middle-ranked beast. There were low-ranked beasts who were weaker defensively and offensively. These two levels of beasts had spots that were blue. Meanwhile, the blood spirit beasts who had the strength comparable to Addison and the others were colored gold. At this time, Zhao Hai had 20 of these gold-spotted beasts inside the space. Naturally, in the blood river, these beasts were much stronger than king-level dark creatures and experts. Also, Zhao Hai discovered that it was impossible for the blood spirit beasts to wade through the entire river. The beasts were divided into their own colonies. What Zhao Hai captured were just members of one colony. There were certainly more colonies living along the river. Zhao Hai continued moving forward. As long as they came upon something, he would immediately send it to the space. It didn't matter if they were animals, plants, or even sand and stones, as long as they were peculiar. All of them were sent to the space. Now that the underwater battle was finished, the river began to calm down. Although the undead on both banks saw that the river had calmed down, they still didn't dare to rush to the other side. They only rushed back to their domains in order to report what just happened. Naturally, Zhao Hai was able to discover their action. However, he wasn't worried. The blood river was completely covered with blood spirit beasts. Even if the Dark Temple used this opportunity to move, they would still be eating severe losses. Laura and the others had also walked out of the room. They really weren't interested in seeing Zhao Hai overpower the blood spirit beasts. Because of this, they went to their room to take a rest. Now that the blood river had calmed down, naturally they would come out again. After seeing the women go out of their rooms, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why did you come out? There's nothing to see here. I've already collected most of the useful things in this river." Laura replied, "There's nothing to see inside our rooms either. It's better to look outside." "Brother Hai, are you confident that the people from the Dark Temple wouldn't dare to cross the river?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, they wouldn't dare." The group continued chatting as they went forward. It didn't take long before they met with another colony of blood spirit beasts. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't intend to use the Guan Yu incarnation. Using too much force against these creatures was just too stupid. Zhao Hai turned his staff into a huge net, catching the blood spirit beasts and sending them to the space. Although the blood spirit beasts wanted to resist, they weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. In the end, they were easily caught by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't just simply moving forward, he also made blood needles and sent them ahead. He didn't know how long the river would be, so he decided to map everything along the way. As for how long the river was, Zhao Hai simply had no idea. What Zhao Hai knew was that he had already traversed the river for 3 days. He met 20 blood spirit beast colonies, both large and small. But still, he had yet to see the source of the river. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that they were now in a place beyond the space's map. This means that they were now in a place where the Blood Needles had yet to explore. Zhao Hai has to admit that he needed to increase his estimation of the underworld. He didn't expect this plane to be this huge. The Blood Lotus might be slower while underwater, but it wasn't far slower compared to flying in the air. Even so, despite having traveled for 3 days, it still wasn't enough to see the full length of the Blood River. However, this also provoked the stubbornness inside Zhao Hai's heart. He was now more eager to find the source of the river. Zhao Hai also discovered that the things he came upon was different to the ones he found 3 days ago. Kair was also making calculations based on their progress. This way, they might be able to estimate the length of the river. Zhao Hai didn't stop this since he also wanted to find out. He wanted to find the river's source first before he looked for the river's end. This way, he would be able to estimate the underworld's exact size. Before long, another 3 days passed by. There was no difference in these 3 days compared to the first 3 days. The Blood River was still the Blood River. However, Zhao Hai could notice that the river has gotten narrower. Not only was the river beginning to narrow, the water current had also become much slower. After detecting this phenomenon, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. This was because he might be closing in on the river's source. Another 3 days passed. This time, the Blood River's properties had greatly changed. The river had gone much narrower while the current was getting even slower. In fact, instead of a river, it might even be called a small stream. Zhao Hai also discovered that the density of the blood spirit beasts was increasing. Moreover, all of the blood spirit beasts along this small stream were high-ranked ones. Zhao Hai believed that if the Dark Temple dared to cross this part of the river, then they would certainly suffer catastrophic losses. At this point, Zhao Hai's speed had gone slower as he subdued each blood spirit beast colony he came across. The beasts were getting stronger and stronger. The worst of them were at Gulai's previous strength. Wanting to capture such beasts would naturally prove to be more difficult. However, by Zhao Hai's present strength, the least these blood spirit beasts could do was cause him a bit of trouble. Zhao Hai had a lot of methods to deal with them. These beasts were simply not his opponents. After fighting against these blood spirit beasts for quite some time, Zhao Hai began to find some flaws in them. The strength of the blood spirit beasts might be very good, but their intelligence was evidently not that high. Compared to beings of the same level, the blood spirit beasts were far worse intellectually. Also, it seems like the blood spirit beasts didn't have to attack the undead that flew over the Blood River. This was because the river was enough food for them. However, the fiery souls of the undead were great supplements for their strength. Therefore, they chose to attack the undead crossing the river. These blood spirit beasts weren't evenly distributed along the entire Blood River. Like what was discovered before, they lived in their own colonies in their own domains. Once another colony encroaches upon another colony's territory, then a conflict would immediately occur. But once the undead begin to form groups along the river, these blood spirit beasts would gather on the surface. The more time passes, the greater number of beasts would accumulate. It didn't matter if it was the Dark Temple or the Resistance Army. Both sides would need time to prepare their armies. This preparation time would naturally come into the knowledge of the blood spirit beasts. When this happens, the beasts would begin to gather, and once the undead begins to cross the river, these beasts would immediately attack. It can be said that the blood spirit beasts were creatures primarily driven by food, beings that lived in accordance to their base instinct. Additionally, the command structure of these beasts wasn't flexible. It was this point that made Zhao Hai conclude that the beasts didn't have very high intellect. Zhao Hai had now traversed the Blood River for 9 days. He didn't know how far he'd gone, but from the blood needles he released, he was able to discover that the current of the river had slowed down and the river has also gone narrower. And with the evident depth becoming shallower, Zhao Hai began to see hope. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly noticed a bone mountain in the distance. This bone mountain was very tall. At the same time, the Blood River was flowing out from a cave on the foot of the mountain. Chapter 1043, A Colossal Heart. The source. The blood river's source was here. Zhao Hai can almost affirm it at this point. He immediately ordered the blood lotus to rush towards the cave. As soon as he reached the cave, Zhao Hai could quickly sense the change in environment. The water inside the cavern was thicker. It also had a stronger scent. But although the scent was strong, it wasn't something that would choke a person. Instead, this scent made one feel more energetic and comfortable. Besides these, Zhao Hai also discovered that there were a lot of blood spirit beasts inside the cave. Moreover, these beasts were all blood red in color, and were almost transparent. They looked very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai could feel that each one of these beasts had formidable strength. Every single one of them were no weaker than Addison. If Zhao Hai's strength hadn't increased to its current state, then he wouldn't have been a match against these blood spirit beasts. This cave wasn't very big. At about a meter in diameter, the blood waters stretched up to 50 centimeters deep, but in the depths of this 50 centimeters were the most powerful blood spirit beasts. After seeing this situation, Zhao Hai knew it would be unrealistic for him to go inside and fight. Because of this, Zhao Hai had no choice but to stop at the mouth of the cave. What was strange was the fact that the blood spirit beasts didn't attack him despite him being just at the entrance of the cave. This was different compared to the beasts that Zhao Hai had met before. In the end, Zhao Hai can only release his blood needles to search inside the cave. The needle was an inanimate object. Therefore the blood spirit beasts just ignored its presence. While this was happening, Zhao Hai entered the space and looked at the monitor along with the others. They knew that they had found the river's source. The blood needle flew for more than 10 meters beyond the cave before it came upon another open space. Zhao Hai and the others didn't expect this one to be a very huge area. There was a great blood-red lake inside this space. There was a distinct absence of dark mist above the lake. From the surface of the lake to the roof of the huge cave was about a 100-meter empty area. The walls of the cave was naturally made out of bone. It gave a sturdy and strong appearance. Zhao Hai commanded the blood needles to survey the entire place. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai's attention was taken by a huge stone pillar in the middle of the lake. The pillar was quite huge. At a diameter of 5 meters, the pillar stretched up 100 meters upwards. Unexpectedly, the stone pillar was actually hollow. Moreover, Zhao Hai could note that this space's dark mist was being sucked in by that stone pillar. After this discovery, Zhao Hai immediately felt the urge to enter the stone pillar to take a look. However, Zhao Hai began to feel that this pillar might be one of those things he saw on TV. It was when someone uses a straw in order to breathe underwater. At the thought of this scene, Zhao Hai lost courage in entering the stone pillar. He didn't want to become another person's food. In addition to the stone pillar, Zhao Hai also found a spring not far from the pillar. There was a non-stop flow of blood water coming from that spring. It was quite spectacular. Upon looking at this scene for some time, Zhao Hai shifted his focus on the deep lake. He already knew that this large lake was the source of the blood river. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force searched below the surface of the lake, he was met with shock. Blood-red plants grew in all directions. He can also see blood spirit beasts leisurely swimming inside. There were also grotesque-looking rocks shining amidst the plants. Zhao Hai didn't expect the lake's underwater portion to be illuminated. He quickly commanded the blood needles to explore the vicinity, projecting the findings on the space's monitor. But as the blood needles continued on, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This lake was simply a huge pit. It was very deep. It had already reached a point where the area around the blood needles became almost pitch black. The pillar that extended out of the lake had a hole on its side. It was this hole that provided the blood water that the spring had been spewing out. Zhao Hai commanded the blood needle to go straight down. After diving for 10 minutes, Zhao Hai suddenly spotted a tiled roof. He didn't see wrong. It was actually a tiled roof. It was glazed tile, and upon looking at the roof, it seems to be perfectly preserved. Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly commanded the needle to stop. He didn't expect to see a roof here. Moreover, it was a well-preserved roof. This roof didn't seem to be destroyed or damaged in any degree, which made Zhao Hai feel even more strange. If this structure was built and was plunged into such a deep body of water, it shouldn't have been preserved this well. This structure being well preserved only meant one thing. It was built underwater. Moreover, Zhao Hai noted another thing. The surroundings of this structure didn't have any blood spirit beast. There were only plants present, no beasts. Because of this unusual encounter, Zhao Hai decided to be more careful. He investigated the surroundings and found nothing else. However, he discovered that the scouting range of the blood needles seemed to have been restricted. The normal range of the blood needles was 10,000 meters, but now, it could barely scout 1,000 meters around it. The suppression had reached more than 10 times. Laura and the others were also looking at this strange place. Nobody spoke a word. All of them were staring at the monitor, trying to look for anything. At this time, Zhao Hai saw two pillars right behind this structure. This caused Zhao Hai to be confused. He remembered that there was only one pillar coming out of the lake's surface. How come there was two? After looking around and seeing that there was no immediate danger, Zhao Hai commanded the blood needles to continue its dive. Before long, a giant palace was projected on the monitor. There was only a great hall inside this palace. There were no walls in this palace. It only had a fine stone-paved floor. The whole hall was about 50 meters high, 200 meters long, and 100 meters wide. The outside walls of the palace was made out of a kind of stone. This stone wasn't red, it was only the blood-red water's shade that made the wall look bright red. Zhao Hai could see glazed tiles on top of this hall. The flashing lights of these tiles looked dazzling. Zhao Hai made 2 turns outside the great hall. He couldn't find anything else that was special. There was a plaque that was hung on the front of the hall. However, the characters used to write on this plaque was something that was foreign to Zhao Hai. He couldn't understand even a single word of it. Outside the palace were 99 stone steps. Zhao Hai counted them as the blood needles proceeded to enter the hall. Upon entering the great hall, Zhao Hai was met with a shock. Passing through the gate, one could see a copper cauldron. Who knows how long this copper cauldron existed? It was carved with intricate patterns. There were flowers, mountains, birds, insects, and everything else that can be found in a world. However, Zhao Hai's attention wasn't on this copper cauldron. Inside this great hall, besides the copper cauldron, was an extremely huge heart floating in place. This giant heart was 40 meters high, 100 meters long and a few dozen meters wide. It almost filled the entire great hall. Zhao Hai sat in the space as he stared blankly at the floating heart. After some time, Zhao Hai managed to calm down. Then his figure moved as his body appeared inside the great hall. Upon seeing the heart in close distance, Zhao Hai was met with an even bigger shock. The flesh and blood of this heart was very fresh. Each vein was clearly discernible. While Zhao Hai was carefully observing the heart, it suddenly moved, performing a full beating cycle. The sound of beating was like thunder to Zhao Hai's ears. Zhao Hai was shaken. He didn't expect this heart to still be alive and beating. When he saw this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Never even in his dreams would he expect to see a huge living heart like this. This was too inconceivable. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look around. He wanted to ascertain whether he had entered someone's body and he just haven't noticed it. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai was met with the palace's walls. However, upon looking at the walls, Zhao Hai discovered that murals were painted on them. Zhao Hai carefully inspected these murals. The drawings were very exquisite. Although this place was submerged underwater for who knows how long, the pictures were still quite vivid. This made Zhao Hai conclude that this palace was truly built with the thought of it being submerged underwater. Zhao Hai browsed the murals. It seems like it was showing a story. Although there weren't any writings for explanation, Zhao Hai could still understand it. The first painting was of chaos, nothingness. Then there was a huge egg in this chaotic space. Inside this egg was a person. When this person grew up, he broke free of the egg. As he did so, he ended up splitting the heavens and the earth. Upon seeing this scene, Zhao Hai's body couldn't help but shake. This was a story that was the same as Peng's story back on Earth. What does this place have to do with Earth? While he thought about this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but beat fiercely. He couldn't help but look at the next drawings and follow on with the story. The body of this huge god turned into the mountainous earth. However, the story seems to have a deviation here. In this story, the being's body didn't completely become part of the earth. Instead, this being left behind his heart. Different from the Chinese legend, this story didn't include Lady Nuwa who created nature. Instead, when this being split the heavens and the earth, myriad beings began to exist. Then a group of monkeys discovered this being's heart and guarded it for generations. But then, the heart slowly transformed these monkeys. In the end, the monkeys completely evolved to become humans. Chapter 1044 History, Belief, Resilience. This group of monkeys that turned into humans didn't forget their mission. They still protected the giant heart. As these humans grew more and more numerous, their strength was also increasing. But despite these changes, they still protected the heart. They even built a palace in order to house it. Then outside the palace, they placed a cauldron so that they could pay their respects. The mural was painted in an exquisite manner. The lines were very smooth, making one feel as though they were looking at a work full of elegance, a work that can only be made by a deity. But the next images depicted something different from the ones before. The humans began to fight, two groups killing each other. The scene was frigid. Even if it was just a drawing, Zhao Hai could somewhat smell the scent of blood. These two groups were divided into those who wanted to take the heart and those who wanted to protect it. Naturally, these different ideals caused a conflict. Moreover, the conflict became more and more fierce. The situation of the battles were getting more and more vicious. Zhao Hai has to recognize the skill of the one who painted the mural. These pictures weren't very big, but each panel was brightly drawn, very lifelike. It made one feel like they were experiencing the event firsthand. The following images were becoming more tragic, but it was clear that those guarding the heart were in a disadvantage. Their numbers were getting lower and lower. After being aware of their inevitable loss, those who wanted to protect the heart secretly hid it. Then they destroyed the palace they made using self-sacrificing spells, and because these people were very strong, the entire plane almost got destroyed. Meanwhile, those who wanted to take the heart broke the firmament and escaped. Depicted in the last picture was a person. It seems like this person was one of those who protected the heart, and the place where he was in seems to be this palace. Zhao Hai looked at these pictures and couldn't help but let out a long breath. He looked all around the room but failed to sense anybody's presence. This made Zhao Hai quite curious. Did the person protecting the heart leave? After looking around more, Zhao Hai discovered that there were more pictures painted on the floor. Zhao Hai rushed towards the pictures and saw that there was indeed more to the story. The painting depicted the last person guarding the heart. This time, he was already very old, in a state near incapable of guarding the heart. Then Zhao Hai saw the person took the cauldron from outside and then placed something inside it. Later on, Zhao Hai saw that the person actually placed a small octopus on the cauldron. Then he placed his hand on the cauldron and then turned it one time. The octopus got smaller before turning into a blood spirit beast's main body. After seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that the blood spirit beasts were made by this person using a secret method, all because he wanted the heart to be protected. In the last picture, the person went towards the heart. His body shone before finally disappearing. The moment the person disappeared, the heart began beating. Zhao Hai began to understand. When the heart first appeared, it didn't beat at all. However, it was evident that the heart wasn't dead. When the last person who guarded the heart found out that he could no longer protect it, he made the blood spirit beasts before injecting all of his remaining life force into the heart. In the end, the heart regained some of its vitality and began to beat. Zhao Hai was also certain that the painting was made before the man injected his vitality into the heart. The person knew very well what would happen if he injected his life force into the heart. And since this was the case, he drew the picture in advance. Zhao Hai also understood why he couldn't find the person who protected the heart. He had already disappeared. After getting a clear image of the entire event, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but feel heavy. These people actually did their duty up to the last man. This went beyond Zhao Hai's expectation. This time, Zhao Hai was even more curious about the giant heart. In Zhao Hai's view, it was impossible to know if this heart was indeed from a world-creating god. However, these people actually drew the legend. Also, It seems like they didn't treat it like a mere myth. The knowledge that they were monkeys evolved because of the heart seems to be embedded deep into their bones. Since he couldn't get to the end of it, Zhao Hai decided to leave it for later. Then he looked at the giant heart. Not knowing what to do with it, Zhao Hai slowly flew towards the heart and watched it beating. It was a very powerful beat, but it seems to be erratic. Zhao Hai seems to form a connection with the heart. He saw the people who eagerly guarded it from generation to generation. Then in the end, when they couldn't protect it any longer, the last of them made the blood spirit beasts. What Zhao Hai was looking at wasn't just a giant heart, it was a piece of history, an object of faith, and a monument to resilience. Zhao Hai couldn't help but touch the heart. As his skin came into contact with the beating organ, he suddenly felt a huge amount of spiritual force entering his head. The five-element killing formation acted quickly, keeping it off. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the spiritual force wasn't intending to attack, and although it had been kept off by the five-element killing formation, the formation's response wasn't violent. It only blocked the spiritual force. It didn't retaliate. Zhao Hai gawked before he scanned the spiritual force with his own. Then he discovered the incoming spiritual force was indeed not intending to attack. It seems like it was going to relay information. Upon this discovery, Zhao Hai immediately took the information in. This spiritual force was like a tsunami. As soon as it entered Zhao Hai's head, Zhao Hai immediately passed out. After seeing Zhao Hai passing out, Laura and the others immediately got anxious. Kair hastily opened a spatial rift and took Zhao Hai into the space. After Zhao Hai's body was taken to the space, Laura immediately asked, Kair, go take a look at Brother Hai, see if he is hurt. Kair nodded before she sent a white light to envelop Zhao Hai. After seeing the lack of response from Zhao Hai, Laura and the others became even more anxious. Among those present, it was only Meg who stayed calm. After seeing Zhao Hai's current state, she immediately said, Sister Laura, there's no need to panic. Young master is fine, he's just digesting something. Laura and the others looked at Meg in confusion. Meg smiled faintly and said, I've seen the young master in this situation once before. At that time, the young master just acquired his space. Since he didn't know its function, information began to flood into his head. But since there was a lot to digest, the young master wasn't able to wake up for a while. We should send young master to his room, let him take a proper rest. As soon as they heard Meg, Laura and the others began to calm down. The group quickly sent Zhao Hai back to his room. After everything has been settled down, they proceeded to drink tea in the living room. Laura looked at Meg and said, Meg, when Brother Hai became like this before, were you afraid? Meg shook her head and said, You don't know the miserable state the Buddha clan has been during that time. It can be said that the existence of the Buddha clan was completely reliant on the young master. Him not existing is equal to the Buddha clan not existing. Therefore, in grandfather and grandmother's eyes, as long as the young master survives, then we would stay strong. If he dies, then we would die as well. Laura and the others stared. They didn't expect Meg to talk about death at this time. Lizzie looked at Meg and said, Really? Are you really thinking about death at that time? Meg nodded and said, At that time, the only legitimate heir to the clan was the young master. If the young master accidentally dies, then we would lose our reason to exist. Grandfather and grandmother were both raised by the Buddha clan. They had already tied their fate to the clan. If the Buddha clan ceased to exist, then they would also lose their reason to exist. Because of this, grandfather and grandmother were prepared to die if ever the young master dies. Lizzie and the others breathed in cold air. They didn't expect the situation to reach this point. The group looked eagerly at Meg, hoping for her to expand on the matter. Meg smiled and said, You should know that back then, in the Xia Empire, the old emperor wanted to deal with the southern king, and since the Buddha clan was the sword of the old emperor, we were right in the opposite camp to the southern king. But when the old emperor died, the next emperor was someone who was supported by the southern king. In this case, how can the Buddha clan continue existing? When the Buddha clan was on the cusp of being eliminated, they even had the young master drink the water of nothingness. After the young master drank the water, he didn't wake up for several months. After speaking about this, Meg couldn't help but recall more, The reason why people couldn't fully exterminate the Buddha clan at that time was because either they were afraid of my grandparents or they simply didn't care. As for the latter, they simply thought that the young master could never revive the previous might of the Buddha clan. At that time, the young master has become a famous offender in the empire. Moreover, the young master was very weak. Otherwise, Sister Ruian wouldn't have proposed to remove their engagement. When Ruian heard Meg speak about her, she couldn't help but turn red as she said, Brother Hai's reputation in the Ixa Empire is quite terrible at that time. Meg forced a smile and said, not only was it terrible, it was completely rotten to the core. The young master even wanted to rape me. But because of my resistance, he wasn't able to succeed. Because of this, I was very afraid of him even after arriving at the Black Wasteland. I didn't even have the courage to look him in the face. As soon as Meg said this, Laura and the others couldn't help but gasp. They couldn't imagine Zhao Hai to have such a phase. There was a huge contrast with the current Zhao Hai. It even seems like Meg was talking about two different people. Meg looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. She smiled bitterly and said, the young master was really like that. He only woke up several months after taking the water of nothingness. When he woke up, we had already reached the Black Wasteland. And ever since the young master woke up, he changed. He started to do things seriously and rarely made a joke. He was very good to us, and he was even very good to the slaves. Bestowing commoner status to the slaves was thought up by the young master. And now that the young master had the space, the Buddha clan began to recover bit by bit. It can be said that without the young master and the space, it would be impossible for us to reach the divine realm, demon realm, and other planes. Laura and the others nodded. All of them knew what happened after that. First of all, without Zhao Hai or the space, the Ark Continent's people would either be already dead or had become slaves. They would still be clueless about the infinite mysteries of the divine realm as well as the myriad magic beasts of the universe. Meg grew up together with Zhao Hai, so she knew everything about Zhao Hai from infancy up to now. This was something that Laura and the others didn't have. Since Laura and the others were now Zhao Hai's wives, they would like to know everything about him, even the bad parts. If they knew more about Zhao Hai, then they would feel closer to him. Laura and the others listened to Meg's stories as though they were looking through a time long past. After all, the present Zhao Hai and the past were completely different. They fell in love with the Zhao Hai in the present, not the past. The group chatted for a while. After seeing that Zhao Hai was still asleep, they decided to retreat to their rooms and sleep. They were already used to such a life. Only on Zhao Hai's side would they feel comfortable. However, Laura and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai to be out for a long time. It took Zhao Hai 3 days and 3 nights before he managed to wake up. Zhao Hai opened his eyes only to see that he was lying inside his room. Zhao Hai began to think about it and understood what happened. He stood up and moved his body. Although he was out for a long time, his body didn't feel stiff. After stretching his body, Zhao Hai walked out of his room. Upon going out, Zhao Hai heard the voices of Laura and the others. It seems like they were somewhat worried about him. After all, he was out for so long. However, since Kair said that nothing was wrong, they weren't too scared of the situation. Because of this, they were now in the living room, chatting merrily. Chapter 1045, Small Heart. Laura and the others immediately saw Zhao Hai when he went out of his room. They had been paying close attention to the door. Therefore they were quickly able to see that he was awake. After the women greeted him, Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and couldn't help but smile faintly. What happened? How long was I asleep? Laura replied, you've been out for 3 days and 3 nights. We didn't expect you to pass out, but Meg told us that you will be alright. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I didn't expect that guy to pass a lot of things to me. It took me a long time to digest it, but I did get a small benefit. Laura stared, then she asked, what benefit? Zhao Hai smiled before going to the sofa to sit. Laura and the others also sat down. After everyone has been settled, Zhao Hai turned to the monitor and said, I reckon you already know about the origin on the giant heart, right? Just like what was depicted on the murals, the giant heart was a holy relic guarded by those humans. While Zhao Hai was looking through those murals, Laura and the others were also watching from the monitor. Naturally, they knew what Zhao Hai was talking about. They also understood the origin of the heart from those murals. After looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai nodded before he continued. The information I received is directly connected to the underworld, from its formation up to its current state. Everything was because of the heart. These words evoked the curiosity of the women. They were eagerly listening to what Zhao Hai would say next. Zhao Hai went on. You already know some of the things that happened at first. When that great god was born, the underworld began to form. What happened to the great god's heart was already painted on the murals. It was said that before placing his entire vitality into the giant heart, the person guarding the heart placed it in the bottom of this lake. Therefore, in the beginning, the heart could only take the lake water in. Nobody knew how many years have passed, but a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the underworld. What came out of the spatial rift weren't people. Instead there were corpses. These were the corpses of the people from the 100 Spirit clan. Laura and the others stared. They didn't expect the heart to remember these things. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. You shouldn't underestimate the heart. After all, it is a heart of a world-creating god, his most important organ. Its uses are near infinite. Alright, let's continue. As more and more corpses from the 100 Spirit clan fell into the underworld, the death energy here became stronger and stronger. Because of this, the dark mist that wouldn't dissipate began to form. Since the heart can absorb the power of the heavens and the earth, it extended 2 arteries out while being escorted by the creatures of the lake. These arteries became the 2 pillars. One of them extended out of the lake, sucking in dark mist, while the other artery stretched out sideways from the lake. Slowly, the blood river formed, as well as the blood bonds which supply blood energy to the underworld. Zhao Hai stopped for a moment before continuing. The underworld's development happened under the gaze of the giant heart. The heart is actually aware and intelligent. It thinks that the Dark Temple wouldn't just unify the underworld for no reason. In fact, it thinks that those from the cultivation realm were the people who ran away in the past. Also, that person from the Dark Temple was someone from the cultivation realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thrown the corpses of the 100 Spirit clans here. There were still some people who remembered the story and still wanted to take the heart. Because of this, they established the Dark Temple in order to unify the underworld and find the heart. Laura and the others stared at Zhao Hai. They didn't expect the events to tie up like this. The things that Zhao Hai spoke about seems to be reasonable. In the past, they didn't know anything about the underworld, so the best they could do was speculate. But now it was different. Zhao Hai became aware of the underworld's matters because of the giant heart. After adding it to their speculation, they believed that they weren't that far from the truth. Megan discovered something from what Zhao Hai said. She looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Brother Hai, didn't you say that the heart can absorb the dark mist and transform it into blood energy? And it could also make blood energy from the energy of the heavens and the earth? If we can subdue the heart, then we would surely gain huge advantages. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the heart on the monitor before he sighed and shook his head. We're not short of good things right now. Moreover, the giant heart is a crucial component of the underworld. If we take the heart away, then the underworld would lose its blood energy. Who knows what will happen to the undead and the dark creatures then? Megan and the others nodded. If it was any other place, then they wouldn't mind taking the heart. However, the underworld would become their back garden in the future. It wouldn't be great if a disaster would happen to this place. Zhao Hai looked at the others and smiled. Although the heart doesn't have its own wisdom, it can actually understand simply communication. I will tell it to not worry. It wouldn't be great if it suffered a heart attack. After hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but chuckle. They spent a long time inside the space, and ever since the science and technology backgrounds has been unlocked, they were able to know more about people from the earth. They also knew things about heart attacks and so on. Therefore, they were able to understand Zhao Hai's small joke. Zhao Hai returned to the underworld. From the information he received, he knew that this palace was called the Heart Cauldron Palace. It was specifically made to house the heart. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't take the heart to the space was because his conscience didn't allow him to. He was moved by the people who fervently defended the heart. These people guarded the heart up to the very last man. Zhao Hai was touched by their persistence. He couldn't bear to take the heart away from them. Moreover, in addition to the information he obtained from the heart, he also received a plea to not move the heart. As long as Zhao Hai didn't move the heart, then the heart would bestow the copper cauldron to him. This cauldron could refine living creatures. An example of this were the blood spirit beasts. The predecessor of the blood spirit beasts was a magic beast known as Soul Octopus. After being refined by the copper cauldron, it turned into the blood spirit beasts. Also, this cauldron was made by the heart's defenders. It would definitely be a rare treasure. In the eyes of other people, they would see that the heart had no attacking power, and that the blood spirit beasts were unable to enter the palace. And since this was the case, then people might have the idea of taking the cauldron and the heart away. However, Zhao Hai didn't think the same way. He was affected by the heart's defenders. Also, the heart wasn't very useful to him. The heart takes in the energy of the heavens and the earth and transform it into blood energy. Zhao Hai thinks that this wasn't an ordinary ability. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't think about absorbing the heart into the space. Zhao Hai arrived by the giant heart. He gave it a gentle stroke as he said, "You can stay here. Since the cauldron is useful to me, I will be taking it away. Rest assured, I won't let anybody harm you." After he said that, Zhao Hai let go. Just as he was about to head towards the copper cauldron, the entire hall suddenly vibrated. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately erected a protective shield around him as well as the heart. But not long after that, he was met with a huge shock. Right below the heart was another heart, albeit this one was much smaller, about normal size. Moreover, this small heart was beating with more vigor than the giant heart. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the small heart. At this time, the small heart shot out from the ground and headed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt a red light flash before the small heart entered his body. While Zhao Hai was startled, he suddenly felt a comfortable feeling in his own chest. Then Zhao Hai felt that his heart's beat had become more powerful. His absorption of the heaven and earth's energy has also increased. His body became more formidable as well. This made Zhao Hai very confused. Then at this moment, a white light shot out from the heart. Zhao Hai knew that this was another string of information, therefore he had the 5-element killing formation let the light through. Just like Zhao Hai thought, the white light was another batch of information. Moreover, it explained the origin of the small heart and why Zhao Hai felt his body growing stronger. Chapter 1046, Inheritance and the Universal Processing Machines Upgrade. In fact, this wasn't really that strange. Although the heart didn't have any wisdom, it can still think for itself. It had a purpose every intelligent life form needed to accomplish, and that was to pass on their inheritance, to continue their bloodline. Humanity was also like this. In order to pass on their wisdom, they invented writing. Other races had their own methods of continuing their line. The giant heart was the same. Although it only had simple thinking, this didn't mean that it didn't have a desire to continue its bloodline. This small heart was a means to this desire. Since the heart was just an organ, in a normal situation, it wouldn't have any means of multiplying. However, the giant heart was an organ from a great god. Naturally, it had formidable abilities. It can record events, just like a computer that runs automatically. Later on, when the last generation of protectors sent his last vitality into the heart, he also passed down some knowledge over to the heart. Because of this, the giant heart had some knowledge of its own. Naturally, it still couldn't be as smart as the other races. What was the strongest wish of the heart's last defender? He wanted to continue his bloodline. Unfortunately, he was the only living human in the underworld, so that was impossible to accomplish. However, this obsession was passed over to the giant heart. Because of this, the heart also had the idea of continuing its lineage. The organ of a great god was something unusual. Although the wisdom of the heart wasn't good, it still acted on its instinct and developed a method of reproduction, which was division. The giant heart split itself into two and made a smaller version of its own form. This small heart had all the abilities of its parent. Unfortunately, This small heart didn't have any intellect. Because of this, the giant heart didn't produce a lot. At the same time, it also made measures in order to protect itself. This was also the desire of the last defender. Because of this, the heart made several layers of tests. The first one were the blood spirit beasts. If one cannot defeat them, then arriving at the palace was completely impossible. The second test was the tsunami of information to see if they can handle the mental pressure. If Zhao Hai wasn't able to digest it, then he wouldn't be able to interact with the heart. If these two tests were passed, then the next was a trial for greed. The heart would express its request to not move it while handing the copper cauldron over. But if one was greedy and decided to take both the heart and the cauldron, then they would be met with misfortune. The copper cauldron would proceed to attack you. The cauldron's attacking method was unusual. It would eat you up and immediately refine you. The copper cauldron was a treasure of the heart's defenders. After many years of worship, it had become a top-grade magic treasure. If the defenders were afraid of strong enemies, then they wouldn't have placed the copper cauldron here. However, if you didn't take the heart and let it stay here in peace, then it would give you the copper cauldron as well as the little heart. That small heart was split from the heart of a great god. It could purify blood, improve one's absorption of energy, widen one's meridians, and many more. After the heart entered Zhao Hai's body, it replaced Zhao Hai's original heart. Because of this, Zhao Hai gained the inheritance of the defenders of the heart. Only by having this inheritance would Zhao Hai not be attacked by the copper cauldron. At the same time, the blood spirit beasts would no longer attack him. On the contrary, Zhao Hai can now command the blood spirit beasts. This was because Zhao Hai was now the new defender of the heart. This inheritance was the same as what Zhao Hai was expecting. The defenders of the heart were the original controllers of this plane. They left behind a lot of treasures as well as their cultivation methods and techniques. They weren't any weaker than any cultivation sect. It can be said that the heart's defenders were no weaker than the 100 Spirit clan. But when the war happened, this place became a cemetery. Slowly, the place turned into the current underworld. Although the laws of the plane haven't changed, it was completely different to what it was before. But even so, the true inheritance of the heart's defenders wasn't in the giant heart. Instead, it was the copper cauldron. If Zhao Hai was greedy, not only would he fail to gain the inheritance, but he would also be refined by the cauldron. Now, since Zhao Hai has absorbed the small heart, the copper cauldron has recognized him as its new master. Another shot of white light told Zhao Hai everything about the cauldron. Upon understanding its function, Zhao Hai couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat. Although he wasn't afraid of being refined by the cauldron, it would still be troublesome to solve. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai let out a sigh. It was truly great to have good morals. If he was greedy, then he would have been in great trouble, and he wouldn't have inherited the legacy of the heart's defenders. Zhao Hai sighed as he rubbed his left chest and said, "Since you have bestowed me a heart, then I will take on the task of guarding you. Rest assured, in the underworld, I promise that nobody would be able to touch you. Even those from the Dark Temple wouldn't be able to do anything. I will clean them all up." The giant heart seemed to be happy as it gave out a few quick beats. Then Zhao Hai took the copper cauldron before he returned to the space. The events that happened with the small heart and the cauldron were all seen by Laura and the others. However, they weren't aware of most of what happened. What they saw was the small heart flying towards Zhao Hai. Then when they saw a white light going to Zhao Hai's head, they couldn't help but worry. But after seeing Zhao Hai open his eyes once more, they instantly became relieved. When Zhao Hai returned, the women immediately greeted him. Laura had an expression of worry as she asked, "Brother Hai, what happened?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Rest assured, nothing else other than something good happened." Then he told the women about the heart's inheritance. As soon as they heard it, Laura and the others became happy. They didn't expect that they would acquire something good. They actually obtained an inheritance of a race. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "All right, I still need to sort the inheritance that I've obtained. You should go and busy yourself. After I organize everything, I'll see what treasures we have obtained. I don't know whether we can use them right now or not." Laura and the others nodded. What Zhao Hai said was true. so they naturally wouldn't object. After that, Zhao Hai turned his hand over and retrieved the copper cauldron. Just as Zhao Hai took out the copper cauldron, the space suddenly issued a prompt. Special treasure refining cauldron detected. Refining cauldron has been found with the ability to refine a lot of items. Since the cauldron's ability is close to the universal processing machine, abilities of the cauldron has been copied and augmented to the processing machine. Universal processing machine has been upgraded. Special ability of the copper cauldron has also been joined with the blood ghost staff. The blood ghost staff can now use similar abilities as the treasure cauldron. Zhao Hai blankly listened to the prompt. He didn't expect the cauldron to upgrade the processing machine. Moreover, the cauldron's abilities has been fused with the staff. This was truly a good thing for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai originally felt pity. This was because the cauldron was too useful for himself, but at the same time, he also knew that it would be more useful if the cauldron was in Wild Dragon Island. If Zhao Hai used the cauldron, then the people from Wild Dragon Island wouldn't be able to use it. Who would have expected that the space would solve this problem? Now Zhao Hai can use the cauldron's abilities from his staff while the original cauldron was left behind on Wild Dragon Island. At this moment, the universal processing machine suddenly emitted light. After the light vanished, there was an evident change to the processing machine. Originally, the processing machines were separated into 10 structures. They didn't look attractive, but now it was different. The 10 structures vanished and was replaced by a huge factory. In front of the factory were 10 magic formations. Then on the other side were another set of 10 formations. It seems like if one wanted to refine something in the future, then they would just have to put the items on the formation and then the factory would just refine them itself. Upon seeing the structure, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think, now this is a factory. The structure was 5 stories high. It had white outer walls that were embedded with glass windows. Its form wasn't anything different than the small workshop from before. However, when people look at it now, they wouldn't think about a factory but instead a beautiful building. Zhao Hai went to the processing machine in order to take a closer look. Then he turned his head to Kair and said, "Kair, what can we do with the processing machine now?" Kair pulled out a pile of paper before she said, "Young master, this is the manual. You should take a look." Zhao Hai received the manual and gave it a read. The processing machine had truly been upgraded. Not only could it process non-living things, but it can also process living creatures. If Zhao Hai wanted the Argali to live longer, then he could just send one through to the processing machine in order to improve its genes. Not only this, in the past, if Zhao Hai received a sword that he didn't want to use, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Now, if Zhao Hai didn't want to use a sword, then he could send it through the processing machine in order to restore the sword or augment it with other ores. This made things much more convenient. Chapter 1047 to 1052. Chapter 1047, World Creating Merit Law. It can be said that the current universal processing machine has become more powerful. The machine can now process living beings, which was a very formidable ability. The new processing machine had lost its controls. Instead it was replaced by voice commands. If Zhao Hai wanted something to be made, then he can just present the materials to the machine and tell it what to do. Although there were still 10 magic formations in front of the processing machine, its output actually increased by about 5 times. Before, one processing machine can make 5,000 jin of liquor, 10 of them would make 50,000 jin. But now, the processing machine can make 250,000 jin of liquor. The difference in output was very huge. After understanding the processing machine's function, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. The processing machine couldn't make living things and could just improve them. But even so, it was very great. It's just a pity that he didn't know how to upgrade the scanner. Zhao Hai looked at the processing machine before he turned to Laura and said, "Now that the processing machine has so many functions, we shouldn't waste it. Laura, see if you can find ways for the processing machine to improve the animals in the space. Those we use for meat needed to live longer and grow larger. Those used for combat should become much stronger." Laura nodded. "Rest assured, Brother Hai, I know what to do. Not only the animals, We should also improve the plants. The bread tree can be improved so that it would produce more fruit. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Kair and said, Kair, before helping with this matter, come with me first. I need to record all of the inheritance that the Heart Defending clan had passed down. We'll pass them over to the people inside the space. The people inside the space are still quite weak. If we went to the cultivation realm, they wouldn't be able to help out much. 1. Kair gave a nod before she followed Zhao Hai. Meanwhile, Laura and the others studied the processing machine. The group looked at the machine's manual to come up with ways to optimize its uses for the space. Zhao Hai returned to his room and immediately sat down in a cross-legged position. The Heart Defending clan were able to fight against the people from the cultivation realm. In fact, a lot of the cultivation methods of the cultivation realm came from the people depicted in the mural. It can be said that the cultivation methods of the Heart Defending clan were the roots of most of the cultivation realm's manuals. The inheritance that Zhao Hai acquired contains almost all of the methods used by the Heart Defending clan, and most of these methods had the outline of the world-creating merit law, which was an incomparably powerful law. The world-creating merit law was the most important cultivation method of the Heart Defending clan. This cultivation method was developed after 9 years of contemplation regarding the world-creating God's feet. This method can be said to be the first method of the Heart Defending clan. The world-creating merit law had about 2,000 characters. However, each character needed very difficult deliberation in order to be fully understood. As time went by, Zhao Hai felt that the world-creating merit law and the yin-yang stellar transformations art had common aspects. This caused Zhao Hai to become more careful as he read on. Zhao Hai seemed to be in a wondrous state. He closed his eyes and kept understanding the merit law. The stellar transformations art seemed to involuntarily rotate inside his body. Each revolution became smoother and smoother with each iteration. In the beginning, things seemed to be unclear. But after this event things seemed to become more and more transparent. Zhao Hai had benefited a lot. Unaware of how long it has been, after in a daze for some time, Zhao Hai woke up from his wondrous state. He slowly opened his eyes before breathing out some foul gas. Then he turned to Kair who was beside him and said, Kair, how long have I been sitting? Kair woke up, her face red before she answered, Young master, you've been sitting for 2 days. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he suddenly felt an intense urge to vomit. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare for a moment before running straight to the bathroom. Then he vomited some purplish-black liquid straight into the toilet. The purplish-black liquid that Zhao Hai spat out smelled rancid. It had the same scent as decayed blood. Kair saw Zhao Hai's vomit and was terrified. She knew that it was impossible for people with Zhao Hai's strength to get sick. She thought that Zhao Hai was injured. With the color drained from her face, she asked, Young master, what happened? Did you get sick? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I didn't. I just had some breakthrough in cultivation, and with my new heart expelling bad blood, it's just right for me to vomit some impurities. When she heard Zhao Hai say this, Kair felt relieved. Zhao Hai washed his mouth until he got rid of the rancid taste. At the same time, he also felt the unprecedented strength of his spirit. His body had also become more powerful. He also seemed to develop a new scent. It wasn't strong, just mellow. And although it was also quite thick, it wasn't overpowering. It was a scent that made people feel refreshed. Zhao Hai knew that these things were because of the heart. However, he didn't expect to develop a scent. To be honest, Zhao Hai has always been apprehensive about men using perfume. He didn't think that his body would emit a scent. It made him somewhat annoyed. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he turned to Kair and said, Kair, record it well. This world-creating merit law is the ancestor of most cultivation methods. There is an energy that can create worlds. The energy of the heavens and the earth is found in one's breath. The breath of the heavens and the earth is the yin and yang. The breath of yin-yang is the world. The heart is a mirror that reflects the universe. The body's flesh and blood is the ocean. Breath in the sea and breath out an ocean. Kair kept record of all these words. Before long, the entire world-creating merit law's 2,000 characters have been recorded. Zhao Hai breathed deeply and said, Kair, this is the origin of most cultivation records. Make sure to preserve this well. When the time comes, We'll place this world-creating merit law in our major academies for them to study. In the future, this cultivation method would be the space's foundation." Kair nodded. There was a reason why Zhao Hai wanted to set up the world-creating merit law in the academies. Although the merit law was quite profound, its words can be easily understood. Only people on Zhao Hai's level could understand the law's deepest meanings. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not afraid that people couldn't learn this law. After reading the merit law, Zhao Hai began to go through the other cultivation methods of the Heart Defending Clan. He wanted to add methods for the space's people to improve. Naturally, Zhao Hai would test these methods first before putting them out. Their Heart Defending Clan didn't have a lot of cultivation methods. All in all, there were about 300 of them. Some of them were quite profound, and it also indicated what strength one should have so that they wouldn't suffer backlash. Although Zhao Hai made care record these things, he wasn't planning on putting all of them on the academies. Even if the students wanted to study these methods, it wouldn't be good if they were harmed. After hearing Zhao Hai recount all of the cultivation methods, Kair had recorded 360 all in all. However, these were only cultivation methods. There were still crafting methods, medicine concoction techniques, and even formations inside Zhao Hai's head. These things were precious resources from the Heart Defending Clan. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't put them to waste and recorded them all. When everything has been written down, Zhao Hai told Kair to send some of them to the academies. As for the more profound records, they were sent to Wild Dragon Island. While Zhao Hai was dealing with these things, 10 days have passed. These past 10 days has been quite stressful for him. Besides the sheer number of things needed to be recorded, the profundity of each of them wasn't making it easier. Upon heading out from his room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare since he expected Laura and the others to be in the living room. However, Zhao Hai changed his mind when he realized that the women were currently studying the processing machine. Laura used to be a formidable businesswoman, so after finding out about the new uses of the processing machine, she put her all into studying the possibilities. She wanted to find ways to improve the plants and animals in order to maximize their benefits to the space. Among the things that needed to be improved, the most important one were the Argali. At this point, the Argali were the most eaten animal inside the space. Not only was their meat tasty, they were also very docile. At the same time, their wool, skin, and bones were very useful. It was the magic beast that people inside the space liked the most. The Argali weren't small, but Laura still wanted them to be bigger. After the modification, the Argali were now as big as a cow. This change didn't affect their taste nor their temperament. The modification also wouldn't bring harm to the consumer's body. It can be said that the Argali were optimized up to the genes. Laura and the others also made modifications to the other farm animals inside the space. Just these beasts were enough to occupy them for a while. Not to mention, they still needed to modify the grains and vegetables. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai came out of the villa, he was able to see Laura and the others right beside the processing machine. They had a set of things in front of them. Zhao Hai looked at it and they were all kinds of plant seeds. Zhao Hai walked over to the group, but since the women were too invested in the discussion, they weren't able to sense him at all. Zhao Hai stood there, looked at them. Their faces seemed to be very busy. He gave the task of studying the processing machine over to Laura and the others because he wanted them to have something to busy themselves with. Actually, Zhao Hai expected them to be extremely bored. He didn't expect them to sink deep into the task. After seeing Laura and the others concentrating deeply on the job, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel ignored. But then, Laura suddenly stopped. She sniffed the air and said, "What is this smell? Did anyone of you put on any perfume?" Lizzie and the others shook their heads. Zhao Hai scratched his head. He really didn't know what to say. At this time, Meg turned and saw Zhao Hai. She was immediately surprised. "Young master, you're here." As soon as they heard Meg's quip, Laura and the others immediately noticed Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "You guys are really concentrating on the job. You didn't even notice me. I've been here for some time." Laura and the others spat out their tongues. They were indeed too busy on the processing machine. To be honest, They were secretly excited about the job. Laura sniffed the air with her nose as she said, "Brother Hai, what smell is that? Are you using perfume?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I don't even know what scent this is. I don't wear perfume. I don't like that stuff. It's because of that little heart." Now that it had become my new heart, it expelled impurities from my body. Then I suddenly had this scent. Laura sneaked closer into Zhao Hai's body and smelled him. Then she nodded and said, "You really smell nice. It makes people feel comfortable, right, Brother Hai? These are the things we are currently working on." Then she pointed at the things in front of her. Zhao Hai looked at the seeds. He nodded and said, "What seed is this?" Laura smiled and said, "It's nothing special. These are seeds of leafy vegetables. We want to improve them, but making leafy vegetables bigger would make their veins harder. In that case, it wouldn't be good to eat. We're still thinking of ways to do this." Zhao Hai nodded. "These seeds seem to be cole crops. They're very good to eat and they're quite tasty as well. However, they grow too little." Laura and the others wanted to make them even bigger. Zhao Hai smiled and then said, "All right, I think we should just let it go. If we make them too big, we'll be changing their taste. We don't really need bigger cabbages. Let's take a rest." "Meg, can you arrange something delicious for us? These past few days made me very hungry." Meg nodded before turning around to leave. Laura seemed to not care about what Zhao Hai said. She still placed the seeds into the magic formation and then put forward a bunch of parameters. In the end, the processing machine spat out new seeds. Although they had yet to see the seed's true plant, Laura just placed a label on it before throwing it over to the Spaces warehouse. After everything was finished, everyone returned to the living room. At this time, Meg had already prepared the meals. Each person had steak and lettuce. Zhao Hai looked at the food and couldn't help but frown a bit. He seldom ate steak and Meg rarely made it. They usually ate Chinese cuisine. He didn't expect Meg to cook steak today. After seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Meg smiled and said, "Young master, taste it." The steak came from our improved cows. The vegetables and spices used are new as well. Upon hearing Meg, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head. "It seems like the food has been improved." I changed Heart's Defenders to Heart Defending Clan. Chapter 1048, Treasure Hunt. After eating their meal, Zhao Hai pulled Meg over to relax in the hot spring, amidst the teasing coming from Laura and the others. Then the women proceeded to return to the processing machine. Zhao Hai had been very tired in the past few days. He had been reading The Inheritance every day. In the end, he felt like he had read through 2 full brains worth of cultivation methods. If his spiritual force wasn't that formidable, then Zhao Hai might have been taken over by a devil. Now that everything has been recorded, naturally Zhao Hai needed to relax. And since Meg had an incredible massage technique, Zhao Hai brought her with him in the hot spring. The two had an affectionate bath together as a couple. After having a good time with Meg in the hot spring, Zhao Hai laid on the spring's flat stone, holding Meg in his arms. Meg was currently like an obedient kitten lying in Zhao Hai's chest. It was a scene that made Meg look just like Zhao Hai's wife. Normally, Meg would look like a servant and Zhao Hai was her young master. While holding Meg, Zhao Hai talked with a soft voice. "Meg, I'm sorry. You've been silently following me for all these years. You've been taking care of our huge family without asking anything in exchange. I know that you have been working the hardest out of all of us. Thank you." Being in the arms of Zhao Hai, Meg felt that Zhao Hai's words were as sweet as the sweetest drink. She whispered, "Young master, these are all things I'm willing to do, so you don't need to apologize. I know I'm not as smart as Sister Laura and the others, so as long as I'm able to take care of you, then I'm already happy." Zhao Hai couldn't help but tighten his hold on Meg. Then he replied, "Meg, your intelligence isn't any less than Laura and the others. Moreover, your steadfast work is something that Laura and the others didn't have. And if you want to do something else, just do it." Meg actually shook her head. "No, young master, I like my present life. I'd like to stay as it is until you are old, have trouble walking, or even stop wanting me." After Meg tightened her hold, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered a joke back on Earth when he still had the internet. It said that behind every successful man is a woman. However, that woman wasn't his wife, but instead his mother-in-law. This was because his mother-in-law would always look after his faults. When the man corrects these mistakes, then he would be able to succeed. At that time, Zhao Hai felt that although it was a joke, it actually made some sense. But now, Zhao Hai believed that this wasn't the case at all. If a man had a woman like Meg by his side, then it would be difficult for them not to succeed. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with his current life. Having Meg, Laura, and his other wives by his side made his life much more colorful. Meg also felt that Zhao Hai's love for her was genuine. She was similarly satisfied with her life. Meg had known that she would be tied up with Zhao Hai for her entire lifetime. When Zhao Hai was still trash, she loved him, and now, she loved him even more. Actually, Meg felt inferior compared to Laura and the others. Laura and the others were young ladies. One was even a princess. It was only Meg who had the status of a servant. Because of this, she couldn't help but feel less than them. After lying inside for some time, Meg and Zhao Hai went out of the hot spring. Outside the villa, Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others being busy. He didn't say anything and just took out some small furniture and drank some tea. Laura and the others were busy while Zhao Hai was relaxing at the side. However, they weren't angry at all. This was because they knew that they were also relaxing during the times where Zhao Hai was working hard. It can be said that the person with the most things to do inside the space was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai rested inside the space for 3 days. After 3 days, his soul has been completely relaxed. In this span of time, Laura and the others were very busy improving all of the space's crops. As Zhao Hai thought, they were secretly enjoying the job. After 3 days, Zhao Hai finally recovered. He was now ready to claim the treasures of the heart-defending clan. The clan had dominated the underworld for countless years. Their accumulation of wealth was truly rich. If not for the ones who wanted to snatch the heart, they still would have control over the place. Now, the underworld has been destroyed. Even the laws of the plane seems to have changed a little. This was the reason why the experts here were much stronger than the ones in the Divine Realm and in the Atlanta plane. At the same time, this also explains why there are no genuine Cultivation Realm experts present in this plane. Zhao Hai dug into the memories that the giant heart had passed on to him. After carefully scanning through them, Zhao Hai finally found something. When the last defender died, the laws of the plane seems to have changed. Part of the reason was the extinction of the heart-defending clan. Another part was because the Cultivation Realm used the plane as a cemetery when they dumped all of the corpses here. And then another part was because of the giant heart. The giant heart had simple wisdom. It knew that if it let the Cultivation Realm's people come into the underworld whenever they want, then it would be in danger. Sooner or later, the Cultivation Realm would discover where it was hiding. Because of this, the giant heart slowly changed the laws of the plane. One shouldn't think that this was a difficult matter. This plane was originally made by the great god, and since the giant heart was the god's most important organ, it naturally had the ability to control the plane. Although this ability wasn't much, and the giant heart couldn't make abrupt changes, it could nudge the underworld's laws bit by bit into the direction it wanted it to be in. At this point, overly powerful people would find it impossible to enter the plane. After finding out about this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. In the past, the underworld was surely not at this state. This place used to be occupied by cultivators, who would believe that it would reach such a state. But looking at it now, the whole place was ruined. One must say that humans had an inborn tendency to destroy. Zhao Hai wasn't planning on restoring the underworld to its original state. At the very least, not now. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to protect the underworld. If he restored the underworld to its original appearance, then the people from the Cultivation Realm would surely come over. Zhao Hai still has no grasp on how to defeat these people. According to what Zhao Hai got from the giant heart, if he wanted to acquire all the buried treasure of the heart-defending clan, then he would have to face some difficulties. This was because a large part of the clan's buried treasure lay under the Dark Temple's territory. Fortunately, This didn't have any conflict with Zhao Hai's plans. He would have to deal with the Dark Temple anytime soon. In any case, the buried treasure had been there for many years. If it can be stolen, then it would have already been stolen a long time ago. If it was still intact, then a few more days wouldn't be able to change anything. Zhao Hai decided to clear the treasures buried in the Resistance Army's lands first. The Heart-defending clan buried 5 treasures in the Resistance Army's domain. These treasures weren't very valuable, they were just some ores. According to the information obtained from the Giant Heart, the first treasure was supposed to be buried under a bone mountain. The huge battle in the underworld had drastically changed its terrain. Fortunately, now that the space has mapped the Resistance Army's territory, Zhao Hai could follow the Giant Heart's tips to mark a rough location on the map. It was much better than nothing at all. After looking for a while, Zhao Hai found the Bone Mountain. The Bone Mountain wasn't that tall. It was just average in height compared to the others. There were low-ranked skeletons sauntering on the mountain. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as he summoned the Blood Lotus and went straight underground. Once he reached 100 meters underground, Zhao Hai stopped. The first treasure room was in the vicinity. Inside were unique ores from the original underworld. According to the Giant Heart, this ore seems to be ores used for medicinal purposes. One can extract liquid from the ore using a special method. If the liquid was drunk directly, it would improve the strength and defense of the human body. If it was mixed into other components, then it would be an effective potion. Judging by Zhao Hai's computation, he knew that the treasure room should be in this Bone Mountain. As for the specific position, it still needed some time to figure out. Since this was the case, Zhao Hai could only roam the Bone Mountains underground hoping to come across the treasure room. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't go about this blindly. He was looking at the space's monitor that was marking his path. This way he wouldn't explore the same region twice. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. After all, this was something that required patience. He also prepared himself mentally for this. He continued to slowly explore using the Blood Lotus. He believed that the space's abilities wouldn't fail him. After 1 hour of exploration, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the soil in front of him had a slight difference in quality. Zhao Hai immediately slowed down before looking at it really carefully. The soil did indeed have some changes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be more attentive. As he slowly moved forward, a flat piece of rock suddenly appeared in front of him. He stopped and inspected the piece of rock. When he found traces of something on it, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He knew that he had found the place. To be honest, this treasure wasn't that important for Zhao Hai. However, the prospect of discovering treasures still made Zhao Hai very excited. Zhao Hai carefully maneuvered the Blood Lotus around the rock. The rock was about 2 meters thick and seemed to be very hard. However, this wasn't a problem for him. Zhao Hai just flew through the rock and entered a huge stone room. And as soon as he entered the room, Zhao Hai was immediately stunned. Chapter 1049. Luring the tiger out of the mountain. Inside was a huge space. Zhao Hai made some estimations and this place should be no less than 10,000 square meters in floor area. There were no other things inside this place other than the stones that were piled up like a hill. Naturally, the size wasn't the thing that surprised Zhao Hai. What surprised Zhao Hai were the shining stones. They gave out a gloomy blue radiance. They looked beautifully mysterious. The stones weren't transparent, but they were faintly blue. Zhao Hai stared at them. He didn't think that stones would be this beautiful. Zhao Hai's first thought when he saw these stones wasn't to use them for medicinal purposes. Instead, he wanted to use them to make street lights. Zhao Hai didn't know how his mind comes up with these things. When he was in the middle of business, these thoughts suddenly come up, which were quite strange. After staring for a moment, Zhao Hai took all of the blue stone into the space. In this huge room, there was nothing else aside from those stones. Zhao Hai left the room and slowly flew back to the ground. Upon resurfacing, Zhao Hai discovered that the treasure was buried right below the foot of the Bone Mountain. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just returned to the space. Then he continued to move towards the next treasure. With the space's ability, It didn't take long before Zhao Hai collected all 5 treasures. Once he collected all of the 5 treasures, Zhao Hai was finally able to continue to the next step. These 5 treasure rooms gave Zhao Hai a lot. Naturally, what he gained were only some ores. According to the giant heart, there were a total of 22 treasures in the Dark Temple's domain. Most of these treasures were magic artifacts. It can be said that these were the true treasure of the Heart Defending clan. What Zhao Hai needed the most right now were these magic artifacts. Although he already had the Blood Ghost Staff, nobody would disagree to having more magical items. Zhao Hai didn't want to use these magic artifacts. After he collects these treasures, he was prepared to send them to the people in the space. The Blood Ghost Staff was already enough for him to use. Zhao Hai called Addison and the others to the space. They were becoming impatient lately. Now that Zhao Hai called them over, they immediately came. After Addison and the others arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "What's the problem? Worried? Don't worry, we'll be making our move." Addison's 2 eyes shone. "Young master, have you captured the blood spirit beasts? Have you already mapped the Dark Temple's domain?" Zhao Hai gave a gentle nod. Then he waved his hand, showing the map of the Dark Temple's territory on the monitor. The Blood Needles had succeeded in mapping the Dark Temple's area. Zhao Hai was also introduced to the Underworld's ocean. The Underworld had an ocean with water that was very black. This body of water was different than the Blood River. Once an undead or any creature tries to swim in the ocean's waters, they would immediately be swallowed in. Not even their fiery souls would remain. Zhao Hai also decided to take some of this water into the space. However, the prompt only said that it was an extremely toxic liquid that had the power to swallow everything. Also, it seems like it could also be used for making weapons. Zhao Hai didn't know how big this ocean was. However, Zhao Hai has to recognize the size of the underworld judging by how big the Dark Temple's territory was. The Dark Temple alone held territory almost the size of 5 Taurus continents. Naturally, with lands that size, it was impossible for the Dark Temple to gain complete control over it. There were still some undead in the territory who loved their freedom and were still resisting control. But compared to the Resistance Army, these groups were just like 2 or 3 kittens. They simply didn't have enough power to move the current status quo. Zhao Hai pointed at the Dark Temple's map and said, "This is the territory of the Dark Temple. The red areas are completely controlled by them while the green have yet to be managed. There's still some resistance forces in the green areas, but their strength is very poor." When Addison heard this, his eyes shone. He looked at the huge expanse of red on the monitor. Then he looked at the green spots. With a confused voice he asked, "Young master, so you're saying that there are still some resistance forces inside the Dark Temple's territory? Why didn't we know of this before?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "How would you know when you're separated by the huge land of the Dark Temple? There's no way for you to contact each other, so it's natural that you would be unaware of them." Addison nodded. He didn't say anything more as he closely looked at the map. The domain controlled by the Dark Temple was very huge, and in the middle of it was the Dark Temple itself. After inspecting the map, Addison and the others looked back at Zhao Hai. Seeing their gazes, Zhao Hai said, "Prepare everyone. In a while I will be taking them to the space. Tomorrow we will officially attack the Dark Temple. Our main goal will be the temple itself." When Addison and the others heard this, they couldn't help but feel excited. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent everybody out, making them prepare the army. Actually, there was no need for them to prepare the army since Zhao Hai can just take all of them into the space. However, Zhao Hai wanted to see how they would coordinate groups. A well-trained army was much stronger than an untrained group. These days, Zhao Hai not only made experts, he also trained the undead. He wanted to use this time in order to check the result of their training. Frankly speaking, the training time has been too short. Therefore, the results weren't satisfying. At the very least, Zhao Hai was still not satisfied. The army was still very vulnerable. The undead in the underworld were different from those in the Ark Continent or in the Divine Realm. In the underworld, the undead were born as an undead. Then they were subdued by the space. On the other hand, The undead from the Ark Continent and the Divine Realm were reanimated corpses using magic. Zhao Hai could completely control these undead. This was even true for those undead who had wisdom. If Zhao Hai wanted to, he could control them as though they were his puppets. But for the underworld's undead, Zhao Hai didn't have complete control. Zhao Hai can order them directly to fight, but they weren't as easy to control compared to the other undead. However, this didn't mean that these undead weren't just taken by Zhao Hai and placed inside the space. He trained those he can train. Now, they were easier to use. Zhao Hai basically had complete control over them. After sending Addison and the others away, Zhao Hai called Lizzie and Megan over. Laura and the others were still busy with the processing machine. It was as though they were children that were handed new toys to play with. When Lizzie and Megan arrived at the villa and saw the map on the screen, they immediately understood what was going to happen. They found a place to sit and stared at the map. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "We shall attack the Dark Temple tomorrow. I don't plan to whittle them down this time. We will attack their core. As long as we take care of the Dark Temple, everything would be easier to deal with." Lizzie looked at the map, then after some time she said, "This is a good idea. But the Dark Temple's defense is very strict. It wouldn't be easy to attack them directly. There are also a lot of strongholds around them that could provide support in a short time. I think we should find a way to lure those troops out of the temple." Megan also gave a nod. "I agree. The Dark Temple has too many defenders. There aren't too many rules in their defense, but their numbers can provide some problems. However, judging by the previous clash between the Resistance Army and the Dark Temple, the temple seems to be unable to use army formations. Also, there seems to be no hierarchy in their army. So I think that if we lure the defenders out, just like Sister Lizzie said, the invasion would become much easier." Zhao Hai stared, then he thought for a moment and said, "I like this method. We'll divide the army into 2 teams. Megan, you come with me to command the team that will attack the Dark Temple. Lizzie, you go with Addison and the others to cross the Blood River and attract the Dark Temple's attention. Once the defenders are thinned out, it would become more convenient for us to do our attack." Laura and Megan gave a nod, then Zhao Hai added, "I will order the Blood Spirit Beasts to coordinate with Lizzie. Lizzie, if things go wrong, don't hesitate to immediately withdraw. Do not go at them hard. Drag them over to the Blood River. With this, we would have more chances to succeed." Lizzie nodded. "Brother Hai, rest assured, I know what to do. You need to be careful of that person in the Dark Temple. He surely wouldn't be easy to deal with." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Even if I cannot kill him, I can still escape." Lizzie and Megan chuckled. Then the 3 proceeded to iron out their plan on how to deal with the Dark Temple. In this campaign, Lizzie and the others needed to constrain the Dark Temple in the Blood River. Moreover, they needed to delay the enemy for several days. Once the Dark Temple sends their reserves, only then would Zhao Hai's group make a move. Chapter 1050, Fortress. Addison stood beside the Blood River. He knew Zhao Hai's plan and to be honest, he approved of it. He experienced Zhao Hai's decapitation strategies. It was when they were dealing with the 5-element skeletons and the Gibbon brothers. With this strategy, they would shorten the time to conquer the Dark Temple. Looking at the blood-red body of water, Addison's heart was on fire. They would finally start their true battle against the Dark Temple. Although Addison and the others were now completely loyal to Zhao Hai, they still haven't forgotten about their hatred towards the Dark Temple. They couldn't help but feel happy now that this opportunity has arrived. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared right by Addison's side. Addison felt Zhao Hai's presence, so he immediately bowed and said, "Young master, we've gathered everyone. When do we make a move?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We move now." Then he waved his hand. The water on the river suddenly formed a bridge. The bridge was a couple meters wide and it stretched across the whole span of the river. Zhao Hai proceeded to beckon towards the bridge and said, "Those who can fly, fly over. Those who cannot, walk through the bridge. Make a formation on the other side." Addison responded with an affirming grunt. Then although the undead were still afraid of the Blood River, they still went to the other side. Actually, Zhao Hai could just send them all instantly to the other side. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so because he wanted the Dark Temple's troops on the other side to see the approaching army. Over the years, the Blood River has been the Resistance Army's first line of defense against the Dark Temple. It was their most important line of defense. Also, in the past, the Resistance Army had tried to invade across the Blood River and they paid a huge price for it. If the Dark Temple's troops saw how easily the Resistance Army crossed the river, they would know that it wouldn't just be a simple attack. The moment Addison and the others crossed the Blood River, the war had already begun. Psychological warfare, morale warfare, momentum warfare, all of these were critical to any army. One shouldn't fail in establishing these aspects or else the war wouldn't be good to you. And sure enough, just like Zhao Hai thought, once Addison's army gathered on the Blood River, the people on the other side immediately sensed them and then promptly sent a message back into the Dark Temple. At the beginning, those undead didn't take this matter to heart. In their opinion, the Resistance Army didn't have the strength to protect their lives in crossing the Blood River. Not to mention attacking them, the Resistance Army had to give their all in surviving. They didn't believe that Addison's army would have the strength left to pose a threat. But much to their surprise, a bridge suddenly appeared on top of the Blood River. Then after that, in a relaxed manner, the Resistance Army just flew over the river. Nothing attacked them at all. This left the Dark Temple's troops in a panicked state. However, it was already too late for them to retreat. Although the Blood River wasn't narrow, those who could fly could traverse the body of water in a short time. They didn't leave any time for the Dark Temple's troops to withdraw. The Dark Temple's troops immediately decided to defend. However, their numbers were too low. In almost an instant, they were overthrown by the Resistance Army. But even though they were destroyed, the Dark Temple's troops were still able to pass the situation back. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew about this outcome, and he had a way to stop it. The other party's spiritual force wasn't that strong, and the message would still have to go through a long distance. If Zhao Hai wanted to stop it, he can use his own spiritual force to intercept the message. But Zhao Hai didn't do so since he wanted the Dark Temple to transfer some troops to stop the Resistance Army's advance. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had arrived on the opposite shore. Addison looked at the lands that they had stepped up on. Although it was the same soil as the other side of the river, Addison and the others still felt that something was different. Zhao Hai didn't care about what they were thinking as he gave his command, "Pitch camp." Addison and the others recovered. Then they quickly complied and pitched the camp. They were prepared to defend this place for some time. This was where Zhao Hai plans to attract the Dark Temple's troops. In Zhao Hai's eyes, this wasn't the main battlefield. The true battlefield would be at the heart of the Dark Temple. As long as they destroy the Dark Temple's core, then everything else would be easy. Zhao Hai also knew that for the coming days, the situation in this place would become beyond frigid. This was because the Dark Temple would regard this place as the main battlefront. Their armies would surely be unceasing. The pressure on Addison and the others would be very huge. Although Addison and the others were undead, after the establishment of the academies, they had become their own race. This independence wasn't only in Addison's heart. Zhao Hai believed this to be the case as well. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai didn't want Addison and the others to die in vain. Therefore, Zhao Hai planned to attack the Dark Temple's morale, decreasing the pressure placed on Addison's group. The base that Zhao Hai would construct wasn't just any ordinary base. Zhao Hai borrowed the Divine Race's fortress plans in order to make a stronghold. Not only was earth magic used in order to erect a 100-meter-high stone wall, there would also be magic cannons and blood lightning javelins provided. All of these things were used to defend against the enemy. Zhao Hai wasn't stingy this time. He took everything he can afford to take out. The blood lightning javelins that the Space Maid had been upgraded. Not only did they include a huge dormant energy inside, it also included deadly poison. This poison came from the underworld's dark ocean. It was very lethal against the undead. Besides these things, Zhao Hai also prepared a moat outside the fortress. This moat had the Blood River's water flowing through it, complete with blood spirit beasts. The Dark Temple would have to pay a very heavy price if they wanted to attack this fortress. Zhao Hai regarded this war as his last war in the underworld. Because of this, he didn't spare anything in his preparations. He was going to use this event to swallow the entire underworld. As long as he destroyed the Dark Temple, the undead under the temple's control would lose their power. As for the Neutral Alliance, Zhao Hai wasn't concerned about them. Because of this, Zhao Hai did his best in order to build this fortress into a solid defensive structure. This way, it would attract more attention from the Dark Temple, making Zhao Hai more relaxed in facing the man behind it. Regardless of the enemy, Zhao Hai would still give his all. And even if Zhao Hai knew that the person behind the Dark Temple was probably just an incarnation and wouldn't be that strong, he still didn't underestimate him. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was to eliminate the other party while losing as least personnel as possible. Zhao Hai was anxious to finish this thing because 1. He wanted to obtain the buried treasures, and 2. Because his cultivation has increased beyond his imagination after gaining a new heart. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't be long before he would complete the first stage of the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. And when that time comes, Zhao Hai would have no choice but to ascend. Zhao Hai wanted to finish his matters in the underworld before that happens. With Zhao Hai's efforts, the fortress was slowly being completed. Although the undead wanted to help, most if not all of them could only use dark energy. For them, using earth element energy to make the wall was impossible. Therefore, they could only watch as the fortress was being made. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was very powerful. It didn't take long before the wall was finished. The magic cannons and the javelins have also been installed. After that, the experienced undead inside the space began to teach the other undead how to operate the magic cannons and use the javelins. The tests proved that their might wasn't small. The undead in the underworld were strong. They were even stronger than the experts in the divine realm. Even the ordinary undead had formidable defense. But now, Zhao Hai's weapons have been improved. The magic cannons constructed by the processing machine now used materials that weren't available before. This made the magic cannons last longer. The magic formations used on the cannons have also been upgraded, making each shot more lethal. Even if the undead were defensively strong, they would still suffer under the magic cannons. Zhao Hai finished making the fortress 3 days later. Making such a fortress in only 3 days, the only one who could do it alone was probably Zhao Hai. The fortress was constructed right beside the Blood River, so it only had 3 walls. Moreover, these walls weren't just ordinary straight structures. There were all kinds of edges and corners installed in them. Zhao Hai used his earth magic in order to provide the magic cannons and the javelins the best locations to fire from. Outside the walls was a moat made with a branching stream of the Blood River. Inside this moat were blood spirit beasts ready for ambush. At this point, they were waiting for the Dark Temple to arrive. At the same time, Lizzie was also using the space as monitor to pay attention to the Dark Temple's movements. Before long, the Dark Temple's army was dispatched. But this time, the army they sent only contained a small number of troops. It seems like they didn't think that the resistance army would be a threat. On the other hand, they concentrated their troops on the Neutral Alliance. It looks like they were planning to deal with the resistance army along the way before they clashed with the Neutral Alliance. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know how to react. The Dark Temple actually treats the resistance army as a side dish. Upon seeing the situation, Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack the Dark Temple. Although there weren't a lot of defending troops left, the fact that the Dark Temple sent their troops to face the Neutral Alliance was something that was out of Zhao Hai's expectation. The Neutral Alliance was quite close to the Dark Temple's central area. If Zhao Hai can't take out the core of the Dark Temple in a short time, then the army facing the Neutral Alliance would immediately return, and in a quick manner. Once they return, Zhao Hai's surprise plan would be put to waste. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai decided to wait. Once the fortress dealt with the first wave of troops, the army facing the Neutral Alliance would surely send people to deal with them. As long as that army moves, then Zhao Hai could immediately attack the Dark Temple. Even for the experts, The distance between the Blood River and the Dark Temple's core territory would take them several days of travel. The fourth day after Zhao Hai completed the fortress, the Dark Temple's army finally arrived. The army stood outside the fortress, dumbfounded. They didn't expect a fortress here. There was even a moat. The Dark Temple's undead stared at the huge fortress. They were speechless for a while. Zhao Hai made a large fortress. It can hold about 100 million undead inside. The army sent by the Dark Temple this time contained 500 million undead. It was impossible for these undead to take a fortress that was armed to the teeth. The Dark Temple's high-ranking undead were also left staring. They didn't know what to do with the situation. After further discussions among them, they decided to make an attack first to see what would happen. Before long, 100 million took flight and threw themselves towards the fortress. Zhao Hai wasn't inside the fortress and was instead inside the space. He was looking at the monitor while Lizzie was commanding the undead. He didn't plan on interfering. At the same time, Lizzie didn't make any great moves. He just commanded the undead to man the magic cannons as well as equip themselves with javelins. Then they waited in place. When the approaching undead were about a kilometer away from the fortress, Lizzie finally ordered to launch the attack. Energy beams from the magic cannons immediately flew towards the undead. The undead haven't encountered this kind of attack before. They kept flying forward. They didn't even try to dodge. But after the unending barrage of magic cannon fire and javelins arrived, batches upon batches of undead began to fall from the sky. However, this didn't end there. Another batch of attacks came in. Upon seeing the next wave, the Dark Temple's undead began to wake up. One after another they began to dodge. It was total chaos. However, they were still at a safe distance. Although there were a lot of deaths brought by the magic cannons and the javelins, there were even more undead who were able to escape. The Dark Temple's undead were completely untrained. They were a motley crew. Just one hit from the fortress magic cannons and javelins was enough to send them back. Chapter 1051, Contest of Strength. The Dark Temple's high-ranked undead couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect their attack to end this soon. Wasn't this too fast? At the same time, what were those things shooting out from the fortress? How can they be so lethal? They can actually one-shot the undead? The high-ranked undead from the Dark Temple looked at the fortress. They really didn't know what to do with it. Then at this time, one of the smarter high-ranked undead suddenly said, "They managed to cross the Blood River. Does this mean there are no blood spirit beasts here? In this case, we can cross the river. We will attack their nest and then come back to take care of them." The other undead stared when they heard this, then all of a sudden they all laughed. The loudest one of them said, right, you're right. Since they can cross the river, we can do it too. Let's go and attack their nest. After that was said, they immediately directed a group of undead to fly across the river. But as soon as they crossed over, the blood spirit beasts immediately attacked. Moreover, the beasts this time seemed to be more powerful than usual. No undead who crossed the river survived from the attack. Faced with this situation, the Dark Temple's undead couldn't help but stop. They were now made aware that there were still blood spirit beasts in the Blood River. Wanting to cross the river at this time wouldn't be an easy matter. The undead who commanded the army gathered together once more, each of their expressions difficult to look at, especially the undead who suggested crossing the Blood River. The other undead looked at him, not knowing what to say. They knew that the advice wasn't a bad idea. It was in fact very good. They just underestimated the resistance army. After several minutes of silence, one of them said, "We must inform the Dark God about this situation. I really didn't expect the blood spirit beasts to not attack the resistance army. This matter is very important. We need to ask the Dark God to send reinforcements. If we cannot take this fortress, then the resistance army would have a solid foothold in our territory. As this goes on, they would be able to sabotage a lot of our plans. They would be able to attack whenever they want while we would be in a passive state." The group nodded. Although they don't understand basic troops formations, the current situation was simple enough for them to understand. After seeing everyone nod, the undead who suggested the idea continued, Let's send a group to head back with the message. Meanwhile, we can organize our 500 million strong army to do something. Even if we cannot take the fortress down, we can still probe their capabilities. And once the Dark God's army arrives, we can take the fortress in one go. The group nodded. Then the undead who just spoke immediately arranged for a small team to inform the Dark God. Then he assembled another team. He looked at them and said, "You cowards, listen to me. We're already dead, but the Dark God has given us another life. Our lives belong to the Dark God. We have an enemy in front of us. If we cannot deal with them, then they would be a threat to our God. We need to take this fortress. I will personally command this team in the back line. If I find anyone retreating, I will kill them immediately. Now go ahead, for the Dark God." The undead shouted loudly, "For the Dark God." Then they proceeded to throw themselves towards the fortress. The Dark Temple's undead seems to be brainwashed by the man behind it. For their Dark God, they seem to stop their rationality. This includes their instinct to preserve their lives. Zhao Hai was already prepared about this situation. It can be said that if one wanted to control people without the use of money, then they would have to rely on faith. The best way to control the undead was through the use of faith. Naturally, the one who used this method was the man behind the Dark Temple. This explains the burst of morale when the words Dark God were mentioned. Zhao Hai had thought about this before, so he really wasn't that surprised. He didn't make any moves or relayed any commands. He plans to leave everything to Lizzie and the others. They were good at these things. Now that their morale had risen, the Dark Temple's undead began to rush towards the fortress. However, what waited for them a kilometer away from the fortress were endless attacks. Both magic cannons and javelins were doing their part. They were advanced goods produced by the upgraded processing machine, so there was no need to doubt their quality. Additionally, there were enough ammunition present, and with the Dark Temple's undead being unorganized, taking the fortress was truly impossible. The high-ranked undead didn't participate in the attack and just observed the fortress. They wanted to see the defensive capabilities of the structure. After observing for some time, these undead couldn't help but recognize that the fortress defenses were abnormal. The fortress seems to be an infinitely attacking machine. Wanting to reach the fortress walls seemed to be impossible. Sometime after the attack started, a high-ranked undead suddenly said, "We cannot just attack like this. We need to find a solution." The other undead looked at him, so he sighed and said, "Gather the Lich together, the undead archers as well. Have the Lich sneak into the fortress and attack it with magic. We'll use the archers to draw their attention away from the Lich." The other undead had no other ideas, so they all agreed. Before long, a large number of Lich as well as undead archers were arranged. The bows and arrows of the archers were made out of bones. The bows were refined from their own bodies. Undead who chose this path could only fight at long range. The bodies of the undead archers look more fragile compared to the others, but in return, this made them more agile. The arrows they used were made out of bones commonly found in the underworld, but every one of them would have about 10 arrows refined from their own bodies. These arrows were the true killers. Each one of them had their own special property. After the archers and the Lich were gathered, the high-ranked undead immediately gave them their orders. The archers and the Lich quickly understood their purpose and promptly prepared themselves. To be honest, if the undead archers used their ordinary arrows, then it would be impossible for them to reach the fortress while being in a safe distance. In order to attract the fortress attention, they would have to use their special arrows. It didn't take long for undead archers to arrive just beyond the 1-kilometer line. Then, under the command of a high-ranked undead, they began to fire their arrows at the same time. As the arrows were shot out, the Lich began to progress towards the fortress. The high-ranked undead focused their attention on the fortress. They wanted to see how the fortress would respond. Originally, in the minds of these high-ranked undead, battles were nothing more than leading a group, clashing for some time, and then having the experts battle it out in order to find the winner. But now, the fortress had taught them that wars weren't that simple. These undead also knew that wars were just like battles between two experts. One had to have the ability to look into their strength as well as their enemies. If they weren't doing great, then they would fall behind, and in turn they would have more pressure during the fight. Under the gazes of the high-ranked undead, the fortress suddenly raised a bright red curtain, protecting the entire fortress. The arrows that went through this curtain were all blown up. They were rendered useless. They also saw the fortress firing another round of their magic cannons. However, this salvo wasn't heading towards the undead archers, but to a different area instead. After the magic cannon fire exploded, one could see fiery souls on the ground. It was obvious that this was the place where the Lich were just in. Upon seeing this situation, the high-ranked undead could no longer sit still. They didn't expect the enemy to be able to disrupt their plan, and they didn't expect the enemy to be able to detect the stealthed Lich. This also made them very curious. One must know that a Lich's stealth technique was something that even high-ranked undead wouldn't be able to break. A stealthed Lich didn't emit energy nor do they make noise. But despite these things, the fortress was actually able to find them. The fortress surely wasn't simple. They also knew that although the Lich race's stealth ability was formidable, it still conformed to the rules of the heavens and the earth. It was impossible for the Lich to achieve perfect stealth. The Dark Temple's undead continued to make attacks 10 more times, but each time, they were repelled by Zhao Hai's fortress. Also, all of the fiery souls were taken by Zhao Hai to the space. These fiery souls were good resources to improve the undead. In these attacks, the Dark Temple had lost a lot. They didn't have any formations, they just blindly charged, and then after some time they would retreat. By the end of the attacks, the Dark Temple had already lost 100 million undead. This showed how tragic their current situation was. Chapter 1052. Yan Wind Ghost Emperor. The Dark Temple besieged the fortress for 3 days. The attacks made in these 3 days cost the Dark Temple 200 million undead. But even with this much loss, they had yet to touch the fortress walls. They haven't even reached the moat. The fortress firepower was just too powerful. This was the Dark Temple's first encounter with this type of defense. They really didn't know what to do. Although these undead were practically unafraid of death, not being able to even come in contact with the enemy made them frustrated. At this point, the morale of the Dark Temple's army was at an all-time low. The leaders of the Dark Temple army also didn't know what to do. Actually, the Dark Temple had no formal army. With this setup, it would be impossible for them to capture the fortress. However, the Dark Temple army still haven't retreated. They were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. They sent their message 3 days ago. At the earliest, the reinforcements would take 10 days. Because of this, the Dark Temple army could only wait. At this time, they were afraid of attacking the fortress. If they kept attacking, then they would no doubt be wiped out. The Dark Temple gathered 500 million undead for this army, and in only 3 days, they lost 200 million. If things kept going as it is, they wouldn't last 10 days. The Dark Temple's high-ranked undead were initially thinking of attacking themselves. However, the results weren't ideal. Addison and the others simply didn't allow them to make a move. Although they made a few more rounds of attacks, the fortress defenses didn't give them any opportunity to succeed. Not to mention the fact that Addison and the others were present on top of the walls. In this case, the high-ranked undead had no choice but to surround the fortress without attacking. While this was happening, Zhao Hai was paying attention to the Dark Temple's response. The people sending the message were very fast. Since there was no need to move alongside an army, they were free of an enormous burden. It didn't take long for them to reach the Dark Temple. Currently, the Dark Temple was facing against the Neutral Alliance. It may even be possible that they were just waiting for the news about the Resistance Army's defeat. Since the Battle of the Fortress was put on hold, Lizzie finally had time to relax. Actually, it can be said that the fortress was already completely defensible, especially in the underworld where the Dark Temple didn't have a lot of strategies in their attacks. Because of this, Lizzie was able to accomplish her task with ease. She hasn't even used the blood spirit beasts in the moat. The beasts were prepared as the main dish to oppose the incoming army. In the next few days, the fortress was quite calm. Although Zhao Hai had the strength to easily kill them all, this action would just alert the Dark Temple. Therefore, Zhao Hai just kept his hand and waited for the Dark Temple to make a decision. Just like Zhao Hai calculated, The messengers reached the Dark Temple with the report at the proper time. Although the Dark God was in a murderous phase right now, he still transferred troops over towards the Blood River in order to eradicate the resistance army. The Dark God's present stance confirmed Zhao Hai's theories. The Dark God was certainly an incarnation. Moreover, it seems like he can't leave the Dark Temple. This was absolutely good news for Zhao Hai. Since the Dark Temple's army had already been dispatched, readjusting their position was very quick. Zhao Hai calculated that they would take 10 days to arrive at the Blood River, but in fact it only took them 9 days. There were a lot of undead who were left behind in this operation. Looking at the messy march, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. If he cannot win against this kind of enemy, then he might as well kill himself with a slab of tofu. The army sent by the Dark Temple this time numbered 5 billion. There would also be a continuous stream of reinforcements coming over in the next few days. However, this number of troops wasn't a lot in Zhao Hai's eyes. If he wasn't planning on ending this war as soon as possible, then he could just abandon his plan of attacking the temple and instead he would just slowly march his army forward while killing everything they meet. This time, the Dark Temple sent most of their troops towards the Blood River. The Dark Temple's divine city only had 500,000 undead left inside. Although this city looked just like a trading hub, as long as an emergency arrives, everyone can become qualified soldiers. After all, each undead in the underworld were born fighters. Also, there were 4 satellite cities around the Divine City. Each city had about 200,000 undead. When necessary, these undead could present an army with strength that couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai discovered that the undead in the Divine City wouldn't be used in battle. It seems like the Dark God was very careful. However, Zhao Hai was already prepared for this situation. It was impossible for the enemy to not protect itself. As long as a large enough army was prepared by the Dark Temple, Zhao Hai wouldn't care about those who were left behind. After the Dark Temple's undead reached the fortress, they only had a simple rest before they immediately attacked. But at this time, Zhao Hai didn't go and attack the Divine City. He waited. There were still troops trailing behind. He has to wait until all soldiers arrive before he attacks the Divine City. In 3 days, the whole army would be finally gathered at the fortress. Zhao Hai made some calculations and the Dark Temple's army would end up numbering nearly 10 billion. This was a huge number. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Instead, he was actually glad. With all these soldiers here, Zhao Hai's assault on the Dark Temple's core would be more relaxed. The second day after arriving at the fortress, Zhao Hai brought 10 million undead to the Dark Temple's Divine City. When Zhao Hai came out, he divided the army into 2 batches. One group surrounded the Divine City, while the other group defended the vicinity. Just as Zhao Hai thought, when the Dark Temple's undead saw that they had been surrounded, they immediately sprung out and attacked. However, they were quickly met with an intense retaliation. The undead that Zhao Hai brought this time were the old undead of the space. They had fought many battles and were very skilled even without any instructions. They were also well versed in battle formations. Not to mention Megan was their commander. The encirclement immediately converged on the Dark Temple. Although it looks like they were protecting the temple, this was actually done so that nobody would be able to escape. Zhao Hai stopped paying attention to the battle as he carefully observed the Dark Temple. The temple was completely made out of black bones. It was as high as 100 meters and occupied land area of about 1,000 square meters. The architectural style of the building made Zhao Hai feel as though it was a typical Chinese architecture. Its great hall had 2 massive bone doors. The doors were engraved with various monsters. The temple's roof was made with bone plates, and it also had upturned eaves. On each corner of the roof were skeletal monsters. The entire place looked like a haunted temple. The monster designs included a bird-fish insect hybrid. The ones engraved on the doors were traditional lion and beast carvings, just like those in ancient doors. As Zhao Hai was carefully inspecting the appearance of the palace, a voice suddenly came from inside. "Why just stand there? Since you've come, why don't you enter?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." He said that as though he was visiting his friend's home. Then he proceeded to slowly enter the Great Hall. However, just as Zhao Hai was about to enter the hall, The eyes of the monsters on the doors suddenly lit up with fire. They turned to Zhao Hai and roared. It seems as though they were about to pounce. Zhao Hai just smiled. He didn't stop as he continued walking. At this time, the voice inside the hall said, "Stand down, let him through." After that, the monsters went silent. Zhao Hai slowly entered the hall. The hall was built like a palace, but it was more grand than an average hall. The whole place had a total of 9 steps. Each step presented a higher status than the other. On the 9th step was a chair made of bones. The cover of the chair was made out of leather. On top of the chair was a huge dragon skull. The skull seemed to look at Zhao Hai, giving him intense pressure. Sat on the chair was a person that didn't look like an undead. His clothes were black and were embroidered with all kinds of skeletons. In his hand was a scepter made out of bones. On the end of the scepter was a skull. The entire scepter was gold. However, embedded in the eyes of the skull were 2 red stones. This made the scepter look like it was a ghost that could bite anyone at any time. The person was thin, looking like bones covered by a layer of skin. He had grass-like white hair. His 2 eyes sparkled with ghastly flames while he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could confirm that those weren't fiery souls but instead a result of a certain cultivation method. The person was also inspecting Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had the appearance of the Dark Pharaoh who held his blood ghost staff. After some time, the person said, "You aren't undead?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, I am just like you, not an undead." The man's expression changed. He immediately replied, "Who sent you? You actually dare to disrupt my plans?" Just because this Xianwen Ghost Emperor had stayed quiet all these years, it does not mean that I've turned soft. Chapter 1053 to 1056. Chapter 1053. The attack has already begun. Upon listening to the Xianwen Ghost Emperor, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly understood that the Ghost Emperor was probing. First he asked Zhao Hai about who sent him and then he introduced himself. This was to see Zhao Hai's reaction. Zhao Hai was now assured that the Xianwen Ghost Emperor was from the cultivation realm, and that he was a fierce character. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. Xianwen Ghost Emperor was truly a hard-to-deal-with character in the cultivation realm. This person's cultivation on the Ghost Dao was immeasurably deep, to the point of being in control of countless ghosts. Moreover, his Xianwen techniques were unparalleled under the heavens. At the same time, this person had the attitude of holding on to grudges. He doesn't care about his status. There was a case when the elders of a huge sect managed to offend him, so he didn't hesitate and target the lower-ranked disciples of the sect. This was an act that someone of his level generally wouldn't do. Because his cultivation was quite powerful, even if he cannot defeat you, you still wouldn't be able to catch him. Therefore, in the cultivation realm, the name Xianwen Ghost Emperor would always induce headaches to those who heard it. In the cultivation realm, if your family or sect was strong, then it doesn't necessarily mean that nobody would provoke you. People like the Xianwen Ghost Emperor completely disregarded face. These kinds of evil people were the ones who gave people the most painful headaches. Unfortunately for the Xianwen Ghost Emperor, today was not his lucky day. This was because he was against Zhao Hai. Also, Zhao Hai wasn't from the cultivation realm, something that Xianwen Ghost Emperor wouldn't be on guard against. Zhao Hai looked at the Xianwen Ghost Emperor and smiled. This one has seen the Ghost Emperor. Please forgive me, I have never heard of the Ghost Emperor's name before today. I just came here to ask the Ghost Emperor to leave the underworld. This place belongs to me. The Xianwen Ghost Emperor looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai's tone and voice looked very respectful. However, the contents of Zhao Hai's message was actually impolite. This was the Emperor's first encounter with this situation in a long time. After a while, the Xianwen Ghost Emperor finally reacted. His face turned blue as he said, "Kid, do you know who you're speaking to? Tell me who sent you." "Even the person who sent you wouldn't dare talk to me this way." Zhao Hai wanted to roll his eyes, but then he suddenly had an idea. He laughed and said, "Xianwen Ghost Emperor, if I said that I haven't heard your name, then I haven't heard your name. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you who sent me. The person who sent me is more powerful than you. Not only does he control the divine realm, he also controls the Ark continent, the demon realm, the barbarian plane, as well as a lot of small and large planes. He's someone you can't compare to. Although Zhao Hai didn't say the person's name, the mere fact that the person controls the divine realm, demon realm, arc continent, and barbarian plane was enough of a clue for the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor to know that the person was Lu Wei. Even if Zhao Hai didn't really know who Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was, he knew that it would be better if Lu Wei had more enemies. Also, the reason why Zhao Hai mentioned the Arc Continent and the Barbarian Plane was because he didn't want the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor to get the wrong person. After all, the Divine Realm and the Demon Realm were names that high-level planes would commonly have. There would be no point if Yin Wind Ghost Emperor found the wrong guy. Actually, Zhao Hai's guess was correct. In the Cultivation Realm, there were groups who control other planes, but not as much as Zhao Hai thought. But even so, there were planes that called themselves the Divine Realm or the Demon Realm. After all, the people in these planes wouldn't be aware of the Cultivation Realm as well as the multitude of other planes. If the leaders of these planes feel proud of their home, they would want to place themselves into an overbearing position. And what was more domineering than calling your plane either the Divine Realm or the Demon Realm? When the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor heard Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed before he coldly snorted, "Is that so?" Nevertheless, those who offend the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor wouldn't be able to escape. "Today, I will capture you and refine your soul. I will make sure that you will not be able to reincarnate." Zhao Hai laughed and replied, "Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, you overestimate yourself. Even if you are powerful, this is not the Cultivation Realm, this is the underworld. It is impossible for your real body to come here. Just your incarnation. How strong are you right now? 1/10th, 1/20th. With that strength, and you still want to catch me? Are you dreaming? And you might as well stop using your spiritual force on me." Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, I didn't know that you were this naive. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Emperor's expression couldn't help but undergo a drastic change. What Zhao Hai said wasn't wrong. The moment he entered the hall, he was already being attacked. Zhao Hai just pretended that he didn't discover anything. He used this moment to speak out in order to issue a blow to the Ghost Emperor's confidence. He didn't know how long the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor has lived for, and he also didn't know how many old monsters the Ghost Emperor has defeated. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to treat this matter lightly. Before entering the Dark Temple, he already made the scanner analyze the area. The design and construction of the temple wasn't just for looks, it was also crucial to this fight. Built alongside the Dark Temple were numerous formations. Some of these formations focus on controlling the undead, while some worked to improve the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's spiritual force. Naturally, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was aware that his incarnation wasn't invincible in the underworld. Because of this, he needed to augment his strength, and amplifying his spiritual force was the best choice. While building the Dark Temple, he made sure to install magic formations in order to enhance his spiritual strength. Another reason for these formations was to protect his incarnation. The incarnation isn't very strong while in the underworld. Also, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor discovered something. The underworld's dark mist has an influence on the incarnation. If the dark mist was allowed to exist near the incarnation, then the incarnation might go out of control and become an independent undead creature in the underworld. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor certainly wouldn't let this happen. Therefore, he made the Dark Temple in order to protect the incarnation, keeping the dark mist from entering the temple. It was for this reason that the Ghost Emperor didn't leave the temple. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor had already discovered the peculiarity about Zhao Hai. With his profound insight, he actually couldn't see the depth of Zhao Hai's strength. This caused the Ghost Emperor to be startled. Because of this, he decided to deal with Zhao Hai from the very beginning. The moment Zhao Hai was about to enter the hall, the Ghost Emperor's moves had already started. From the monsters at the door to the words he spoke, everything was done in order to exert pressure on Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai seems to fall into his trap. However, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor didn't expect that Zhao Hai also had plans against him, and that Zhao Hai started much sooner. Zhao Hai's analysis of the Dark Temple didn't come up with nothing. Ever since Zhao Hai acquired the Heart Defending Clan's inheritance, he was able to learn about the formations that had been analyzed by the scanner. He knew that the Dark Temple was actually the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's weapon, a very formidable weapon. Not only could this weapon protect the Ghost Emperor, it could also deal with the enemies who dared to enter the Dark Temple. However, Zhao Hai still decided to enter the Dark Temple. He wanted to see how strong the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor really was. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to capture the Ghost Emperor's incarnation so that he could gain a better understanding of the cultivation realm. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's face was pale as he looked at Zhao Hai, then with clenched teeth, he said, "Good, good. I didn't think that you would be aware of it for a long time. However, you have entered my Dark Temple. Don't even think of escaping." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I really don't know how this temple could be a threat to me. Although you have arranged magic formations, these formations only augment your spiritual attacks or trap your enemies. These formations are useless against me. Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, I advise you to withdraw your incarnation, or else, don't blame me if I choose to refine it." The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor laughed and said, "Alright, kid, you're really arrogant. You're the first person to talk to me like that in many years. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can withstand the spiritual attacks of the temple? Have you forgotten about those bone beasts? Are you aware of what kinds of beasts those are?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and replied, "I wouldn't dare underestimate the Ghost Emperor's schemes. Those bone beasts should be famous monsters from the cultivation realm. In order to increase your security, you killed those monsters and sent them to the underworld in order to protect your incarnation. Even if they are dead, they are still formidable. More importantly, you refined these beasts and made them into your puppets. Did I say anything wrong?" The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's expression turned dark. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to know about these things. This was equal to having one of his cards exposed. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor angrily shouted, "It's useless to say anything more. I'll let my subordinates do the talking." Then the Ghost Emperor's figure flew and slowly hid himself inside the Dark Temple. At the same time, several beast skeletons began to flood the hall. The beast skeletons rushed into the hall, but in a blink of an eye they vanished. Zhao Hai also discovered that the surrounding landscape had changed. It wasn't the Dark Temple anymore. Instead, he seems to be inside a ghost forest. There were various malicious ghosts wandering randomly all around him. Zhao Hai knew that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor had already activated his formation. This formation was the same type as the 5-element killing formation. It was a formation meant to kill. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He also knew that the beast skeletons should be in the vicinity waiting for an opportunity to attack him. Zhao Hai just wanted to see how powerful this killing formation really was. Zhao Hai had already made Kair look into the formation. In fact, when the formation started, Laura and Kair were already paying attention to the monitor. This killing formation wasn't as good as the 5-element killing formation. Although Zhao Hai could see a lot of ghosts around him, these ghosts seem to be completely harmless. Those who can attack or those skeleton beasts that were lying in ambush. On the Space's monitor, these ghosts weren't shown at all. This meant that the ghosts had no attacking power. They were only used to scare people and make sounds. On the other hand, the skeleton beasts were clearly displayed on the monitor. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. Zhao Hai quietly stood there and watched the ghosts. Although the ghosts looked very real, just like real malicious spirits, Zhao Hai just regarded them as mere showpieces in a movie, not threatening in any manner. Zhao Hai had a lot of contact with the undead, so regarding things like ghosts, he certainly would not feel anything. On the other hand, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's expression was quite ugly as he looked at Zhao Hai's reaction. This formation was an imitation of the Ghost Emperor's weapon, the 10,000 Ghosts Scepter's 10,000 Ghosts formation. But unlike the real thing, the ghosts of this formation were almost illusory. Only after absorbing the dark mist for a period of time would these ghosts transform and carry out physical attacks. The ghosts from the real 10,000 Ghost Scepter were incomparably powerful. Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's 10,000 Ghost Scepter was the golden scepter that he was holding. However, that scepter was also just an incarnation. The Ghost Emperor certainly wouldn't send his most important treasure to the underworld. He placed a lot of effort in developing the treasure, and it was also the source of most of his strength. A person like the In-Wind Ghost Emperor can be said to have enemies in all places. Because of this, he wouldn't dare even think about parting with his most important weapon. Although it would be very helpful for his cultivation to send the scepter, preserving his own life was much more important. The In-Wind Ghost Emperor didn't tell this to Zhao Hai, but he had been behaving for quite some time. However, this wasn't due to his own decision. This was because the Ghost Emperor had offended a very strong person. If he was found by this enemy, then he would be in great trouble. Because of this, the Ghost Emperor behaved and focused on managing Underworld. Chapter 1054, The Attack of an Enraged In-Wind Ghost Emperor. Zhao Hai looked at the ghosts. He sensed that the ghosts were winding up for attack. At the same time, Zhao Hai could feel the ghosts absorbing the dark mist and beginning to materialize. Zhao Hai's spiritual force has been greatly enhanced. Additionally, he has been training how to use his spiritual force with Barry these past few days. Because of this, he was now quite skillful in using his spiritual force. It can be said that although the succubi weren't the strongest when it came to spiritual forces, no other race could compare to them when it came to control. The succubi were born with spiritual force. It was their racial skill. One shouldn't underestimate this innate skill. It was said that reaching the peak needed 99% diligence and 1% talent. This 1% of talent was often much more important than the other 99%. Just like how the dwarves were innately born with sensitivity towards metals, the succubi were innately born to control spiritual force in a minute level. Minute control and ordinary control were totally different. If ordinary control was sewing clothes, this minute control was embroidery. Minute control was transforming spiritual force into filaments and controlling it. And this wasn't just a two-step approach. It was also a balancing act on what to focus on. Zhao Hai trained in minutely controlling his spiritual force because he had analyzed the formations of the Dark Temple ahead of time. He was prepared for this attack. Just as the In-Wind Ghost Emperor launched the formation, Zhao Hai immediately controlled his spiritual force to cover the entire formation. He was able to look at the formation because of this ability. This allowed him to not only know that the ghosts could make spiritual attacks, but they could also inflict physical damage. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. Spiritual and physical attacks were totally different. Moreover, it was very hard to defend against this kind of transforming attack. For example, a ghost would throw itself over to Zhao Hai, but the ghost just passed through his body and didn't do any harm. The next time, when a ghost would fly towards Zhao Hai, he could choose to ignore it. However, this time, the ghost would suddenly make an attack. In this case, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of this, Zhao Hai was thinking that the formation was adaptable and strong. However, Zhao Hai didn't know that the formation didn't actually have that many effects. This formation collects 10,000 living souls and refines them. Then it would release the souls to attack the enemy. Its only strategy was ghost swarming, nothing else. A person's living soul and fiery souls were completely different. Fiery souls were mutated souls that allowed the undead to absorb energy and obtain life. On the other hand, living souls were souls obtained after a human just died. It was the thing that allowed humans to grow stronger when they were alive. It also allowed them to reincarnate after death. If its owner had grievances when they were alive, the living souls would turn into malicious ghosts. It was totally different from fiery souls. The In-Wind Ghost Emperor was also paying attention to Zhao Hai. After seeing Zhao Hai standing there and not moving, the Ghost Emperor began to form ideas in his mind. But he wasn't thinking that Zhao Hai didn't dare to move. He hasn't fought with Zhao Hai before, and even if his incarnation wasn't that strong in the underworld, he still had his insight. He was aware that Zhao Hai wasn't weak. It can be said that Zhao Hai was the strongest person he ever met after entering the underworld. This formation shouldn't be enough to scare Zhao Hai. In fact, the 10,000 ghosts formation's use was just to surround Zhao Hai and confuse his sight and hearing. This way, the beast skeletons would be able to find an opportunity to make an attack. Zhao Hai was paying attention to the formation as well as the beast skeletons, and in both subjects, Zhao Hai wasn't able to find anything special. Then while observing the Dark Temple, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a small formation on the skull of a beast skeleton. This caused him to be startled. Then he traced the skull to see anything else special. Originally, Zhao Hai wasn't able to see any difference between these beast skeletons and the beasts in the underworld. But then, Kair gave him a reminder. After looking at the skulls of the skeleton beasts, Kair suddenly said, "Young master, these beasts aren't from the underworld. They have eyes." Those words reminded Zhao Hai that the beasts in the underworld didn't have eyes. On the other hand, these skeleton beasts had eye sockets. And after thinking about where they were in the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, it seems like Zhao Hai had correctly guessed the identity of these skeleton beasts. In his dialogue with the Ghost Emperor, Zhao Hai just deliberately said those words as a probe. He didn't expect that he was right. The skeleton beasts were now making their move. Their actions were very smooth and it seems like they were following a certain rhythm. Inside the 10,000 ghost formation, they were able to walk discreetly. Zhao Hai wasn't paying attention to them using fine threads of his spiritual force, then he wouldn't have been able to feel them. The skeleton beasts were probably controlled by the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Because of this, they were able to hide their energy while moving. Any creature, as long as they had energy, would emit energy when they move. On the other hand, these beast skeletons didn't emit any energy while moving. This wasn't an accident. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was certainly using tricks. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, a skeleton beast about 5 meters away from him began to crouch in preparation to strike. Just as the skeleton beast pounced, Zhao Hai waved his hand and turned his blood ghost staff into a sledgehammer and then swung it towards the skeleton beast's skull. The skeleton beast shook, and before it could respond, Zhao Hai turned the sledgehammer into a huge net that covered the entire beast. After that, Zhao Hai pulled the net and just like a basketball, he flung it over and shot it straight into the space. The process might look very slow, but it actually happened very fast. It was like how you catch the ball and then lobbed it into the basket immediately. When the skeleton beast was sent to the space, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor immediately felt that his connection to the beast was cut off. This caused him to be surprised. One must know that although the beasts weren't that strong in the cultivation realm, a lot of time was spent refining them. Now that someone had stolen one, how could he not be angry? The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor felt his lungs explode with rage. But at this moment, several skeleton beasts threw themselves towards Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's movements were quick, this also left him with an opening. The beasts used this opportunity to attack. However, Zhao Hai did something that the beast never expected. His body flashed and then reappeared a few meters away. This change in position made the skeleton beasts attack the empty air. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about them as he moved and rushed towards the skeleton beasts. But the beasts were slippery. They immediately retreated to the Sea of Ghosts, disappearing from sight. Zhao Hai wanted to catch the skeleton beasts, but unfortunately, he was stopped by the ghosts that have already materialized. Because of the dark mist, the ghosts were now tangible. Naturally, they were different compared to real malicious ghosts, and their strengths were worse. Nevertheless, they have materialized and now had fighting power. At this time, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he turned the head of his blood ghost staff into a lotus. Zhao Hai raised his staff as it emitted light. It was as though the sun had just risen. This was light magic. Moreover, it was a wide-scale light magic called Descent of the Holy Light. Light element was the nemesis of dark energy, and these ghosts were made out of dark energy. Along with the flash of this light element magic, the ghosts screeched before they vanished. After using his light magic, Zhao Hai moved and appeared beside a skeleton beast. While the skeleton beast was still struggling under the light magic, Zhao Hai caught its neck and then threw it into the space. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor didn't expect Zhao Hai to use light element magic in the underworld. One must know that dark energy was prevalent in this plane. There were almost no other energy here. However, Zhao Hai actually managed to cast light magic, and a very strong one at that. It didn't take long before the ghosts of the imitation 10,000 ghost formation vanished under the light magic assault. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor felt that he was going crazy. He couldn't understand how a monster like Zhao Hai exists. The formation simply had no effect on him. He treated the temple as though it was his own back garden. After seeing Zhao Hai steal another skeleton beast, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's eyes turned red. He fiercely waved his 10,000 ghost scepter and then muttered an incantation. The incantation made the eyes on the 10,000 ghost scepter's skull light up with red light. However, this light didn't shoot towards Zhao Hai, but to the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor instead. Chapter 1055. Twilight Divine Water. As the red light entered the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's body, he began to turn paler and paler before he eventually vanished. On the other hand, the 10,000 ghost scepter began to grow and grow. In the end, the scepter's handle vanished, leaving the golden skull flying in the air. When the skull became as large as a normal human head, it began to burst into flame. Soul sacrifice. This was the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's special ability. He would offer his souls to the scepter in order to cast a type of self-destruct spell, amplifying the energy supplied by a factor of 10. It can be said that if he wasn't pushed into a corner, then the Ghost Emperor wouldn't have used this move. Actually, this didn't matter in the underworld. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor in the underworld was just an incarnation. So was the 10,000 Ghost Scepter. It would not be the worst if he lost these two things. What the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor wanted was to kill Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw the changes that happened to the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor and his expression turned solemn. His was because he found out that after combining with the scepter, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor had gotten very powerful. At this time, the unification was done. The skull's two blood-red eyes looked at Zhao Hai before it opened its mouth and issued a loud cry. A sound attack went out of its mouth and headed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, making a light blue shield appear in front of him. The shield looked like water as it rotated in place. It didn't take long before the sound attack was neutralized. Naturally, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor wasn't expecting that he would be able to easily deal with Zhao Hai. After this sound attack, golden yellow flames began to fiercely erupt from the skull's eye sockets. The flames became golden silk as it fused into the ghosts. The ghosts began to turn golden yellow. After that, Zhao Hai felt the underworld's dark mist surge into the ghosts. The strength of the ghosts was increasing at a clear rate. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor smiled and said, "Kid, I will let you taste the feeling of getting bitten by 10,000 ghosts. I will make sure that you suffer well before I kill you." After saying that, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor directed the ghosts towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai lightly wrinkled his brows. The ghosts were now very powerful. They were no worse than the previous strength that Gulai and the others had. In the underworld, this strength already belonged to the top, and being attacked by 10,000 of these ghosts was truly not a fun thing. Zhao Hai quickly cast Descent of the Holy Light. However, he didn't expect the ghosts to remain unaffected. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're underestimating my technique. If you expect your low-level spell to break my ghosts, then you are too naive. Now die. After he said that, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor sent the ghosts towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the ghosts and coldly snorted. Then he waved his blood ghost staff and turned it into a sword, the same one he used to battle Addison. Zhao Hai traced his hand on the curved sword, then the sword hummed as it shone with golden yellow light. Zhao Hai wielded his sword and attacked the ghosts, each swing hitting one ghost at a time. However, Zhao Hai soon found something wrong. The ghosts were just immobilized as he hit them. Then after some time, they would resume their attack, and it also seems like they were becoming stronger and stronger. Kid, there's no use struggling. After my sacrifice, my 10,000 ghosts can absorb everything. Any attacks you have will be useless. Just accept your death. Zhao Hai just coldly snorted as he waved his hand and sprinkled blood-red water on the surroundings. This water came from the space's blood pond. Inside this water was a huge amount of blood energy. Moreover, This energy was yang type. Almost all ghosts would melt upon meeting this water. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that sprinkling the red water onto the ghosts would produce an effect similar to pouring gasoline on fire. Upon being splashed by the blood, the ghosts became enlarged. Every one of them burned up and grew. Their appearance became even more threatening. Ha 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 ha! The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor burst into laughter. I have to thank you. I didn't expect that you would give them so much energy. Ha ha ha. Are you afraid of not dying? Just stop struggling. The attacks of the ghosts became even more violent. Zhao Hai looked at the ghosts and frowned. Ghosts were evidently from the Yin attribute, so they should be most afraid of Yang attribute. The water in Zhao Hai's blood pond has been improved several times. After Zhao Hai obtained a new heart, the blood evolved into a substance of pure yang. It had a perfect compatibility with the Black Sea Pond. The Black Sea Pond was made after absorbing the water from the underworld's Black Sea. After entering the space, the water evolved and became a liquid of pure yin. Because of this, the space had achieved a balanced yin-yang condition. Both waters from the Blood Pond and the Black Sea Pond can be used to make formidable weapons. The yin-yang pond in Zhao Hai's Blood Lotus changed and turned into a half-black and half-red pond. Naturally, these two held extreme power in their respective areas. Naturally, if Zhao Hai wanted to deal with yin attribute ghosts, then using the Blood Pond water was the right decision. But now, the ghosts who used to be illusory have now turned into a full entity. The present situation made Zhao Hai puzzled. While he was repelling the ghost attacks, he was also trying to find a solution for the problem. The ghosts became more powerful once again. If they had Gulai's previous strength last time, then now they had king-level strength. They were starting to annoy Zhao Hai. Then all of a sudden, Zhao Hai noticed a gold glint on the faces of the ghosts. This was a sign of Yang attribute. How could it appear on the faces of the ghosts? After he thought about this, Zhao Hai decided to try something. He waved his hand and sprinkled black water into the ghosts. As the black water got in contact with the ghosts, azure smoke began to appear. The ghosts seemed to be in pain. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor gawked. Then he screamed and said, "Impossible. How could you have Twilight Divine Water?" Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor actually defined the space as pure yin water as Twilight Divine Water. It seems like this water was a treasure in the cultivation realm. Otherwise, the Ghost Emperor wouldn't have been this surprised. Upon thinking about this, Zhao Hai secretly reminded himself to be careful. Items from the space might be high-grade goods. If he casually took them out, then he might attract greedy people. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Twilight Divine Water isn't that great. My young master has a lot of it." Then after he said that, he waved his hand once more, sprinkling even more water towards the ghosts. At this time, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor had already escaped far away. As someone from the cultivation realm, he naturally knew how strong Twilight Divine Water was. Water made out of pure yin could dissolve a lot of items. It was heavy as mercury and was extremely toxic to the soul. In the cultivation realm, even if it was an ordinary item, as long as it achieved the peak of purity, then it would be deemed as a great treasure. An example of this was the Twilight Divine Water, a water of pure yin. It can break through practically anything and could be used to refine weapons. Its power was endless. In the cultivation realm, there was a weapon made from Twilight Divine Water known as Divine Water Flowing Cloud Skirt. It was a ribbon-type weapon that can be formed and deformed into anything. It can be as hard as ice and as soft as water. It can also erode weapons. If a person was wounded by this weapons, then they would be poisoned. Moreover, it would be hard for them to live for long. This weapon was a treasure of the Divine Water Palace. It was one of the most infamous weapons in the cultivation realm. However, Twilight Divine Water was a very rare treasure. Producing it requires a very special environment. Luck was needed in order to acquire this treasure. Even the Divine Water Palace set up a special place 1,000 meters underground in order to harvest it. The cavern would produce one drop every 1,000 years. Each drop was enough to make one die of jealousy. If the people from Divine Water Palace became aware that Zhao Hai was using Twilight Divine Water in order to kill ghosts, then they might kill themselves on the spot. Actually, Even if the underworld's black sea water enters the cultivation realm, it still couldn't become pure yin water. It was only after being refined by the space and integrated with numerous poisons and yin ingredients did the Black Sea Pond slowly came into existence. At this time, the Twilight Divine Water Pond and the Blood Pond had fused and became a yin-yang pond. It was situated not far from the 100 Spirit Tree. The pond that was divided into half black and half red was quite eye-catching. After eliminating the ghosts, Zhao Hai decided to go after the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Currently, the Ghost Emperor only had 4 skeleton beasts remaining. It can be said that the skeleton beasts were more intelligent compared to the ghosts. Upon seeing the effects of the divine water, they immediately escaped early in order to save their lives. Chapter 1056, Conquer the Underworld. The golden skull that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor turned into hovered in midair, the 4 skeleton beasts standing by his side. It might be his imagination, but Zhao Hai could see a trace of fear on the Ghost Emperor's red eyes. Yin Wind Ghost Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, what is your relationship with Divine Water Palace? If you tell me the truth, then I will give the palace face and let you go." Zhao Hai stared. Although his contact with the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor wasn't that long, but from the few times he spoke, and even using his incarnation as a sacrifice, Zhao Hai knew that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was definitely a vicious and merciless guy. He handles things like an unscrupulous fellow. For this person to be willing to give the Divine Water Palace some face and let Zhao Hai go, this signifies how terrifying the Divine Water Palace was. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't pretend to be connected to the Divine Water Palace. If he did, then his plan for incriminating Lu Wei would fail. He didn't want to hug a huge tree and give up an opportunity to deal with a personal foe. At the same time, Zhao Hai also knew that if he was too arrogant, then it will cause Yin Wind Ghost Emperor to be suspicious. The Ghost Emperor dreaded the Divine Water Palace. If Zhao Hai didn't care about this fact, then the Ghost Emperor would certainly get some ideas. After some deliberation, Zhao Hai looked at the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor said, "Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, there's no need to face the Divine Water Palace some face. I'm not related to the palace at all. It's either you or me today." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his blood ghost staff and attacked the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor had calmed down now. He also understood that the pure yin water can completely restrain him. But after thinking about the Twilight Divine Water as well as the Divine Water Palace, Yin Wind Ghost Emperor didn't believe that Zhao Hai would really waste this pure yin water. This kind of treasure wasn't easy to acquire. Upon thinking about this, Yin Wind Ghost Emperor began to believe that even if Zhao Hai used a yin attribute water, it might not be Twilight Divine Water. His fear began to disappear as he said, "Kid, it's time to stop bluffing. I'll let you see the power of this emperor today." Then after he said that, he injected golden fire into the 4 beast skeletons. After being covered by a golden yellow light, the 4 beasts began to throw themselves towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's useless. If I can break your 10,000 ghost formation, then I can deal with these beasts." Zhao Hai began to move and turned his blood ghost staff into 4 huge nets, catching the 4 beast skeletons together. Yin Wind Ghost Emperor snickered and said, "Hee hee, my ghosts are pure yang, the polar opposite of yin. They can burn all things." However, the Ghost Emperor had to stop there. This was because the 4 beast skeletons couldn't get loose from Zhao Hai's large net. Instead, they were quickly sent towards the space. Zhao Hai looked at the Ghost Emperor and laughed. "Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, I told you that you shouldn't look highly upon yourself. Don't underestimate me, otherwise you wouldn't be able to know how you died." Then Zhao Hai waved his staff and sent an attack towards the Ghost Emperor. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor opened his mouth and sent another sound attack. However, Zhao Hai's shield continued to block the attack. Zhao Hai turned his staff into a huge bell and then gave it a gentle swing, sending a sound attack towards the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor didn't expect Zhao Hai to send a sound attack. Before he could block, the sound attack already hit him. Zhao Hai knew that these kinds of attacks could be used to deal with ghosts. After all, sound attacks belong to the type of attack that targeted the soul. And to put it bluntly, Ghosts were creatures who were completely made out of souls. This attack was very effective against them. As for the Twilight Divine Water, Zhao Hai didn't dare to use it easily. This was because Zhao Hai was afraid of the incarnation's ability to transmit information to the main body. If Zhao Hai continues to use the Divine Water, then the Ghost Emperor would truly chase him once he reaches the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai's sound attack extinguished much of the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's fire. Then Zhao Hai followed up with another sound attack. But this time, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor countered, issuing his own sound attack to offset Zhao Hai's. However, Zhao Hai found a way to deal with this. He kept sending attacks towards the Ghost Emperor, forcing the latter to be on the back foot. After fighting for 1 hour, Zhao Hai discovered that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor began getting slower and slower. Moreover, his flames were slowly getting paler. Zhao Hai knew that the Ghost Emperor was close to his end, but he still wouldn't dare to treat it lightly. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor dared to sacrifice his soul. This meant that he was quite a ruthless person. One needed to think things carefully when faced with such a character. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor truly doesn't have much time to live. Although sacrificing his soul made him obtain a massive burst of strength, this move also consumed the soul. Once the soul was burned up, the person would also die. If the real Ghost Emperor was here, then he would be able to fight for a long time. However, he could only send an incarnation to the underworld. Because of this, he couldn't withstand this consumption. At this point, his soul was akin to a completely dried out lamp. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor looked coldly at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, I didn't think that you would be strong." "Good. This emperor shall accept today's defeat. However, my people will certainly find out who you are. When the time comes, I will kill you as well as your superior." Then the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor made one last sound attack before he exploded. He wanted to try blowing up the entire Dark Temple, but at this time, Zhao Hai already returned to the space. He looked at the Dark Temple's ruins on the monitor and then muttered, "Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, this person is truly ruthless." He still wanted to deal with me up to the very end. Sitting nearby, Laura nodded and said, "This person is quite dangerous. He showed weakness before finally blowing himself up. He intends to injure you." That explosion wasn't normal. With all those formations amplifying the effect, even a peak god rank would perish. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he walked towards Zhao Hai and said, "Now let's go see Megan and Lizzie." Laura nodded. Laura and Kair were currently inside Zhao Hai's room, helping him with his fight against the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. The monitor outside in the living room was handed over to Lizzie while Megan used another monitor inside her room. Because of this, if Zhao Hai wanted to know the situation, he would have to go to them himself. They went to Megan's room first to see her situation. Megan was doing quite well. Presently, almost all of the Divine City's undead had been dealt with. Most of these undead were captured while the rest were killed. Now, Megan was prepared to storm the Divine Cities for satellite cities. After seeing Zhao Hai come in, Megan immediately said, "Brother Hai, are you fine? The Dark Temple just exploded. It killed a lot of our undead. I was worried that something had happened to you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, I'm fine. You continue on while I go take a look at Lizzie. They should be tidying up by now. After that we'll help you." Megan nodded. Then she continued to focus on the battle. At the same time, Zhao Hai and Laura went out of the room and went towards the living room. In the living room, Lizzie was fully concentrated on commanding the fight. The Dark Temple's undead were frantically attacking the fortress. However, their advances were drowned by cannon fire and javelins. Additionally, there were also blood spirit beasts. Also, the fortress was fully equipped with troops. The undead that attacked the fortress were quickly captured and turned into Zhao Hai's men. Zhao Hai stood by Lizzie for some time, looking at the monitor. One has to recognize that Lizzie was very good at command. Her strategy was methodical. Advancing and retreating was carefully controlled. The battle looked quite pleasant. Presently, there weren't a lot of troops stationed in the Blood River. The fortress currently had the most priority. Lizzie wasn't planning on counterattacking. She was just planning on keeping the enemy here. If she pushes the Dark Temple's undead too much, then they might become too frightened and retreat. If this happens, then they would certainly cause trouble to Zhao Hai. After spectating for some time, Zhao Hai said, "Lizzie." Lizzie's body shook. Then she turned towards Zhao Hai. Surprised, she said, "Brother Hai, are you done?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He nodded and said, "Finish things up here. After that, go help Megan." Lizzie nodded. Then she waved his hand, causing countless amounts of undead to surround the Dark Temple's army. Altogether, the Dark Temple army had about 10 billion undead. They haven't fought with Lizzie for a long time, so they haven't lost that much. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's undead was close to 20 billion. It can be said that Zhao Hai had a 2-to-1 advantage. In this case, wanting to annihilate the Dark Temple army wasn't something impossible. Zhao Hai wasn't thinking of persuading the Dark Temple's undead to surrender. These undead weren't controlled by a contract. Instead, they were convinced by faith. Zhao Hai was very clear about this point. Therefore, instead of persuading, he prompted to defeat them by pure military force. In any case, he wasn't afraid of the other party's strength. Also, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the Dark Temple's undead would cause wind and waves. Even if they escaped from this place, they still wouldn't be able to do anything since the temple had already been destroyed. Zhao Hai believed that news of this would certainly be a huge blow. An army gathered in the name of faith would directly be destroyed once their subject of worship disappears. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't plan to deal with the undead on the side of the river. The reason he surrounded the army was because he wanted to use them to improve the space's strength. Sure enough, after being surrounded, the Dark Temple's undead began to feel flustered. At this moment, Lizzie's attack also began. As Lizzie commanded the undead, she made sure that those at the front lines were those who had become adept in army formations. Just like a sharp knife, they sliced through the Dark Temple's army. The undead who were in formation didn't falter and just continued to advance. The Dark Temple's army were originally flustered. Now that they had met this attack, they began to disperse in all directions. However, Lizzie wasn't intending to pursue the escaping undead. Instead, she focused on capturing the undead and sending them to the space. And then, after they had surrendered, they were released back into the underworld. The battle was now basically over. There was no need for Lizzie to issue further commands. At this time, Meg arrived carrying a teapot. The teapot was filled with leaves from the 100 Spirit Tree as well as some medicinal herbs. Meg placed the teapot on the table and then smiled at Zhao Hai. "Young master, sisters, have some tea and take a rest." Lizzie chuckled as she rubbed Meg's face. "Our little Meg is truly the best. You always know I like." Meg's face turned red under Lizzie's teasing. "Sister Lizzie, if you tease me again, I will never bring you delicious snacks." Lizzie paused for a moment before she chuckled. "Even if you don't bring me snacks, you would still give some to Brother Hai. I will eat with him then." Zhao Hai looked at the two bickering and couldn't help but smile. He liked this atmosphere. Everyone sat together, drinking tea, playing jokes on each other. It feels much like a family. There was no need to look at the monitors since the war was basically done. Zhao Hai can also affirmed that the underworld was now his. Chapter 1057 to 1062. Chapter 1057. Response of the Neutral Alliance. Now that Zhao Hai had dealt with the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, taking care of the other undead would be easy. And just like Zhao Hai thought, since the Dark Temple has been raised, battles ended with no suspense. The status of the Dark Temple had been too high. The undead regarded the Dark Temple as the place of their dark god, and under the instruction of their god, they were invincible. Nobody can block their army. But now, they suddenly discovered that their omnipotent god was unexpectedly been defeated. The Divine Palace was also razed to the ground. The attack of these events to their morale was beyond comparison. On the other hand, the morale of Zhao Hai's army was at sky high. With the Dark Temple's undead having very low morale and without no leader, winning the war was simple. In fact, these days, Lizzie and Megan didn't command the undead. Instead, the control was handed over to Addison and the others. The two would just give instructions when it comes to formations during marches. Zhao Hai began to relax. The Dark Temple's territory had already been captured by them. While watching the increasing number of his undead, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel numb. Nobody could blame Zhao Hai. He wasn't expecting the number of his undead to jump by hundreds of millions every day. It was as if the numbers had been injected with dog's blood. It was frantically increasing. Although the Dark Temple's territory was slowly being absorbed, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious in searching for treasures. He wanted to wait until he had dealt with the Neutral Alliance before he begins his search. The Neutral Alliance was weaker than the Dark Temple, and they seemed to not have a person they worship. However, Zhao Hai was still worried. What if the Neutral Alliance had a high-level person controlling them from behind? If Zhao Hai revealed too many secrets in his body, then the people from the cultivation realm might do whatever they can to deal with him. And even if they couldn't kill him, Zhao Hai would still have to run for his life, hiding inside the space. Zhao Hai didn't want that kind of life. He wanted to explore the world and see its wonders. Besides dealing with the Dark Temple's undead, Zhao Hai was also mapping the Neutral Alliance's territory in the past few days. At the same time, he was also monitoring the Alliance's various cities. Zhao Hai did these things because, 1. He wanted to prepare to deal with the Alliance, and 2. Zhao Hai was very clear that if the Neutral Alliance gets any news of the Dark Temple being eliminated, then they would certainly be on guard. Because of this, Zhao Hai monitored the Alliance's cities in order to see their response. Sure enough, there was a reaction from the Neutral Alliance. The people from the Alliance didn't expect the Resistance Army to completely pressure the Dark Temple. They were even able to assault the Dark Temple and kill their Dark God. This event was beyond their imaginations. The Neutral Alliance was an existence that placed itself between the Resistance Army and the Dark Temple. They also used their power to maintain this delicate balance. This was in order to maintain the business they had on both sides, and this balance was very easily achieved. The undead wanted to get stronger, and in order to do so, they would need plants and high-ranked fiery souls. The Neutral Alliance would use their business in order to control the strength of both sides. For example, if they sell high-ranked fiery souls to the Dark Temple, they would also sell similarly ranked fiery souls to the Resistance Army. The same was true for plants. This way, the power balance of the underworld would remain as it was. But now, this balance was broken by the Resistance Army. Now that they had usurped the Dark Temple, this meant that the two sides had become one. In this case, would the Resistance Army leave the Neutral Alliance alone? Naturally, the answer was number. Even low-ranked undead would be able to give this answer. Because of this, if the Neutral Alliance didn't react, then it would be strange. From what Zhao Hai can see, the Neutral Alliance was a very loose organization. Moreover, the alliance was mostly dominated by businessmen. In this case, they should be actively seeking the Resistance Army and rely on them to survive. This was in line with a businessman's mindset. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that after gaining news, the alliance didn't contact the Resistance Army. Instead, they used their accumulated resources over the years in order to promote their subordinates. This allowed the alliance to produce massive amounts of experts in a short time. It seems like they were prepared to deal with Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai looked at this outcome and knew that the alliance wasn't planning on being friendly. Since this was the case, then Zhao Hai could only make a move. He wasn't a kind-hearted person, so after seeing this reaction, he couldn't just let them go free. Fighting them was the way to go. However, one must recognize that the alliance was worthy of being called the underworld's merchants. They were very rich. They were able to make large quantities of experts in a short span of time. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. But Zhao Hai also had a card he could play. He didn't use it before. It was time to take it out now. Previously, Zhao Hai was able to buy a small beast skeleton from the alliance. This beast skeleton could turn into bone armor. Moreover, these bones armors could be turned into seeds. Zhao Hai handed the armors over to Gaimradan to take care of. Now, the bone skeleton seeds had been planted, and Zhao Hai already had a battalion's worth of bone armor. The undead in this bone armor battalion weren't just ordinary undead. They were undead who followed Zhao Hai for a long time, the ones most familiar with army formations. Moreover, Zhao Hai had increased their strength using fiery souls. At this point, This group had reached king-level strength. This king-level strength was still worse than a peak king-level character. However, the battalion numbered 10,000 strong, 10,000 king-level undead wearing bone armor. Moreover, they were trained to use army formations. An army of this strength was enough to fully sweep the entire underworld. This group had the same training as the Devil Legion. They were made in preparation for Zhao Hai's ascension to the cultivation realm. They were only taken out right now because the Neutral Alliance's response had annoyed Zhao Hai. The Neutral Alliance could produce experts in a short time. If Zhao Hai couldn't stop this trend, then he would be losing a lot of undead in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to use the bone-armored undead to deal with them. But before dealing with the Neutral Alliance, Zhao Hai needed to completely extinguish the Dark Temple's influence. This way, they could safely deal with the Alliance. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't just lower his guard against the Alliance during this period of time. The Alliance produced a lot of experts. This defined their position in this struggle. One couldn't say what moves the Alliance would do. Zhao Hai couldn't just allow them to perform a sneak attack on him. Because of this, Zhao Hai made some preparations. He concentrated a lot of blood spirit beasts on a portion of the blood river closest to the Alliance. At the same time, he also used magic in order to make several branches to the blood river. These branches would surround the Alliance, shackling them in place. If the Alliance wanted to make a move, then they would need to remove these shackles first. With the blood spirit beasts facing the Alliance, Zhao Hai began to feel relieved. At the same time, he assigned Kair to monitor the Alliance's actions. If the Alliance decided to move their experts, then Kair was to send the Bone Armor Legion. Regarding the fight against the Dark Temple, Zhao Hai didn't really care too much. There was no need to do so. Although there were still some forces that were resisting, they were just grasshoppers after autumn. They only had a few jumps left. What he needed to do was to clean these guys up. It would be annoying if these people came out during the fight against the Alliance. However, Zhao Hai handed this matter over to Addison to take care of. Zhao Hai was beginning to groom Addison to be the person who would manage the underworld in the future. During this period of time, Addison wasn't only learning army formations from Lizzie, he was also studying how to manage the underworld under Laura. It was fine if Addison learned only some of Lizzie's army formations. After all, wars would be very rare in the underworld in the future. Also, if they clash against the cultivation realm, depending on the underworld's strength was already impossible. Because of this, learning basic formations was already fine. As for managing the underworld, it was also quite simple. Zhao Hai could just arrange the same system that he established inside the space. He would install churches at key places, allowing the underworld's undead to exchange for goods. There was no need for Addison to manage this. But in the end, the underworld wasn't inside Zhao Hai's space. Someone like the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor could still appear here in the future. Because of this, some management was still needed, and Addison was a fitting candidate for this spot. Chapter 1058. Does the Neutral Alliance have cards to play? The Dark Temple's territory has been settled. The lands of the Resistance Army and the Dark Temple now belong to Zhao Hai. The only one remaining was the Neutral Alliance. Completely out of Zhao Hai's expectation was the Neutral Alliance doing nothing as Zhao Hai continues to swallow the Dark Temple's territory. Instead, they just defended their lands. It seems like they're planning on holding onto it for a long time. Zhao Hai couldn't understand the Alliance's decision. The Alliance went all out in making experts, putting out a message that they would desperately go against the Resistance Army. So why were they quiet now? This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. But now that the Dark Temple has been taken over, the damages caused by the war needed to be repaired. There were many things that needed to be restored, and the undead needed to be restructured. Only after completely consolidating the territory could Zhao Hai's group begin to deal with the Neutral Alliance. Zhao Hai was now quite relaxed. He has handed almost all of the management problems to Addison to take care of. The same was true for Lizzie and Megan. After they dealt with the Dark Temple, the two returned to the processing machine to resume their research. Zhao Hai didn't prevent the two from going. To be honest, The processing machine was still a mystery to them. This machine needed to be completely understood in order to unleash its true capabilities. Zhao Hai's understanding of the machine was still very small. He had been too busy to give time to this matter, and now that Laura and the others were interested in studying the machine, he just let them continue doing so. It took 5 days for the Dark Temple's influence to be fully eliminated. In these 5 days, Addison and the others were rebuilding the site where the Dark Temple used to be. This wasn't an easy task because they weren't just rebuilding the structure, they were also expanding it. Zhao Hai knew about the perils of the underworld, the acid rain, the winds, and so on, and whenever these disasters occur, a lot of low-level undead were killed. Zhao Hai decided to expand the cities in order to provide shelter to the undead who lacked the strength to survive on their own. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this was a long-term project. It cannot be achieved in a short time even with his current strength. Because of this, he wasn't too anxious about its completion. Also, this reconstruction was just a form of disguise. What Zhao Hai wanted to do in the meantime was to study the Neutral Alliance. The only lands that didn't belong to Zhao Hai were the ones that were under the Neutral Alliance. Moreover, Zhao Hai began to feel that the Alliance was hiding a secret. How could these undead do business so smoothly? Thinking about it, it was too strange. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't immediately make a move and instead decided to take some time to investigate the Alliance. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in his study, contemplating. At the same time, he was also scouring through the heart-defending clan's inheritance inside his mind. Zhao Hai has to recognize how good the clan's inheritance was. It can be said that he profited a lot. Then all of a sudden, he felt that Addison was calling for him. Zhao Hai stared. He had given Addison an order to not disturb him unless it was an important matter. Addison wasn't someone who would disobey instructions. Now that Addison was asking for his attention, it seems like this wasn't an ordinary matter. After he thought about this, Zhao Hai immediately contacted Addison using his mind. Addison was akin to Zhao Hai's contracted creature. Therefore, Zhao Hai could contact the vampire using their connection. Addison could also use this method to call Zhao Hai. After getting Zhao Hai's response, Addison immediately said, "Young master, someone from the Alliance just approached me. He says he wanted to meet you." Zhao Hai stared. He gently knit his eyebrows and said, "Someone wants to see me? How did they know about my existence? Did you tell them?" Upon hearing that Zhao Hai was somewhat unhappy, Addison quickly replied, "We didn't. They discovered it on their own. It's possible that they were able to remember our transaction from last time. Because of that, they asked for your presence." "Young master, how do you want me to respond?" Zhao Hai gave a nod. He also believed that Addison wouldn't talk irresponsibly. The man was perfectly discreet. He wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "They want to see me? Good. Then I will meet them. Tell them I agree. I also want to know why they came." Addison complied. Then there were no other news. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a monitor appeared in front of him, showing the place where Addison was currently in. Addison was currently in the Divine City. In place of the destroyed Dark Temple, Zhao Hai constructed a church. Zhao Hai didn't choose to make the church according to Chinese customs. Instead, he used European design, making the structure look extraordinary and full of artistry. The reason Zhao Hai used European architecture instead of Chinese was because he wanted to distance himself from the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. He wanted the people from the underworld to understand that he was different from the Ghost Emperor. Not only can this church be used to exchange goods, it was also a dwelling place. Addison was currently living inside the church. Zhao Hai couldn't help but find it interesting that a vampire was living inside a church. At this moment, Addison was inside the reception hall meeting with a lich. Zhao Hai carefully inspected the lich and discovered that it was Yuri, the city lord of Drybone City. It was the merchant that Zhao Hai once bought goods from. When Addison returned to the hall, he sat down and said, "May I ask why City Lord Yuri wants to meet with the young master?" In any case, it seems like Yuri had guessed Zhao Hai's status, so he didn't bother hiding anything and just called Zhao Hai young master. When Yuri heard Addison, his eyes shone for a moment before he quickly concealed it. I came because the high ranks of the Alliance wanted to meet with Mr. Zhao Hai to discuss a matter of alliance. Addison looked at Yuri and said, "May I know what this alliance means?" Yuri smiled faintly and said, "The Neutral Alliance always believed in freedom. Naturally, we are hoping that we could maintain our autonomy. We're hoping that Mr. would agree to this request." Addison coldly snorted and said, "City Lord Yuri should know your current state, and you still think we can agree to this request?" When Zhao Hai heard Addison's words, he couldn't help but praise the Vampire King in his mind. The Resistance Army had the absolute advantage, so how could they give up the prospect of unifying the entire underworld? Addison's question was very good. Yuri seems to expect Addison's response, so he smiled faintly and said, "This is why we wanted to invite Mr. Zhao Hai. If Mr. visits the Alliance, then he would surely change his mind." Addison didn't know what the Neutral Alliance was planning. Therefore, he couldn't help but hesitate to answering Yuri. At this time, Addison heard Zhao Hai's voice in his mind. "Tell him that making a lot of high-ranked undead in a short time is useless against us." When he heard Zhao Hai, Addison's eyes shone. He looked at Yuri and said, "City Lord Yuri, you just used your stockpiled resources to make a lot of high-rank undead. Are you thinking of using them to deal with us? Let me tell you that it's useless. If you're planning to do that, then I would suggest that you should stop." Yuri gawked when he heard Addison. His expression changed as he looked at Addison and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Addison to know this despite being very busy." But the Neutral Alliance didn't only do that. "We also have another thing prepared. I'd bet Mr. Zhao Hai would be interested in it." Not only Addison, even Zhao Hai was moved by Yuri's words. What does Zhao Hai need to see in the Alliance? Do they still have another card to play? After thinking of this, Zhao Hai told Addison, "Tell him I'll go. Let him set a time and place. I will personally go there for a discussion." Addison complied. Then he looked at Yuri and said, "City Lord Yuri, I have nothing else to ask. Please set the date and time." The young master said that he will go. Yuri stared at Addison, who accepted the request. In the underworld, it was rare for someone to be unaware about contracts, and as long as a contract was made, the master and his subordinates would be able to mentally communicate. Yuri looked at Addison. It seems like he was communicating with Zhao Hai. Could it be? Addison's reputation in the underworld was quite resounding, not only because of his formidable strength, it was also because he was an unruly fellow. In Yuri's eyes, people like Addison would rather die than enter into a contract. Therefore, Yuri was surprised when he saw that Addison seems to be in a contractual relationship. However, Yuri didn't dwell on it too long. He quickly replied, "That would be best. We're inviting Mr. to visit Holy Bone City in 3 days. Is that fine?" Addison received Zhao Hai's confirmation. Naturally, he nodded and said, "All right, then 3 days later the young master will visit Holy Bone City." Yuri nodded. Then he stood up and gave Addison a bow before saying, "Then I will say my goodbyes. I will be waiting for Mr. Zhao Hai 3 days later in Holy Bone City." Addison also stood up and said, "All right. City Lord Yuri can go. I won't be escorting you out." Yuri nodded. Then he fluttered towards the exit. Addison looked at Yuri's back and coldly snorted. In his mind, he told Zhao Hai, "Young master, we should teach him a lesson. This guy is too impolite." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No need. I'll see what they plan to do in 3 days. You will remain here." Addison complied. Chapter 1059. Backer from the Cultivation Realm. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside Gulai's bone carriage. Holy Bone City was now quite close. Naturally, he was using his spiritual force to scan the city. Holy Bone City was just like any other city in the underworld. It was unlike the Dark Temple that had the ability to keep the dark mist away. Holy Bone City's outer image didn't differ too much from Dry Bone City. It was just slightly larger. However, Zhao Hai noticed that while city walls were made out of ordinary stone besides the gates, one shouldn't discount the gates. They seemed to be made out of the huge jade-white bones that Zhao Hai had taken into the space. Although the city was low-key in its other aspects, this door shows how extraordinary the city was. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He knew that this was hidden arrogance. It was like back on Earth where there were rich people who loved to act low-key, things such as riding a bicycle, wearing normal-looking clothes, without people knowing that the watch they were wearing was actually a limited edition luxury item. The watch would be so expensive that it would be enough to scare people. Zhao Hai didn't have too many following him. Only Gulai and Zhang Zheng. They were one of the first people who followed him when he arrived in the underworld. Naturally, his feelings towards them were more than normal. After they dealt with the Dark Temple, the two followed Zhao Hai. Normally, the two would be inside the hell space practicing. They wouldn't always follow Zhao Hai, but when they do, they would be in their human form. They don't appear as a zombie or skeleton in front of Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai took the two with him to see Holy Bone City and the Neutral Alliance. Naturally, the two would be in their zombie and skeleton form. The bone carriage slowly went closer towards the city. When the carriage arrived outside the gates, a bang was heard before it opened. What met Zhao Hai's eyes were two lines of skeletons wearing armor. However, their armor wasn't the same as the bone armor that Zhao Hai had inside the space. Instead, they were just armor made out of ordinary bones. Nevertheless, these skeletons still looked quite majestic. The weapons of these skeletons were also the same in the form of a long spear. Each undead stood still, showing majesty and power. After that, more undead walked out of the city. These undead were in all forms: skeletons, zombies, vampires, and many more. What was common between these undead was the fact that they were all king-level experts. Zhao Hai made the bone carriage stop. Then he walked out of the carriage followed by Gulai and Zhang Zheng. The three proceeded to walk towards the undead. In front of this group was a zombie. It had black skin and its muscles had completely withered. With his dark and thin arms, he looked like an old tree root. However, this shriveled-looking zombie actually made Zhao Hai's eyes shrink. This was because he can feel a dangerous aura on this zombie. Most importantly, Zhao Hai felt the same energy on this zombie on the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's beast skeletons. This was what caught Zhao Hai's attention. Also, Yuri was following behind this zombie, showing that it held a high position inside the alliance. While Zhao Hai was sizing up the zombie stepped forward to greet Zhao Hai. He laughed and gave a bow before saying, "Dan has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr.'s presence is a great pleasure." Zhao Hai gave a smile as he replied, "Mr. is too polite. Just call me Zhao Hai." The other undead also gave Zhao Hai a salute. Even though these undead had a hint of hostility, Zhao Hai didn't care and just returned their greeting. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Dan gestured towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please." Then he led Zhao Hai towards the city. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't too polite. He took Gulai and Zhang Zheng as he followed beside Tand in heading towards the city. Holy Bone City had 5 towers, of which Zhao Hai was taken to the top floor of the middle one. The room was cleanly arranged and had a lot of chairs inside. These chairs were made out of bones and were covered with animal leather. There was a magic formation inside the room to keep the dark mist out. There was also another formation on the ceiling, providing the place with a soft light. After everyone has been settled, Dan didn't wait any longer as he began to talk. "We invited Mr. over in order to discuss a future alliance. Mr. destroyed the Dark Temple, fully intending to unify the underworld. Although the alliance had the same aspiration, we still hope to see peace in the underworld. We don't want too many conflicts to occur in the underworld. Because of this, we shall recognize Mr.'s rule of the plane." After he spoke those words, Dan stopped and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was covered, therefore nobody could see any of his expressions. Zhao Hai didn't answer immediately. He knew that the other party still had more to say, so he waited. After seeing that Zhao Hai didn't respond, Dan added, "The others and I would submit to Mr. However, we hope that we would be able to obtain freedom, maintaining our present life. Mr. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Dan. He completely understood what Dan wants. He wanted to be an autonomous state inside Zhao Hai's rule. They would surrender to him, giving him reputation. However, with this setup, Zhao Hai wouldn't have much power inside the Neutral Alliance. Zhao Hai was puzzled at Tand. What gave this zombie confidence to discuss terms with him? Although the Alliance had amassed a lot of experts in these past few days, they still fall short compared to the Dark Temple. And after Zhao Hai conquered the Dark Temple, the resources in his hands had steadily increased. In normal conditions, the Alliance simply didn't have the strength to discuss anything with him. However, the Alliance actually did, and with huge confidence at that. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be confused. This time, Tan looked at Zhao Hai, worry completely absent from his face. He just sat there and watched Zhao Hai, looking like a piece of black-colored bamboo. Zhao Hai looked at Tand and said, "I need a reason. Why would I grant you this treatment?" Tand seems to expect Zhao Hai's question. He smiled and Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you should have already seen the strength of the Alliance. We aren't that weak. If we fight, then Mister's losses would be huge." After he said this, Tand stopped. Then Zhao Hai responded, "This isn't a good reason. You and I both know that death doesn't mean anything in the underworld." Tan nodded and said, "Mister is correct. In the underworld, death doesn't mean anything. But mister, how much do you know about the Dark God?" Tan's words made Zhao Hai's eyes shrink. The Dark God that Tan meant was naturally the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. But it seems like Tan wasn't talking about the Ghost Emperor's incarnation, but the Ghost Emperor himself. Zhao Hai was surprised because he was certain that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was from the cultivation realm. Judging by Tand's words, it seems like he knew about the Ghost Emperor. Was Tand also connected to the cultivation realm? At the thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but probe Tand. He nodded and said, "I know something. The Dark God used several mystical spells while fighting me. He also said that he was a Ghost Emperor. Was he the Emperor of the Plane? But even if he was the Emperor, I still wasn't afraid. If I can defeat him once, then I could defeat him twice." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, a smile couldn't help but bloom on Tan's face. He looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head. "Mister, you don't know much about the Dark God. He calls himself the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. And he isn't the Emperor of the Plane. Instead, he is an expert from a higher realm." Zhao Hai pretended to be shocked. "Higher realm? There's a plane higher than the underworld? That's impossible. I have been amassing subordinates ever since I was born. All of them might come from different planes, big and small, but none of them described a plane higher than the underworld." Looking at Zhao Hai's reaction, Tand couldn't help but sneer a little. He said, "Then Mister has misunderstood. The underworld isn't the highest level plane. There is a plane much higher. It is a plane called the Immortal Realm." Immortal Realm? Zhao Hai was startled. He expected Tan to mention the cultivation realm. He didn't think that Tan would say Immortal Realm. "Is it a plane higher than the cultivation realm?" Tan looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "Right. The Immortal Realm. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor is from that plane, and he isn't an emperor of that plane, but merely an ordinary expert. In the Immortal Realm, there are a lot more experts like the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Also, what Mister fought before isn't the Realm Ghost Emperor, but merely his projection. And that projection only had 1% of the real Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's strength." When he heard this, Zhao Hai could affirm that the Immortal Realm that Tand was talking about was actually the Cultivation Realm. It was just another name to make it sound imposing. Zhao Hai looked at Tand and said, "How did Mister know about these matters? How can I be sure that you're not lying to me?" Tan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Mister doesn't have to suspect my words. The Neutral Alliance has a backer from the Immortal Realm. It is because of this backer that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor didn't dare to be ruthless against us." Although Zhao Hai had already guessed this result, he could still say that he was surprised upon hearing Tan. Zhao Hai looked at Tan and said, "Is that really true?" Tan nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Our backer is different from the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. While the Ghost Emperor is just an ordinary expert, our backer belongs to a huge group in the Immortal Realm. However, our backer's group isn't an overbearing influence, but instead a group that focuses on business. The Neutral Alliance is no more than an acquisition point that our backer placed in the underworld. We aren't even considered a branch. 99% of the things in our hands is useless in the Immortal Realm. This goes to show how little we are in comparison." Upon hearing Tand, Zhao Hai knew that this so-called backer was someone from a trading company or something like that. However, the fact that they were able to penetrate the underworld while having the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor ignore them means that their group is not small in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai looked at Tand and said, "Mister, I don't know how any of these things could be useful to me. Is it because of your backer that I would have to give you face?" "Mr. Tand, don't forget, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor only gave the Neutral Alliance face because he is from the immortal realm. He is afraid that your backer would retaliate against him. However, I'm not from the immortal realm. Any person from the immortal realm couldn't come here, even if they are strong. How could they eliminate me? If they really had the ability, then you wouldn't have invited me over. Instead, your backer could just send someone to eliminate me." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dan stared. Zhao Hai's words were on point. Those from the cultivation realm couldn't came to the underworld. If they were able to mobilize the power of the cultivation realm, then there wouldn't have any discussion with Zhao Hai. They would have already came and occupied the plane. Also, Tand wasn't telling the truth. The underworld had a lot of things that were valuable to the cultivation realm. Otherwise, the forces behind Tand wouldn't have risked offending someone like the Ghost Emperor. Even if it was dangerous, they still went forward and made an acquisition point in the plane. Despite his expression changing, Tand still said, "Mister, think about the underworld. This plane is poor in resources. Even if Mr. becomes the plane's ruler, what could you gain? Mr. will just look at the dark mist and blood ponds all day. But as long as Mr. establishes an alliance with us, then Mr. would be able to trade and enjoy the unique items from the immortal realm. Mr. can eat immortal fruit and drink immortal wine. That is a life a king should live, isn't it?" Zhao Hai pretended to be distracted. He looked at Tand and said, "Can I have the good fortune of knowing the name of your backer?" When Tand heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel awkward. He wouldn't dare say the name of their backer. He hesitated for a moment before he finally shook his head. "I'll have to be unfair to Mr. I cannot just mention the name of our backers. But Mr. can rest assured, every transaction you do will surely be completed." Zhao Hai looked at Tand and laughed. "Tand, are you that naive? If I kill you, then what stops your backers from talking to me? Why would they need the Neutral Alliance?" Chapter 1060, Tand's Instruction. When Tand heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but gawk. He looked strangely at Zhao Hai. He didn't expect him to turn ruthless this quickly. The other under also looked at Zhao Hai with strange expressions. It seems like they were watching a good show. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't really intend to replace Tand's position. The reason he acted this way was because he wanted to force Tand's last hand. Only then would he make a move. Tand looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly smiled. Mr. Zhao Hai is truly realistic, thinking about this too quickly. However, I would have to disappoint you. Our backers fully support me and would only work with me. Besides me, they wouldn't work with other people. So if Mr. really wants to trade with the immortal realm, then it would be incorrect to dispose of me." At this time, everyone turned to look at Zhao Hai to see what his next move would be. Zhao Hai looked at these people and smiled. "So you're saying that your backer wanted you to monopolize the transactions in the underworld?" Tand looked at Zhao Hai. His two eyes flashed a cold glint as he replied, "Correct. That is what I am saying." He wanted to give Zhao Hai a lesson. He wanted to let Zhao Hai understand that if Zhao Hai wanted to live a better life in the underworld, then he would have to rely on the alliance. Zhao Hai looked at Tand's expression. He gently sighed as he waved towards Gulai and said, "Gulai, tell him, we've been playing for some time now. I've run out of patience." Gulai just received Zhao Hai's message mentally. Naturally he knows how to respond. He nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master." Then he turned to Tand. "Tand, the person behind you is too greedy. Also, your understanding of the young master is too little. Do you really think that the young master is unaware that your immortal realm is just the cultivation realm? Do you really think that the young master is clueless about the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor?" The young master initially wanted to find out who your backer is, but since you won't tell, the young master has lost interest. To be honest, the young master's presence in the underworld is also because of a cultivator. Our backer is in control of the divine realm. the demon realm, the Ark continent, and other big and small planes? Or do you really think that the young master reached his current position by relying on his own ability? You want to monopolize the plane's resources? Stop dreaming. The young master is here to take the entire underworld. As for our backer, I have to apologize, but I can't tell you. Now, are you ready to die? If Lu Wei heard these words, then he would be mad to the point of spitting blood. Zhao Hai just pointed two powerful enemies his way, and these were people who shouldn't be provoked. Of course, Gulai said all these things because Zhao Hai told him to. Zhao Hai was going to put out an arrogant demeanor, showing that someone from the cultivation realm was truly behind him. This will prompt Dan's backers to look into it and bring trouble to Lu Wei. Now that things had reached this point, even if Lu Wei wanted to explain himself, he wouldn't be able to. From what Zhao Hai can see, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor as well as Tan's backers weren't pushovers. They wouldn't give Lu Wei any opportunity to explain. Lu Wei was Zhao Hai's greatest worry. After Zhao Hai enters the cultivation realm, Lu Wei would be his greatest threat. After all, Lu Wei had already lost too much face by dealing with Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai ascends, Lu Wei would certainly chase him down. Because of this, Zhao Hai would take every opportunity to splash filthy water towards Lu Wei. If the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor or Tan's backer kills Lu Wei, then Zhao Hai's greatest threat would be eliminated. As soon as Tan and the others heard Gulai, they were shocked. Then their expressions changed. They didn't expect Gulai to say this. Zhao Hai looked at Tan's expression and smiled faintly. Tan, the underworld belongs to us. Wanting autonomy is just courting death. In any case, I can't blame you. I will be taking my leave. The next time we meet will be in the battlefield. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, making a spatial rift appear. The rift took Zhao Hai, Gulai, and Zhang Xing in before vanishing. Seeing Zhao Hai vanish, Dan's face turned dark. He can affirm that Zhao Hai was playing with them. The neutral alliance had just been played. Dan looked at the undead around him, then he sighed and said, "Everyone, we've been played by Zhao Hai. There's no need to ponder over it. You all go back and prepare. There is going to be a fight. In the meantime, I will relay this matter to the Exalted Immortal. Let's hope that the Exalted Immortal would help us." The undead complied before they turned around and left. After seeing that everyone had left, Dan flew towards the ceiling and knocked on several spots. The ceiling immediately opened up, allowing entry. Tan proceeded to fly in. Inside the opening wasn't a large space, just a normal room inside a building. Only a few people knew about this place. But on the floor of the room was a formation. The formation was made out of glowing, glittering stones. With the sparkling light that they were emitting, they looked more attractive than gemstones. This was a unique stone to the cultivation realm called the Spirit Stone. This formation actually needed spirit stones to function. Besides the formation, there was also a table with a beast skin and bone pen on top. Tan went towards the table and then wrote on the beast skin, "My lord, we've found out that Zhao Hai has been sent by someone from the cultivation realm. His master has control over the divine realm, the demon realm, and the Ark continent that is near the underworld." As for who the person was, Zhao Hai didn't give any other clue. At this time, Zhao Hai has decided to fight against us. I ask my lord for guidance. After he finished writing, Dan curled the beast skin and then placed it on the formation on the ground. Then he injected his own energy into the formation. After the formation flashed a few times, the curled beast skin disappeared. Seeing the curled beast skin disappeared, Dan sighed and said, "This transmission formation is really good. It's a pity that the formation isn't powerful, or else I would have returned to the cultivation realm." Meanwhile, they could send an expert to deal with Zhao Hai, leaving us with great resources to sell. Right, what Tan just used was a transmission formation. It was a paired formation, specifically used for transport. As long as an energy was provided, the transmission formation would send things towards the formation it was paired with. It would arrive almost instantaneously. It was very convenient. However, this transmission formation has a weak point. It cannot transport life, nor could it send things with spirituality. It can only send dead items. Even if the item had intellect, As long as it possessed spirit, it would be broken by the formation, losing its soul in the process. Actually, there were transmission formations in the cultivation realm that allowed the transport of people. However, this type of formation also had its own weakness: it cannot transport people across planes. Just like in the underworld, one couldn't send people from the cultivation realm across a transmission formation. It was precisely because of this that Tand could only send inanimate objects through the formation. But even if one removes the limitations of the formation, Tand's hope of sending experts to deal with Zhao Hai was still impossible. The laws of the plane just wouldn't allow it. One must know that the stronger a person is, the more the plane would want to reject them, just like traveling from the divine realm to the Ark continent. If a god rank went to the Ark continent, they would definitely be repelled by the plane. They wouldn't be able to stay too long in a continent. This rule would affect the people from the cultivation realm more. The difference in strength between the cultivators and the god ranks was very huge. Because of this, it was practically impossible for them to step foot in the underworld. At the same time, if they came, then their strength would have to be reduced to the point where they would be as strong as the underworld's residents. In this case, nobody from the cultivation realm would want to do it. Not only would they be punished by the plane, they would also be taking a risk on their lives. The reason why the people from the cultivation realm only sent incarnations to the lower realms was because these incarnations weren't too strong and wouldn't be punished by the plane. As for Tand's existence, it was an expensive matter. Since the transmission formation couldn't transport spiritual beings, the force behind Tand had to refine his zombie body first and had it sent to the underworld. After that, they used a special artifact to send Tand's soul over, and using the magical connection between the body and soul, Tand was able to recover his body. This made it possible for Tand to exist. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor used the same method to send his beast skeletons. This process didn't need transmission formations. Instead, they would use techniques in order to find weak points in the firmament, then they penetrate these weak points in order to send things through. This method consumed too much resources, therefore not a lot of people could do it. Chapter 1061, Response from the Cultivation Realm. Establishing an acquisition point in the underworld caused Tand's backer to spend a lot of resources. However, they still had to do it. This was because the underworld had plenty of treasures that the cultivation realm needed. Normally, lower realms wouldn't have much treasures that cultivators would fancy. This was because the environment of the cultivation realm and lower realms were fundamentally different. Therefore, treasures normally wouldn't appear in the lower realms. However, the underworld was different. This was a plane that was bordering pure yin. Such a place could give birth to valuable yin attribute treasures. These treasures has huge uses in the cultivation realm. Tand's identity in the cultivation realm was a mere battle corpse. However, his backer painstakingly made him go to the underworld. He was selected because he was fairly weak, and after he was refined to strengthen him a bit, he was sent to the underworld in order to obtain the plane's treasures. Tand's actions in the underworld were controlled by the person behind him. It was precisely because of this that Tand was able to direct the Neutral Alliance to do business as well as keep the plane's power balance. His backers were good at this aspect. However, everything changed with Zhao Hai's arrival. Zhao Hai's strength and the number of his undead was beyond their imagination. He was able to become a supreme power in the underworld in a short time. Within that short time, Zhao Hai completely destroyed the calculations that Tand made. The situation that they had maintained for many years have been completely destroyed. It was for this reason that they wanted to have a discussion with Zhao Hai, hoping that Zhao Hai would give them autonomy. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't have any connections with the cultivation realm, but to their dismay, not only was Zhao Hai connected to the cultivation realm, he was also unafraid of gaining more enemies. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually dare to be so bold against people from the cultivation realm. He was even planning to go against them and contend for the ownership of the underworld. Before long, the transmission formation flashed with brilliant lights. A rolled beast skin appeared in the middle of the formation. Tand immediately took the beast skin and read its contents. You must protect our position in the underworld. In a while we would be passing a few weapons to you. Use these weapons to defend against Zhao Hai. It would be best if you could kill him and completely control the underworld." At this moment, the formation flashed once more. This time, a pile of weapons appeared. The weapons numbered several hundred. They weren't big. There were swords that were at the size of a hairpin. However, Dan knew that these were weapons from an upper realm, and they were very strong. The weapons of the underworld wouldn't be able to contend against these. Dan immediately took the weapons from the formation. After that, the formation flashed once more. Another pile of weapons was seen. Before long, Dan had taken out about 3,000 weapons from the formation. When the transmission formation stopped shining, Dan took another beast skin and wrote, "My lord can feel relieved. This subordinate will surely kill Zhao Hai and protect the underworld." After sending the beast skin, Dan took the weapons to the hall below. Then he called over his subordinates and told them about the uses of the weapons. After that, Dan had the stronger undead pick the weapons for themselves. Naturally, the undead wouldn't be polite and pick the weapons they most liked. Although these weapons looked small, they would enlarge as soon as energy was injected to them. Moreover, the undead didn't need to use their hands to wield the weapons. The weapons could fly in the air and attack enemies from several li 0.5 kilometers away. It can be said that if one spiritual force was strong enough, then they would be able to send their weapons hundreds of li to kill their enemy. Naturally, the spiritual force needed to control these weapons was quite huge, and the requirements to make it fly was even bigger. Even if these undead had great weapons, the most they could control the weapons would be several li ahead. Also, they can launch their weapons no more than 5 times. If they attacked more than that, then the weapon might not be able to return. But despite these limitations, the weapons still improved their strengths by at least threefold. This was enough to tip the scales of a war. However, what they didn't know was the fact that everything that just happened had fallen into Zhao Hai's eyes. After vanishing and returning to the space, Zhao Hai opened the monitor to see what Dan and the others would do. Zhao Hai believed that after Gulai said those words, Dan would immediately ask for instructions from his backers, and it seems like he guessed correctly. After asking for guidance, Dan was able to gain a lot of weapons from the cultivation realm. When Zhao Hai saw these weapons, his expression turned dark as he coldly snorted and said, "You want to kill me using those weapons?" Continue dreaming. Laura and the others weren't by Zhao Hai's side, they were still busy with the processing machine. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He waved his hand, then a map appeared on the monitor. On this map were small points. These dots were places that Zhao Hai wanted to scour, the places under the Dark Temple where the Heart Defending clan buried their treasure rooms. From the inheritance he gained from the Giant Heart, there were many treasures hidden in the Dark Temple's territory. Some of these treasures were ores while some were plant essences. These things were prepared by the Heart Defending clan, therefore they wouldn't expire after a long time. And besides these things, there were 5 treasure rooms that had magic artifacts inside. However, even if the artifacts were refined to an advanced level, they had yet to undergo the last step, so they were still incomplete. Zhao Hai also learned the Heart Defending clan's refinement process. From the clan's records, refining treasures was divided into 4 stages. These stages were smelting, tempering, forming, and spirit attachment. Smelting and tempering were the simplest steps. As long as one had the material, then one could smelt it with the appropriate flame. The length of smelting affected the quality of the weapon. As for tempering, there were plenty of methods to do so. The simplest way was to use a hammer to temper the metal. But generally, this method could only be applied when making low-level equipment. As for high-level items, one generally used the spiritual force in addition to their own strength in order to temper the materials. Materials hammered using this method would become stronger. The third step wasn't so simple. If one wanted to make a personalized weapon, then forming was very important. The weapons used by each person were different. Even if 2 identical blades were handed to 2 people, the way they use it would be different. In the end, after numerous uses, the blades would wear in accordance to their users' habits. If one wanted to make a weapon for himself, then they would need to be careful in the forming process. One must make a weapon that one was accustomed to. This way, one would not need to take a long time to use the weapon to their full potential. The last step, spirit attachment, was the most difficult part in refining weapons. The spirit attached to the weapon would determine its level. Low-level items, categorized as first, third-level artifacts, couldn't be attached with spirits. These weapons were limited by their materials. Because of this, artifacts up to the third level were called low-level magic artifacts. The Heart Defending clan named these artifacts as inferior-grade artifacts, but starting from the 4th-6th level, artifacts would be able to hold spirits. As for these weapons, only low-level spirit souls could be attached. These souls would act just like puppets, listening to any instructions but couldn't think for themselves. Such artifacts were called intermediate-grade artifacts. Artifacts on the 7th-9th level were called advanced-grade artifacts. These artifacts can be attached with high-ranked souls. After spirit attachment, these artifacts would have autonomy and would be able to absorb energy from the surroundings. Aside from helping their masters attack, they could also aid their masters in their cultivation. These weapons were very formidable. Above 7th-9th artifacts were items that were called great treasures. These treasures also had spirits inside them. Moreover, the wisdom of these spirits was very high. Great treasures were items that choose their masters instead of the other way around. They were leagues better than 9th level artifacts. After being made, these treasures would then be able to freely choose their masters. Naturally, creating these great treasures needed world-shaking materials as well as difficult manufacturing methods. After years upon years of effort, the Heart Defending clan managed to make 5 of these treasures. However, of these 5, 4 of them were destroyed in the Great War while the last treasure received great damage. That treasure was the cauldron that was now in Zhao Hai's hands. And since the artifact's spirit was seriously damaged, it can be said that it was an incomplete great treasure. The magic artifacts that the Heart Defending clan had in their treasure rooms were 7th-9th level artifacts. However, these artifacts didn't have spirits. But once these items undergoes spirit attachment, they would then be able to demonstrate the strength of advanced-grade artifacts. From what Dan told his subordinates, Zhao Hai was able to tell that the weapons sent through transmission formations didn't have spirits inside. In other words, intermediate-grade and advanced-grade weapons couldn't be transported. This means that Dan only had inferior-grade artifacts in his hands. Chapter 1062. Asai. The weapons that Dan acquired were 1 Street 3 RD level artifacts, inferior-grade goods. But despite so, these weapons were still formidable when used in the underworld. The materials used by the weapons were different than what Zhao Hai had seen in the Arc Continent or in the Divine Realm. These inferior-grade weapons used very advanced materials, some of which weren't present in the Arc Continent and the Divine Realm. Despite being inferior-grade weapons, these weapons were sharper than those found in the Arc Continent or the Divine Realm. It can be said that these items were very powerful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. Although the buried treasures of the Heart Defending clan weren't complete, they were supposedly advanced-grade artifacts. Even if they were semi-finished, this didn't mean that they couldn't be used. In fact, 1 Street 3 RD level items only underwent the first 3 methods. They didn't go through the last step. These advanced-grade weapons, although they had no spirit, were still much stronger than their inferior-grade counterparts. The reason why Zhao Hai decided to take the Heart Defending clan's buried treasures was because he wanted to completely destroy Dan. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to find these weapons after the Neutral Alliance had been dealt with. But now it seems like this matter needed to be taken care of immediately. Time was running out and Zhao Hai couldn't wait, so he could only use the weapons now. Although Zhao Hai had the Bone Armor Legion, he was still unsure if the bone armors were capable of blocking these inferior-grade weapons. Zhao Hai was very clear about Dan and the others' strength. If it was only them, then he wouldn't have been worried. However, Now that these inferior-grade weapons had appeared, Zhao Hai began to feel a headache. It was obvious that Dan intended to hand the weapons over to the powerful undead. A team formed by these undead was a force that shouldn't be underestimated. The purpose of this team was the same as Zhao Hai's Bone Armor Legion. To deal with this group, only something like the Bone Armor Legion would suffice. However, Zhao Hai doesn't know the attacking prowess of these inferior-grade weapons. If the Bone Legion couldn't stop them, then the Bone Legion would lose a lot. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take out the weapons made by the Heart Defending Clan. Magic weapons needed to be dealt with using magic weapons, otherwise Dan's team would become Zhao Hai's biggest challenger in unifying the underworld. Zhao Hai wanted to use the magic weapons to kill Tand, deal with the Neutral Alliance, and destroy the Transmission Formation as soon as possible. For Zhao Hai, the biggest threat wasn't just Tand. He was afraid of Tand's backers as well as the Transmission Formation. If Tand fails to kill Zhao Hai, then he might send another message to the Cultivation Realm. In turn, this would cause more and more of these inferior-grade weapons to be sent over. In a battle for attrition, Zhao Hai would certainly suffer a loss. After all, compared to the Cultivation Realm, the things in his hands still fall short. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to end this matter quickly. Only after dealing with Tand and the Transmission Formation would Zhao Hai be able to break the Cultivation Realm's connection with the underworld. Only then could the underworld be his. Since Zhao Hai was now in complete control of the Dark Temple's domain, he naturally wouldn't be discreet in his search. He dug in the open since the undead in his domain wouldn't be able to betray him. However, this bold and open digging was also still something Zhao Hai had to personally do. This was because the dots on the map didn't represent a position, instead it showed regions of land. If Zhao Hai wanted to find these treasure rooms, then he would have to scour the area himself. Extracting the treasure wasn't a very difficult matter. The Heart Defending Clan's treasure rooms were prepared for people on their own side. Because of this, there were no mechanisms nor traps on the path to the rooms. While Zhao Hai went to pick up the treasures himself, he had Addison mobilize the army and station themselves on the border of the Neutral Alliance. 5 days later, after Zhao Hai gained the treasures, the army had completely encircled the alliance. Zhao Hai's harvest wasn't small. The ores and plant essences that he took from the treasure rooms were all high-quality goods. Not only did Zhao Hai gain these things, the space had also leveled up to 120. It was a huge harvest. Besides these, Zhao Hai also obtained 10,000 advanced-grade artifacts. These artifacts were still incomplete, but in the meantime, they were still enough for Zhao Hai to use. Zhao Hai prepared to hand these magic artifacts over to the Bone Armor Legion. With these weapons, as well as the bone armors, dealing with Tand's 3,000 undead would be no problem. Tand had been in the underworld for many years, and during this time, he was not worried at all. He knew that although his weapons weren't advanced-grade goods, they were still very useful in the underworld. The reason for this strong confidence was the fact that he had been a battle corpse back in the Cultivation Realm. After he was carefully refined, he was still able to maintain his memories. He was clear that magic artifacts were impossible to appear in the lower realms. Because of this, he knew that even one-street-level artifacts were extraordinary treasures in the underworld. Now that he had 3,000 of these artifacts, how could he be afraid of Zhao Hai? Although Zhao Hai had already surrounded them, Tand wasn't too worried. Along with his high-ranked undead, he just continued to look at the army outside the city. Both sides had a lot of undead, enough to blot out the skies. They were now ready to clash. At this time, Zhao Hai's bone carriage arrived just in front of Dry Bone City. He looked at Tand on the city wall. He smiled faintly and said, "Tand, I advise you to surrender, or else you will surely die." Tand looked at Zhao Hai with disdain as he coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, stop joking around. You should do the right thing and surrender to the immortals, or else, I will make sure that your soul will be crushed." Zhao Hai looked at Tand and smiled, "Good, good. Let's see whose souls gets crushed first." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and beckoned towards Dry Bone City. Tand also waved his hand, making the army behind him charge. Wars of the undead have always been like this. They rarely did other preparations. Everyone just goes into a huge melee. If you lose, you lose. If you win, then you win. The more experience you gained, then the more advantages you would have. Zhao Hai didn't command the army. This matter has already been handed over to Lizzie and Megan. He was just paying attention to Tand. On Tand's side were several high-ranked undead. These were the undead who were armed with the cultivation realm weapons. Zhao Hai wanted to wait for them to move, or else they would become a hindrance. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious to move. He wanted to see when Tand would begin sending his people, and that would be the time that he would move as well. Zhao Hai's subordinates were very fierce. Moreover, although the army looked chaotic, with Lizzie and Megan as their commanders, the army was actually very well coordinated. This was very different compared to Tand's unsupervised undead. One side was coordinated while another was disorganized. With both sides having the same strength, victory and defeat could already be seen. When Tand saw that his undead were being pressed by Zhao Hai's, he couldn't sit still anymore. He waved his hand as the 3,000 people team rushed out of the city. Each undead in this team held magic weapons in their hands. Zhao Hai knew that Tand's final ace had appeared. It seems like he was planning on using this team to reverse the situation of the war. As the team rushed out, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then in front of Tand's undead team, the Bone Armor Legion appeared, each one also having magic weapons in their hands. All in all, the Legion numbered 10,000 people. Tand was anticipating to see his undead kill in 4 directions. But now, a team of bone-armored soldiers appeared. Tand stared, especially at the weapons in the hands of the undead. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. Tand didn't expect that, besides him, there was also another person who could obtain magic artifacts. Zhao Hai had artifacts. Moreover, he had more than him. Tand suddenly thought about Zhao Hai's background. When he was reminded of this, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was too proud to remember this matter. Besides being annoyed, Tand was also startled. His backer wasn't just any small power in the cultivation realm, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to scare the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, making him keep his hands from the Neutral Alliance. But despite this, they were only able to send 3,000 magic artifacts. Such endeavor wasn't cheap. And now, Tand was actually facing a battalion of 10,000 undead, each carrying a magic artifact. 10,000 magic artifacts, more than 3 times as many as Tand's. Who or what was Zhao Hai's backer in the cultivation realm? Were they extremely terrifying beings? At the thought of this, Tand suddenly lost the mood to stand on the city wall. He had his men defend the wall before he hurriedly left Dry Bone City. Tand was now planning to return to Holy Bone City and pass the information over to his backers. However, he didn't know that Zhao Hai noticed him leaving. Although the battle was very lively, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He focused all of his attention to Tand. Now that Tand was planning to depart, Zhao Hai's figure also disappeared from sight. Tand was currently flying, burning with impatience. He knew that he would certainly suffer defeat, and it would be a disastrous one. After seeing the enemy take out 10,000 magic artifacts, he knew that he would have no chance to change the situation. At this time, Tand was hoping that Zhao Hai's attention would be placed on the battlefield. This way, he would be able to reach Holy Bone City smoothly and relay the news to his backers. Holy Bone City wasn't that far from Dry Bone City. In order to cope with Zhao Hai, the Alliance had concentrated their military force. At this time, the Neutral Alliance only had 10 cities under their control. These cities formed a circular defense system with Holy Bone City in the middle. Because of this, it wouldn't take long for one to reach Holy Bone City using flight. Upon seeing Holy Bone City's walls, Tand couldn't help but relax a bit. But at this time, Tand suddenly heard a sigh. His heart contracted. He listened and noticed that this sigh belonged to Zhao Hai. Then along with this sigh, a spatial rift appeared 100 meters away. Zhao Hai's figure was seen walking out from the spatial rift. After seeing Zhao Hai, Tand's heart sank. He pulled his own sword out and pointed it towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, do you really want us to fight? Zhao Hai looked at Tand and smiled. Tand, do you really think that I would give you an opportunity to report? You and I should know that we are just pawns. The real fight isn't between us. Since my lord wants me to unify the underworld, then I naturally wouldn't want to make any mistakes. Otherwise, I would have a hard time explaining. I wouldn't just let you report back to your superiors, or else it might bring trouble to my lord. Because of this, you need to die today. Dan's heart sank deeply. He knew that today was his end. But then, he noticed that Zhao Hai was alone. As long as he can kill Zhao Hai, then everything else would be easy to do. After thinking of this, Dan sneered and said, "Zhao Hai, you really overestimate yourself. You even pursued me alone. Let me tell you this, I am from the cultivation realm. My body has been refined by my master, so I am far from an ordinary undead. It is you who will die today." Zhao Hai looked at Tand with curiosity. "Really? Then prove it." Zhao Hai's figure moved and proceeded to charge Tand. At the same time, Tand gave out a grunt before throwing out his own sword. Despite seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't stop. Instead, Zhao Hai's body was suddenly wrapped by a layer of bones. Clang! A loud sound was heard as Tand's flying sword hit Zhao Hai's bone armor. But to Tand's surprise, the bone armor was actually able to successfully defend. The flying sword unexpectedly wasn't able to puncture through the bone armor. Chapter 1063 to 1065. Chapter 1063, The Might of a Flying Sword. While Tand was stunned, Zhao Hai had already reached him, after which, Zhao Hai waved his blood ghost staff towards Tand's head. Tand immediately moved his body to the left. However, Zhao Hai already stretched his other hand and threw a net over. The action was very sudden. Tand simply didn't have time to dodge. At this moment, his flying sword expanded in size and attempted to block the net. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He didn't expect the flying sword to be this quick. The reason why he let the sword puncture him was in order to see the bone armor's capabilities. And if the sword punctures through, it didn't matter. He had already crystallized his body. It would be impossible for the other party to injure him. Zhao Hai also wanted to use this opportunity to get close to Tand while the flying sword was still away. However, Zhao Hai seems to have underestimated Tand's flying sword. The sword was truly too quick. It seems like it had come back in just a snap. Zhao Hai never expected this. Tand also used this opportunity to quickly withdraw. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. "Zhao Hai, since you have a backer from the cultivation realm, then you should also be aware that there are different levels when it comes to magic artifacts. Although my subordinates are equipped with inferior grade weapons, this weapon in my hand is an advanced grade weapon." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like your lord values you greatly. They even bestowed you an advanced grade artifact. It seems like you weren't just picking scraps in the underworld all these years." Tand coldly snorted as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this underworld is too big. Do you really want to occupy all of it? Aren't you afraid of choking?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "This underworld originally didn't belong to anyone. Those who have the strength would naturally own it. There's no need to talk nonsense. Receive my attack." Zhao Hai's figure proceeded to move as he threw himself towards Tand. Tand looked at Zhao Hai's move, then he sneered, "Zhao Hai, I really pity you. You have done all these things for your master, yet he didn't even give you a decent weapon. Is it really worth it following a master like that?" Zhao Hai pretended to be angry as he swung his magic staff towards Tand. In order to block, Tand also attacked using his flying sword. The speed of Tand's flying sword was truly astonishing. Upon seeing it, most king-level characters would surely turn red with hate. Moreover, besides the strength of impact provided by the sword, it would also emit a hidden ripple when met with an enemy's attack. This ripple would target the enemy and proceed to destroy their body from the inside out. It can be said that the attack was quite vicious. Zhao Hai had already crystallized his body the moment he fought with Tand. This even included his internal organs. Zhao Hai clearly knew how powerful advanced grade artifacts were. Because of this, he wouldn't dare underestimate the strength of Tand's weapon. Zhao Hai's magic staff could also be used as a flying sword. However, Zhao Hai wasn't able to learn how to control flying swords. After all, he always felt that using the staff as a flying sword wasn't something easy to do. Because of this, He was intending to wait until he reaches the cultivation realm to do so. At this time, Zhao Hai was still using his staff as a melee weapon. In his fight against Dan this time, Zhao Hai was planning to see how Tand would use the flying sword. Zhao Hai would also want to see if he could learn from watching Tand. Being able to control the flying sword freely and with such distance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be astounded at the zombie. This made him even more curious about Dan's identity. Moreover, after a few clashes with Dan, Zhao Hai discovered that the zombie did indeed have the same aura as Yi and Wind Ghost Emperor's beast skeletons. In other words, he underwent the corpse refining method of the cultivation realm. This was what Zhao Hai was most curious about. On the other hand, Dan was very surprised at Zhao Hai. He knew very well about how strong advanced grade flying swords were. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's staff to be able to block his sword, and it seems like there wasn't even a hint of damage. What Dan didn't know was the fact that Zhao Hai already had a lot of advanced grade weapons. But despite this, Zhao Hai still felt that the flying swords were useless to him. His magic staff was already enough. Nevertheless, after acquiring these weapons, Zhao Hai tried them a few times. After he tried the flying swords a few times, Zhao Hai began to understand the difference between advanced grade and inferior grade swords. Low-level swords only had basic functions such as turning bigger and smaller while also having the ability to fly. On the other hand, high-level swords had plenty of formations inside them. Additionally, the functions of these formations were different. Take Dan's flying sword for example. In addition to being fast, it could also use dark energy in order to wound its foe. Compared to low-level swords, this weapon was much more powerful. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to mainly experience how people from the cultivation realm use their flying swords. It can be said that those from the cultivation realm had reached a superb level of control when it came to flying swords. Zhao Hai was sure that if Dan was placed in the cultivation realm, then he wouldn't be anything special. But one could see that the zombie's control over his flying sword was still quite flawless. Zhao Hai can also affirm that if nobody else appeared, Tand could single-handedly dominate the underworld. Nobody would be able to match his strength. While Zhao Hai was feeling delight with his fight with Tand, the battle at Drybone City still went on. Lizzie and Megan commanded the undead army in order to surround the Alliance's undead. The latter simply had no strength to push back. As for Dan's special team, they had already been overwhelmed by Zhao Hai's much more superior Bone Armor Legion. The 3,000 inferior grade artifacts had already been sent to the space. But despite being sent to the space, of the 3,000 magic artifacts, less than 1,000 had been perfectly preserved. As for the rest, they were all damaged. Some of them couldn't even be used anymore. There was no other way to prevent this. Against Zhao Hai's advanced grade weapons, these inferior grade ones would just crumble. It was lucky for these weapons to even survive a clash. However, Lizzie and Megan didn't feel bad about these damaged weapons. This was because they could still be recycled. With the processing machine's help, these weapons would be patched up easily. By now, Lizzie and Megan weren't too frantic in their attacks. The two just sat in the living room alongside Laura and the others. The women looked like Andes shopping for groceries. They looked at the undead on the monitor and would pluck any undead they liked and send it to the space. Those who weren't pleasing to their eyes were killed and harvested for their fiery souls. The group treated the battle as a game as they pointed at several undead. As for Zhao Hai's battle, they simply didn't care. After going through a lot, they weren't that worried about Zhao Hai anymore. They already knew that if Zhao Hai cannot beat his enemy, then he could just escape to the space at any time. So instead of worrying about Zhao Hai, they might as well look for things they were interested in. Just like what they were doing at the present, as long as they find an undead amusing, then they would just capture them. If Addison and the others knew about what Lizzie and the others were doing, then who knows what their expressions would be like. It seems like the only ones capable of being this nonchalant in the underworld would be Zhao Hai's wives. Zhao Hai didn't know about any of these. He was currently trying to make Dan go all out. In his estimation, Dan was a bit stronger than Addison, but after using his flying sword, Dan's strength would be elevated by at least 5 layers. If Dan used his flying sword to clash with Addison, then Addison would certainly die. At the same time, Zhao Hai came to realize that using this battle to learn how to control flying swords was impossible. Presently he couldn't even properly let the weapon fly. If he wanted to learn, then he would have to acquire a sword manual. After coming to terms with this situation, Zhao Hai knew that there was already no use in trading hits with Dan. It was time for the fight to end. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai's body moved as he began to turn back. To be honest, for Tand, fighting with Zhao Hai gave him a lot of pressure. Although Zhao Hai didn't have a flying sword, his weapon was no worse than one. Dan's sword could use dark energy in order to corrupt the opponent's weapon, but this seems to be useless against Zhao Hai. After seemingly thousands of clashes, no damage could be visibly seen on Zhao Hai's staff. After seeing Zhao Hai turn back, Dan was shocked, but he didn't pursue. This was because he was very clear that Zhao Hai didn't retreat because he didn't have the strength. Zhao Hai just retreated because he wanted to. When two people fight and one person suddenly retreats, then this meant that he might fully retreat or make a big move. Moreover, the outcome would most likely be decided by this move. After thinking about this, Dan became more careful as he made his flying sword go back. The sword proceeded to circle around his body, protecting him. Zhao Hai looked at Dan and smiled. "Let's end this." After he said that, his hand moved and threw his blood ghost staff. Chapter 1064, Myriad Treasures Pavilion. After seeing Zhao Hai throw his weapon, Dan couldn't help but stare. However, he still heightened his senses. He knew that Zhao Hai's weapon wasn't anything ordinary. It seems to be harder than a flying sword. The only downside to this weapon was that it couldn't be used as a flying sword, otherwise it would have been extremely formidable. Dan also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't just throw his weapon for no reason. There would certainly be a more ruthless move afterwards. Under Dan's gaze, Zhao Hai's magic staff didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it just floated in midair, albeit not as graceful as a flying sword. Dan continued to focus his attention on Zhao Hai. He didn't dare be careless even for a little bit. He was aware of Zhao Hai's accomplishments. Would someone who eliminated the Dark Temple be a simple character? Dan knew that although that old ghost only had his incarnation in the temple, the strength of that incarnation couldn't be underestimated. The old ghost was able to govern the Dark Temple for many years. That wasn't something ordinary people could do. Because of this, Dan was very careful when he was fighting against Zhao Hai. He was clear that even if he brought his flying sword to the Dark Temple, he still wouldn't be able to conquer it. Zhao Hai looked at Dan and chuckled. "Dan, you said that I don't have a flying sword." "You're correct. However, my master already told me that flying swords with no spirits inside are nothing. Because of this, he prepared another magical artifact for me." "A sealing artifact?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai speak about a sealing artifact, Dan's expression changed. He was aware about how terrifying sealing artifacts were. These sealing artifacts weren't used for sealing areas, but instead it can seal entities. It uses a secret method in order to seal the laws itself. Sealing artifacts were originally made by cultivators in order to seal a demonic artifact. In the cultivation realm, there were also distinctions between cultivators and demon cultivators, like Lu Wei and Yin Wen Ghost Emperor. Powerful demonic cultivators would certainly use weapons with the Yin attribute or something that was made with either ghost chi or demon chi. Wielded by demonic cultivators, the might of these items was formidable, and after being used by demonic cultivators, these artifacts would be contaminated with demonic aura. If a weak cultivator takes hold of these demonic artifacts, then they would certainly be corrupted. If this cultivator doesn't practice demonic arts, then they would surely die soon. Because of this, people would generally destroy these artifacts once they acquired them. It was just too difficult to refine demonic items. But there were a lot of advanced grade demonic artifacts. The materials used to make these weapons were extremely valuable. It would be a pity to destroy them. Therefore, People could only find ways to refine these weapons. It was for this reason that sealing artifacts were invented. The principle of these sealing artifacts was to seal a demonic artifact inside another artifact. Only then would the artifact be safe for others to use. While being sealed, the demonic chi would be refined bit by bit. When the demonic artifact was fully refined, then it could be reused completely. Also, this sealing weapon had another use. It could effectively trick the enemy. If one was against a person with an inferior grade artifact, then one might not treat the enemy seriously. However, what if that inferior grade artifact suddenly turns out to be an advanced grade weapon in the middle of a fight? This would surely change the tides of battle. Zhao Hai didn't hear about these sealing artifacts from the Heart Defending clan. Instead, he got it from Lu Wei's remnant soul. In the past, Lu Wei suffered a loss from sealing artifacts. Because of this, the impression of the artifacts on him was very deep, and due to this memory, Zhao Hai was able to know about them. Zhao Hai intended to throw his staff and then saying that it was a sealing artifact in order to fool Tand. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Tand's expression immediately changed. If Zhao Hai really took out a sealing artifact, then that would truly be scary. Making a single sealing artifact wasn't easy. Even in the cultivation realm, only elder-level characters would make these artifacts and hand them over for their younger descendants. This way, these younger generations would have life-saving methods when exploring the outside world. It can be said that sealing artifacts weren't simple items, and because he knew this, Tand couldn't help but be afraid. At this moment, Zhao Hai murmured, "Transform." Suppress. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the floating magic staff suddenly emitted massive amounts of red lights. Then the staff broke down and became a huge red cauldron. This cauldron immediately flew into the air and opened its mouth to cover Tand. The cauldron moved too fast. Even if Tand wanted to defend using his flying sword, it was already too late. After a spark from the flying weapon, Tand was swallowed up. A spatial rift appeared before Tand was thrown into the space. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately follow. Instead, he quickly flew towards Holy Bone City and entered the small room on the ceiling. After having Kair record the transmission formation, Zhao Hai went on to completely destroy it. Only after destroying the formation did Zhao Hai begin to relax. Zhao Hai knew that the underworld was now his. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't reveal the truth while fighting Tand was because he didn't want to ruin the impression that he had a master in the cultivation realm. He couldn't risk everything over a simple mishap. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't showcase the strength of his staff too much. He acted every move he made, making sure that there would be no flaw. Although Zhao Hai knew that the people from the cultivation realm got their news through that beast skin, he still didn't dare to be negligent. The means of the cultivation realm were endless, and the people behind Tand weren't simple. In this situation, Zhao Hai would have to be careful. He was afraid that Tand's memories would be sent back to the cultivation realm. If that was the case, then it would be best to tell Tand nothing. If people discover Zhao Hai's secrets, then instead of causing trouble for Lu Wei, Zhao Hai would gain another powerful enemy. Zhao Hai had always been a careful person. He would rather miss an opportunity than go too far. To be honest, this kind of temperament would never take anybody to great heights. It was only because of the space that Zhao Hai was able to reach his current state. After taking care of Holy Bone City's matters, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Upon entering, Zhao Hai saw that Laura and the others were still happily playing their game. Looking at their enthusiasm, Zhao Hai didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. However, Zhao Hai smiled in the end. Seeing Laura and the others like this made him relieved. As long as they were happy, then he was happy. Zhao Hai didn't disturb them. Instead, he returned to his own room and called Tand over. Tand had been sent to the Space's warehouse, so now that he was summoned by Zhao Hai, the Space immediately issued a prompt: hostile being detected. Subduing. Successfully subdued. Strange communication link detected on the undead's body. Interrupting link. Link has been interrupted. Then there were no other prompts. But what made Zhao Hai's heart jump was the bit at the end. Did the Space just discover a hidden communication link inside Tand? After having thought of this, Zhao Hai quickly turned to Tand and asked, "Tand, Could you directly contact the cultivation realm? Were you able to relay what just happened to them? Tan shook his head and replying to the young master, I cannot. If I want to contact the cultivation realm, then I would have to ride on the beast skin. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, what was that unusual communication link about? Tan immediately replied, young master, that link was installed the moment my body has been refined. That link would activate the moment I die. After my spiritual imprint gets erased, the people from the cultivation realm would immediately see the scenes 1 hour before I died. It has been integrated into my body. There's no way for me to remove it. Zhao Hai nodded. He finally understood. This communication link was the same as things he read back on Earth. There would be bombs that would be connected to a person's heart. Once the heart stops beating, then the bomb would explode. Tan had the same thing. Once his spiritual force dissipates, then the communication link would immediately activate. But as the matter stands, Zhao Hai could feel relief. As long as Tan wasn't passing information over to the cultivation realm in real time, then everything was fine. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't know what to do when the people from the cultivation realm found his flaws. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he turned to Tan and asked, Tan, which influence from the cultivation realm do you belong to? Tan nodded and answered, young master, I belong to one of the 5 biggest trading companies in the cultivation realm, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. In the past, the pavilion obtained some coordinates. After finally deciding to try looking for it, an elder managed to see the underworld. And after seeing the special properties of the plane, they immediately thought of sending someone to collect gene attribute materials for them. And thus I was sent over. Chapter 1065, Tan's Past Life. Zhao Hai nodded before asking once more, how do you know all of this? When Tan heard Zhao Hai's question, the dried-up skin on his face twitched unconsciously. Then he sighed and said, replying to the young master, I wasn't born a zombie back in the cultivation realm. I was a disciple of an orthodox sect, a sword sect. It was only later on that I was refined into a zombie. Zhao Hai's brow couldn't help but go up. He looked at Tan and said, continue. Tan nodded. Although my sword sect isn't a strong influence in the cultivation realm, it was still a medium-grade sect. It is still quite powerful. I was deemed as a talent in the sect. At age 20, I reached body tempering. At age 21, I successfully entered Qi condensation. There were a lot of people in the sect that called me a rare talent. After he said that, Tan's eyes turned red as he recalled his life. Killing intent can be seen on Tan's eyes as he continued to recall. His voice became colder and colder. But I didn't expect that my outstanding talent would actually draw me into a fatal disaster. An elder of our sect had a sole grandson that was practically a waste. Yingran ate precious medicinal pills while he was growing up. But despite this, he only had the same strength as me when he reached the age of 20. If I consumed those pills instead, then I would have already been a foundation establishment expert. It was because of this fact that Yingran became jealous of me. In the end, he used his grandfather's influence to issue a mission that would kill me in the end. At that time, I wasn't aware of the real goal of the mission. It was already too late when I found out that I was supposed to deal with a famous Nascent Soul demonic expert, Ghost Hand Merchant, Jia Dingshan. Tan gave out a sigh before continuing. Although this Jia Dingshan is already at a Nascent Soul stage, he still kept with his ruthlessness. Moreover, he was an assassin in the cultivation realm. He would accept cash in return for his service. He also had a formidable demonic art, living corpse refining technique. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but turn cold. Judging by its name, the living corpse refining technique should be a sinister method. But Zhao Hai didn't disturb Tan as he continued. As its name suggests, the living corpse refining technique refines a living person's body. Not only would the corpse retain its soul, it would also have all of its memories, even some emotions. The process of refinement was very painful. Moreover, you can feel it all the time. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel cold. He doesn't know the exact process of refining, but he can be certain that retaining a person's memories and emotions wouldn't be an easy process. It might even be multiple times more painful than being burned alive. Tan went on, When I was captured by ghost Han merchant Jia Dingshan, he used his technique in order to refine my living body. While in the process, he told me that the sex elder was the one who wanted me killed. However, the elder didn't give the instruction to turn me into a living corpse. Instead, it was the elder's grandson who wanted me refined. After speaking up to here, Dan let out a long breath and then said, after being refined into a living corpse, I was no longer able to progress in my cultivation. I was at chi condensation stage before I was refined. Low-ranked living corpses like me had little to no use in the cultivation realm. But this time, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion actually needed low-level corpses. Because of this, Jia Dingshan sold me to the pavilion. Dan let out another long breath. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion refined me once again. Moreover, from what I could hear, their secret technique involves separating my soul and my body. Then they would deliver my body to the underworld first before attaching my soul to an inferior grade artifact and then sending it second. The artifact would be attracted to my body by using my soul. Before long, my soul and body were reunited. This is how I ended up living in the underworld. Zhao Hai didn't expect Dan to go through all these twists and turns. He immediately asked, once you arrived in the underworld, aren't you able to separate from the pavilion's control? Dan shook his head. I cannot. While the Myriad Treasures Pavilion refined me, they gave heavy emphasis on restricting my soul. If I dared to break their control, then that restriction would activate, dissipating my soul, killing me instantly. Zhao Hai knit his brows. If what I heard was right, then could the pavilion send countless people like you in the underworld? Dan shook his head. I'm afraid it would be impossible. After all the years I spent here, I discovered that the underworld was changing bit by bit. Even in the past it would still be very hard. If I hadn't arranged the transmission formation right after I arrived in the underworld, then I might have completely lost contact with the cultivation realm. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor should be aware of these changes as well, since it looks like he could no longer send energy to his incarnation. After seeing his incarnation restricting itself inside the temple, I knew that there must be a problem. Zhao Hai began to relax. To be honest, the things that Dan spoke about gave Zhao Hai a scare. He looked up to the people in the cultivation realm, eager to see them. But after hearing Dan, he knew that the cultivation realm was much more dangerous than he expected. The capabilities of the cultivators seemed to be much more ruthless than he thought. Regarding the changes that Dan said, Zhao Hai could affirm that it was because of the giant heart. All this time, the giant heart had been working hard to defend itself. Because of this, the underworld went through changes year after year. It seems like the results were remarkable. Even Tand was able to sense that the underworld was different from before. However, Zhao Hai was still curious, so he asked Tand, "How are you able to sense that the underworld was different?" Tand replied, replying to the young master. As time went by, I began to feel that the cultivation realm's control over me had decreased. Moreover, aside from the transmission formation, they lost all their means to give me commands. When I first came to the underworld, they were still able to use their divine sense to control me, but now it has become impossible. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "I've already destroyed that transmission formation. The link you have to the cultivation realm has also been erased. You don't need to worry about it anymore." Tan gave Zhao Hai a bow. Tan thanks the young master. If not for the young master, then I might not be able to see this day. Zhao Hai waved his hand as he inquired once more. "Didn't you say that your memories had been preserved? So do you still remember the cultivation methods of your sect?" Tand immediately replied, "Young master can rest assured, I remember them all." Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. "Good, then you should stay with care and recall every cultivation method you have. Write down what you know about the cultivation realm as well." Tand complied before following care. Zhao Hai stood up and walked out of his room. Before long, he arrived in the living room. Laura and the others were still playing. They had nothing else to do, so they decided to play with the undead. The undead were under Lizzie and Megan's control. If they wanted the undead to attack, then they would attack, and if they wanted them to defend, then the undead would defend. Because of this, They had a jolly time controlling the undead army. The reason why they weren't catching undead like before was because the space undead had already reached an astonishing 50 billion. It was already a lot. There was no need to be frantic in taking in more. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and saw that here weren't a lot of Neutral Alliance undead left. He smiled before saying, "Alright, you can stop playing around, clean them all up." When Laura and the others heard this, they turned their heads. They were too immersed in their game that they failed to notice that Zhao Hai had come back. Now that Zhao Hai suddenly spoke, they couldn't help but be surprised. Laura hastily stood up and said, "Brother Hai, you're back? When did you return?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I returned a while ago, but after seeing you having fun, I decided not to disturb you. I just finished talking with Dan. I didn't expect that you would still be playing." "Alright, it's time to tidy up. You can play later. The underworld already belongs to us." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others looked at each other and cheered. They had waited for this day for a long time. Now they finally achieved their goal. The underworld was different compared to the other places. Places like the Ark continent could have their laws destroyed. Once its laws were destroyed, then it would become like an unguarded city. On the other hand, the underworld had a special environment that didn't allow beings that weren't undead. At the same time, the giant heart was here, changing the plane bit by bit. There was no arguing that the underworld was the best place to be their base. Naturally, nobody else would want to make the underworld their base, even the people from the cultivation realm. If someone stays in the underworld for too long, they would eventually succumb to the plane's death energy. If they don't turn into undead immediately, then they would turn into a deranged demon before dying, and in addition to the dark mist, it would also be impossible for them to cultivate here. Therefore, this was a plane that nobody really wanted to be in. The reason the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor came to the underworld was because he wanted to gather subordinates while also gaining faith power. However, after the transformations caused by the giant heart, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor could no longer gather subordinates, he could only collect faith power. And now that the Dark Temple has been ruined, faith power could no longer be collected. Also, it would now be impossible for the Ghost Emperor to go back to the underworld. It can be said that the underworld was now in Zhao Hai's hands. While it was useless and harmful to others, this didn't matter to Zhao Hai. He has the space, therefore he can take the underworld as his back garden. Not only could it provide Zhao Hai with ores, special plants, and endless subordinates, it could also provide faith power in the future. These were all things that the people from the cultivation realm wanted, and now it was in Zhao Hai's hands. Laura and the others were also clear about the underworld's importance. Because of this, they were happy after hearing the news. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled. "Alright, now go finish everything up." Lizzie and Megan nodded before commanding the army to end the fight. Not too long after that, the Neutral Alliance fell. After the undead were cleaned up, Zhao Hai waved his hand and called Addison in. Addison had a look of joy as he faced Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Addison's expression and smiled. "Addison, now that the underworld is ours, I want to hear your opinion. You have two choices. First choice is to enter the hell space. You should be very clear that practicing in the hell space is much more effective than here in the underworld. Your other choice is staying in the underworld, helping me manage the place, becoming the lord of the underworld. Besides me, all the other undead would listen to you. This isn't relaxed work and it might affect your cultivation." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Addison couldn't help but chuckle. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you can forget about the first option. I will stay here in the underworld to manage it. If I'm here, then I would bring better benefits to you. Although it might seem like I chose this because of your preferences, but I am really willing to manage the underworld. Even if I spend my entire life doing so, I would still be willing. This is because the young master has given us undead an identity, treating us as our own race. For young master's sake, I will do everything." Zhao Hai looked at Addison. He smiled faintly and said, "Alright, Addison, I understand your decision. You can stay here in the underworld. But you can rest assured, after I ascend to the cultivation realm, I will certainly seek cultivation methods for you to use. When the time comes, you can practice here in the underworld. If you manage to get stronger, I can pick you up at any time." Addison's eyes shone. He stood up and gave Zhao Hai a bow. "Thank you, young master. Rest assured, I will properly manage the underworld." Zhao Hai laughed. He patted Addison's shoulder and said, "All right, you go settle things in the underworld. After all, this is now your domain." Chapter 1066 to 1068. Chapter 1066. The Space's New Discipline. Magic Branding. Zhao Hai calmly stood on his blood lotus. In front of him was a rich and solid continent. Growing on the land were various strange grasses, shining amidst the rays of the sun. But if one carefully looked into the land, one would see remnants of destroyed buildings beneath the lush vegetation. This continent was none other than one of the Divine Realm's 13 continents. The Central Continent. It was the land Zhao Hai attacked in the past. The Central Continent was left unmanaged for a long time. After destroying the continent, Zhao Hai left 0 people here. Even if the foreign races ruled the entire Divine Realm, they would still find it hard to send people here. And since the foreign races were at war with the O'Neill family, it was even more pointless for them to send people to this continent. Zhao Hai came to the Divine Realm because he wanted to see the situation here. It has been 2 years since he had unified the underworld. In those 2 years, the development of the space went as usual, and since he had scoured almost all of the lands he went to, the space didn't level up. It was still level 120. The space's development was very good. There were even experts that emerged from the Ark continent and the goblins. These were out of Zhao Hai's expectations. This was especially true for the goblins. The physique of the goblins was unsuitable for practice. But despite this, the goblins found their own means to cultivate, and this method gave Zhao Hai a great surprise. The goblins knew about their strengths as well as their weaknesses. Their near extermination had dug deep into their minds. Because of this, there were a lot of goblins that went all out both in researching magic formations and in cultivation. However, one has to know that the goblin race's innate skill in cultivation wasn't much. Although they could exchange for manuals from the churches that Zhao Hai built, their initial progress was very slow. Zhao Hai wanted to urge the goblins to stop cultivating and instead focus on researching magic formations. However, he decided to give up on this idea. He wouldn't go in the way of the goblin race's learning, so he stationed a few more instructors into the Goblin Academy. These instructors were members from the other races that could teach the goblins about martial arts and magic. Zhao Hai didn't expect too much from this arrangement. He was clearly aware of the goblin race's capabilities. He was like a giant patiently teaching a dwarf how to play basketball, despite knowing that the dwarf would never be good at it. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that among the instructors that were sent, one of them would be a demon that dealt with potions. This instructor cooperated with the goblins and made a new method that Zhao Hai had never heard of. This method combines potion making and magic formations. The demons and the goblins gave this method a name: magic branding. This so-called magic branding method was actually very simple. Plants would be refined into special potions, then using a needle, the potion would be branded on the body of a goblin. This branding couldn't just be done freely. One had to find the body's meridians before inscribing a magic formation for it to take effect. And in the end, this effect was extraordinary. As long as a goblin was branded in their meridians, then no matter martial arts or magic, their practice speed would be doubled while the effort needed was halved. They became no worse than the other races. It was an exceptionally good invention. Naturally, after he came to know about this, Zhao Hai didn't become stingy. He immediately rewarded that demon instructor as well as the goblins. Moreover, he compiled their findings into books and distributed them to the other academies. This way, not only would they gain rewards, their fame would also increase. Of course, magical branding wasn't so easily studied. First, one would need expertise when it comes to potions. One would also need large amounts of high-grade medicinal ingredients. Second, one would have to know magic formations. Mistakes during branding should also be avoided, otherwise everything would turn to waste. Finally, one should also have knowledge about the body's meridians. These distinct methods weren't gained from the Ark Continent nor the Divine Realm. These were derived from the Cultivation Realm's methods. All these things put together made it possible for magic branding to exist. Zhao Hai was very appreciative about this creation. This magical branding gave him a realization. Currently, the magical brand used ordinary magic formations. If the formations used were from the Cultivation Realm, then what would its effect? Its might should be even greater. Just like the space, the underworld was developing normally. And just like Tan said, because of the giant heart, the plane was slowly transforming. At this point, the Cultivation Realm's experts shouldn't be able to find its coordinates. In the past, the giant heart didn't dare to transform the plane too quickly, first because it was afraid of being found out, and second, because it didn't have much strength. But after so many years of progress, things were now different. Now, the Cultivation Realm's influence had been cut off, and the strength of the giant heart has increased. Because of this, the transformation of the underworld increased. In just 2 years, the Cultivation Realm should have already lost track of the underworld, which was absolutely good news for Zhao Hai. As long as the Cultivation Realm couldn't find the underworld, then the underworld was safe. With one less worry, Zhao Hai's heart began to lighten up. Unlike the underworld and the space, the Divine Realm wasn't doing too well. Ever since the dwarves had moved out, the beastmen and the elves continued their war with the O'Neill family. Although the war turned into small skirmishes later on, the battles didn't stop all these years. Moreover, the foreign races had underestimated the O'Neill family. The magic armors were not to be trifled with. Their fighting strength was formidable and they were all extremely quick. As long as there was a war tank supplying them with energy, their fighting strength wouldn't fall. Because of this, the foreign races had been at a disadvantage during the small encounters. Zhao Hai cared about the war in the Divine Realm. After all, he was the one who started it. He wanted to see who would win between the two sides. But after 2 years of observation, Zhao Hai finally couldn't wait. Although the two sides remained fighting, the scale of the battles were very small. The overall status of the war was left unchanged. There wasn't too much development. Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with this result. Although Zhao Hai had some misgivings against the beastmen and the elves, if they asked for a chance to enter the space, he would still give it. In Zhao Hai's mind, when the O'Neill family greatly injures the beastmen and the elves, there would be a good chance for the two races to enter the space. But now, the foreign races and the O'Neill family seem to be in a stalemate. In this case, the beastmen and the elves wouldn't enter the space. Just like the Divine Realm's stagnant situation, there was also not much development in the Atlanta plain. If there was, then it would be Zhao Hai's factory. After 2 years, the factory had turned into a large-scale factory, capturing business from established forces. This was a very good outcome. One must know that these established forces had noble backgrounds. Being able to do business with them wasn't an easy matter, and with this, Zhao Hai was able to see Bluel's capabilities. Bluel had great talent in management. In just a short 2 years, he was able to expand the factory's operation to this degree. It was truly astonishing. Naturally, the one with the greatest harvest these 2 years was Zhao Hai. Because of his Tao Lotus, Gold Core, Spirit Incarnation, and the Yin Yang Myriad Stellar Transformation art, he was still making fast progress despite doing nothing. At this point, Zhao Hai's strength had reached the peak of the art's first layer. He was on the cusp of breaking through. Zhao Hai started to feel the laws of the Divine Realm repelling him once more. Zhao Hai knew that he was close to ascending. It needed to be said that Zhao Hai wasn't being repelled in the underworld. After all, his heart was once one with the underworld's giant heart. In this case, it was impossible to repel him. However, Zhao Hai knew that he could not stay in the underworld for a long time, otherwise he might induce some changes to the plane's laws. His continued presence in the underworld might form a connection with the Cultivation Realm. If this happens, then his back garden would once again be in danger. Zhao Hai wasn't generous enough to share his family's properties to others. Because of this, Zhao Hai left the underworld despite not being repelled. At this point, Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of the laws of the heavens and the earth. Normally, The laws were unchangeable. In a plain, a mountain, a rock, a sea, or a small blade of grass might induce some changes, but this change was very minimal. There wouldn't be much of an impact. However, when a super strong expert appears, then the laws of the plane would be greatly affected. Any plane had its own unique laws. Even if there was something that can control a plane's laws, the laws would still stick to its core. Chapter 1067, Strange Laws of the Atlanta Plane. People from the cultivation realm couldn't truly control a plane, rather they had something that was either related to a plane or something that can communicate with it. This way, they can send a trace of their spirit into the plane and collect faith power. But not all cultivators need to send their own incarnation in order to collect faith power. Some of them could have the residents of that plane worship them like a god. In turn, this would produce faith power. The only thing they needed to do was to find means to collect it. This was a very easy matter. Generally, cultivators who reach a small plane could easily become a godlike existence due to their overwhelming strength. Even if they only send an incarnation, they could still dominate the plane. Now that the underworld has been transformed, even the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor couldn't find the plane. The underworld has been changed by the giant heart from being a stationary plane to a moving one. Because of this, the underworld's original coordinates could no longer be used. Things that could link to the underworld had been rendered useless as well. Also, Zhao Hai discovered that the spatial rift connecting the underworld and the Ark continent was being patched up by the giant heart. He believed that before long, the spatial rift would completely vanish. The reason for all of this was because the giant heart wanted to protect itself. Although the spatial rift to the Ark continent benefits the underworld, it could also be used as a passage to enter the plane. How could the giant heart allow such a thing? Therefore, it began to fix the rift little by little. Zhao Hai didn't oppose this decision. Conversely, he agreed to the giant heart's action. The underworld was now his domain. It would be good if nobody else enters it, and no matter what changes happen to the underworld, it wouldn't affect Zhao Hai. His heart has been inherited from the giant heart, and there was also a map of the underworld in the space. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to lose contact with the underworld. But Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to take care of the underworld right now. With Addison managing the plane, he didn't need to worry. And although the giant heart couldn't actively attack, Zhao Hai knew that as long as it was willing, it could use the entire underworld's laws. It can be said that the core of the underworld's laws was the giant heart. Nothing else had a stronger control over the underworld. The reason why the giant heart accepted Zhao Hai was because he wasn't subjected to the underworld's laws. It can be said that Zhao Hai was beyond the 5 elements and even the planes, and with Zhao Hai's strength, there was no reason for the giant heart to drive him away. At this point, Zhao Hai's most important task was to plan his ascension. Naturally, the underworld wasn't a good choice. Not to say about the possibility of ascending now that the underworld has been cut off from the cultivation realm. If he could ascend, then the underworld would once again be connected to the cultivation realm. With this new connection, both the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor and the Myriad Treasures Pavilion would naturally want to grab this fat piece of meat back. As for the Ark continent, Divine Realm, and the Demon Realm, these 3 planes belong to the same group of planes. Ascending here was equivalent to sending Zhao Hai to Lu Wei's mouth. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't want this. Although Zhao Hai had thrown filthy water over to Lu Wei, what can 2 years do? It might seem like a long time for Zhao Hai, but in the cultivation realm, 2 years happen in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai didn't believe that Lu Wei would be killed by the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor and the Myriad Treasures Pavilion in just 2 years. He wasn't even sure if Lu Wei would be found in just 2 years, much less killed. Therefore, the Divine Realm, Ark Continent, and the Demon Realm were excluded from the selection. In the end, the last choice for Zhao Hai was the Atlanta Plain. Although the Atlanta Plain had been interlinked with the Ark Continent, Zhao Hai can almost affirm that the Atlanta Plain was the same as the underworld. Besides the sentient giant heart, the giant heart was aware of its being, so it did its best to close the connection. As for the Atlanta Plain, it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai also discovered that whether it was the Divine Realm, the Ark Continent, or the Atlanta Plain, even if their laws changed, These changes were methodical. Like a computer program, it would change according to the rules. There was little to no deviation. The giant heart was different, being the core of the underworld's laws. It wasn't like a computer, it had sentience. In other words, it was close to being human, making the underworld different than the other planes. Zhao Hai also discovered something strange with the Atlanta Plains laws. Take the Magic Armor continent as an example. If someone from the continent wanted to ascend, then they would have to use a magic armor in order to do so. Other methods were useless. At the same time, the repulsion force of the Atlanta plane was different. In the other planes, Zhao Hai felt their repulsion as though it was an angry mob, punching and kicking him all over. It was as though they were adamant to kick him out. But in the Atlanta plane, the feeling was not the same. The repulsion here made one feel as though they had entered an uncomfortable place, making them leave as soon as possible. The contrast between the two repulsions could be categorized as passive and active. Two different concepts, just like the difference between being thrown into prison and wanting to go to prison. The outcome was the same but the process was different. This was what Zhao Hai was stressed about. If he was in the divine realm, he would know when he would be ascending. As long as his strength has accumulated to a certain degree, then the plane would immediately force him to ascend. As for the Atlanta plane, as soon as he entered, he would immediately feel annoyed. He would always have this nagging feeling that he didn't want to be here. But even so, the plane still didn't exert any strength to force him out. This made Zhao Hai extremely puzzled. Because of this, Zhao Hai was left not knowing what to do. This was the reason why he was stressed out. If it was before, then he can wait a while and look at the result. But now it can no longer be done. Zhao Hai calculated that he only had a couple of months left before his energy reaches the threshold. When this time comes, he would need to ascend. In other words, he only had a few months left to understand the Atlanta Plains laws. Several months wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. Moreover, with Zhao Hai wanting to figure out the Plains laws, these months would even feel shorter. Figuring out the laws was something that even those in the cultivation realm couldn't understand. Finishing his goal within only a few months would be very difficult for Zhao Hai. Not knowing what to do and being in a dilemma, Zhao Hai decided to take a walk. Unconsciously he arrived in the central continent. The central continent was left with zero management, causing it to become a paradise for magic beasts. One could see various beasts wandering around the once prestigious Connecting Heaven Palace. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Although all of this was caused by him, he still couldn't help but lament. Humanity seems to be born with two conflicting abilities, creation and destruction. On one hand, humans can make brilliant civilizations, and on the other, one can see humans destroying similar civilizations. They were like the treacherous heavens. With the constant creation and destruction, one would wonder how the humans would develop in the end. Without knowing, Zhao Hai's mind wandered to his cultivation method, the Yin-Yang Myriad Stellar Transformations art. From the moment he obtained this manual, every time he practiced, Zhao Hai always felt that something was missing. Zhao Hai was completely lost about this in the past. But after seeing the stretch of ruins, Zhao Hai's eyes were suddenly opened. During his cultivation sessions, he failed to look at the universe, the stars, and the yin-yang pair. These things were the major components of the yin-yang myriad transformations art. In the past, Zhao Hai only practiced the art according to what was depicted inside. Although the art's effects were manifolds more than ordinary cultivation methods, Zhao Hai wasn't able to grasp the true meaning of the cultivation method. One could say that Zhao Hai's knowledge of the art was just superficial. Zhao Hai stood in place as though he was frozen. He was completely immersed in this new revelation, completely isolating himself from the outside world. One must know that doing this was extremely dangerous. Now that the central continent was teeming with magic beasts, one could attack Zhao Hai at any time. However, something unusually strange happened. Even if they were beside the unmoving Zhao Hai, the beasts seemed to see nor sense nothing. It was peculiar. Chapter 1068, Roleplay. Meanwhile, Laura and the others were quite worried inside the space. Zhao Hai just stood motionless in a completely wrong place, and there was also no indication that he would do it. which was very abnormal. Kair was aware about Zhao Hai's situation, but she wasn't anxious. She knew that Zhao Hai wasn't in any real danger. He was just comprehending something. After looking at the worry on Laura and the others' faces, Kair immediately said, "There's no need to worry, the young master is just comprehending something, so there's no real danger. And if we take the young master to the space at this time, we would be cutting him off from his current mental state. This is more dangerous than just leaving him there." Upon hearing Kair, Laura and the others immediately gave out a sigh, but Lizzie looked at the screen before turning to Kair and saying, "Kair, have some undead protect Brother Hai. There are a lot of magic beasts around him, he may be attacked." Kair just smiled as she replied, "Sister Lizzie, there's no need to worry. If I guessed correctly, then the young master is currently comprehending his cultivation method. Young master's cultivation method is very unusual, and when he is cultivating, his body would merge with the surrounding environment. These magic beasts would just see the young master as though he is part of the scenery. If we send the undead, then the magic beasts might attack them instead. If that happens, then we would be breaking the young master's concentration." Lizzie quickly nodded. However, Megan seems to be angry as she said, "Does Brother Hai really need to scare us every time he comprehends something?" HMPH, elder sisters, I guess we should teach Brother Hai a lesson when he comes back. When Laura heard Megan say this, she couldn't help but tease her. "Alright, then let's teach him a lesson, and the first to do that will be Sister Megan." Upon hearing Laura, Lizzie and the others immediately chuckled. Meanwhile, Megan's face went completely red. She threw a menacing look at Laura and said, "Sister Laura, you actually dared to ridicule me?" After she said that, she went on to throw herself towards Laura. Laura squealed before running away. Lizzie and the others joined in on the fun before long, causing a mess in the villa. Zhao Hai was fully immersed in his comprehension. Who knows when he would be done. Currently, the ever-changing universe and the stars kept flashing inside Zhao Hai's mind, displaying the essence on yin-yang. The universe was made up of the yin and the yang. If there was yang in the world, then yin would surely be present. At the same time, the yin and the yang components of the five elements comprised a myriad of things in the universe. It was both a simple and a very complicated process, but this process went according to the universal laws. Similar to the depiction of the yin-yang fish, the yin has yang, and yang has yin. It was an endless cycle that permeated all things in the universe. Zhao Hai didn't know for how long he spent inside this profound state before he suddenly woke up. Upon turning sober, Zhao Hai discovered that his cultivation of the yin-yang myriad stellar transformations art had grown deeper. Moreover, he noticed that his command of his body had become much more smooth and natural. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. To be frank, he was somewhat afraid of what just happened. If he kept with that state for a long time, then it's possible for his strength to quickly reach the peak. If that happens, then Zhao Hai would have to prematurely ascend. He looked all around him and saw that there were still a lot of magic beasts. However, it seems like these beasts weren't afraid of him, or maybe they simply didn't think of him as an enemy. There were even some magic beasts who only gave Zhao Hai one glance before resuming to handle their own matters. There wasn't even a point of hostility in their gazes. Zhao Hai looked at these magic beasts and smiled. Then his figure vanished as he entered the space. But as he entered the space, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. He was still worried about his ascension. He had decided on the Atlanta plane, but the plane had very unusual laws. This caused Zhao Hai to feel his head ache. While Zhao Hai was thinking, he entered the villa. But upon entering, he was immediately met with fierce expression coming from Laura and the others. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel puzzled at the sight. He pretended to feel guilty as he asked, "My lovely wives, what did I do wrong?" Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai's reaction and couldn't help but smile. However, they still went according to what they planned. Megan stood up and said, "Big Brother Hai, you might not know, but you gave us a scare when you suddenly blanked out like that. So how would you like to be punished?" Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately replied, "This." "Right, that's right. How do you want to punish me?" Megan gave out a snort before saying, "Come with us." Then she turned around and walked to the villa's interior. Upon seeing where Megan was heading, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Megan seems to be heading towards the villa's basement, to where the hot spring was. Laura and the others also pretended as though they were escorting a criminal. Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle inside as he saw their conduct. He saw that Laura and the others just wanted him to relax, so he just cooperated. After several hours of this role-playing, Zhao Hai and the others relaxed on the hot spring. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you still worried about ascending?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "The Atlanta Plains laws are just too strange. I know that people who want to ascend would need to use the Ascension magic armor or else they wouldn't be able to succeed. But even if I was given an Ascension magic armor, I still feel like it would be difficult for me to ascend." It was as though I don't like to ascend there. I really don't know why. Megan frowned as she asked, "What do we do?" "Big Brother Hai, will you really ascend in the Divine Realm? We don't know where we'll end up. But if we go straight into Lu Wei's hands, then wouldn't we be like sheep walking straight into a tiger's mouth?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If we ascend in the Divine Realm, then it's possible that we would be chased by Lu Wei. Although preserving our lives wouldn't be a problem, I still prefer to do it in the Atlanta Plain. It is much safer to ascend there." This time, it was Lizzie who frowned. "How about we have Bluel gather news about Ascension magic armors? We can't try this out first." "Elder Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded, but he forced a smile as he said, "The issue with your idea is that we don't have the time." After that period of comprehension, I calculated that with the rate of increase in my energy level, I only have 2 months before I would need to ascend. Otherwise, I would have to hide inside the space, and I doubt Bluel would get something in just 2 months. Megan made another suggestion. "Brother Hai, what about directly stealing the magic armor? We know that the strongest in the magic armor continent is physically weaker than the god ranks in the Divine Realm. With our current strength, it would be very easy to flatten the magic armor continent." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. If we really go and steal an Ascension magic armor while killing a lot of people, then we might offend the Atlanta Plains controller. Then if we ascend, then we might be chased down. This is also the reason why I haven't made any moves in the Atlanta Plain." Laura seems to have realized something. "So this is why Brother Hai has been polite to the Atlanta Plains residents. It seems like we can't just snatch the magic armor or else we would be in trouble. But if this is the case, then I'm afraid ascending in the Atlanta Plain would be hard." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "If there's really no other way, then once I am going to ascend, I'll try forcing my way in the Atlanta Plain. Let's see how the Plains laws handle me then." Meg, who hasn't spoken all this time, opened her mouth and said, "Young master, why don't you head to the warrior continent or the mage continent?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's still the Atlanta Plain. What's the difference?" Meg gave a smile and said, "Young master, the Atlanta Plain is divided into 3 continents. If the magic armor continent uses an Ascension magic armor to ascend, then shouldn't the warrior and mage continents have their own methods? Moreover, the warrior continent and the mage continent doesn't have a good relationship with the magic armor continent. I'm almost certain that people from the 2 continents don't use Ascension magic armors to ascend. So if they don't, what method do they use?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare as he heard Meg. To be honest, he completely forgot about this point. He thought that the Atlanta Plains laws would be uniform all throughout. Now that Meg reminded him, Zhao Hai began to think it through. Right. The Atlanta Plain doesn't only have the magic armor continent, there's also the warrior and mage continents. These 2 continents use the same system as the Arc continent and the Divine Realm, the martial and the magic system. Moreover, ascension was considered to be the most noble goal that a practitioner could accomplish. If the people from the warrior and mage continent couldn't ascend while the people from the magic armor continent could, then what was the point of studying martial arts and magic? If the 2 continents could ascend, then they surely wouldn't use Ascension magic armors. If that was the case, then Zhao Hai's issue might be solved. Zhao Hai laughed as he rose from the hot spring and hugged Meg before flying in the air. Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. They knew very well that Zhao Hai was very glad at Meg's reminder. After some time, The group walked out of the hot spring. They headed to the living room before opening up a map of the Magic Armor continent. As he looked at the Magic Armor continent, Zhao Hai's tone fell. Who would have expected that I would forget about the other two continents? Laura nodded and said, Brother Hai, do you want to head there now? Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Kair and said, Kair, show us the map of the entire Atlanta plain. Let's see which the two continents we should go first. Kair nodded before she opened a map on the monitor. This map wasn't the same map that was made from the Blood Ghost Staff's explorations. Instead, it was just a common map bought from the Magic Armor continent. After scanning the map, it was then saved inside the space. Because of this, the map wasn't 3D like the ones before. It can only be read as thought it was a normal map. After seeing this map, Zhao Hai didn't immediately set out to see the two continents. Instead, he looked at the basic information about the locations and topography inside the two continents. This way, he would have a rough idea on where to visit. Zhao Hai carefully scanned through the map. From the map, he could clearly see the distribution between the three continents. The three continents formed a triangle on the map. The other two continents wasn't much smaller than the Magic Armor continent. Northeast to the Magic Armor continent was the Warrior continent, and on the southeast side was the Mage continent. The distance between the three wasn't that much. There were also small islands dotted around the three land masses. Zhao Hai tried to imagine what it would look like if these three continents were combined. From the legends, it seems like these three continents were once one huge supercontinent. Looking at the three continents, Zhao Hai said, We'll go to the Warrior continent first to take a look. If it had the same laws as the Divine Realm, then we wouldn't need to worry anymore. Laura nodded and said, 2 months should be enough for us to put the Warrior and Mage continent on the Spaces map. As long as their laws are suitable for ascension, then Brother Hai can just go to either continent in order to ascend. Zhao Hai nodded and said, We should also find a good place to ascend. I reckon the disturbance caused by the ascension wouldn't be small. It would be great if we can find a desolate area. But let's put that aside for later. We still don't know if the laws of the two continents would be favorable to us. If it was, then it wouldn't be too late to find an appropriate place. Chapter 1069 to 1070. Chapter 1069. Maximum benefit to ascending. A blood-red needle was flying through the sky. The needle was very fast as it flew through the air. It was almost unnoticeable, leaving only a very thin line along its path. Most people might even just think that it was an illusion. Of course, at this point, nobody would be able to see this needle since it was flying above an ocean. The seas of the Atlanta plain were very dangerous. Besides appropriate times, people going across these areas would be killed. The residents of the Atlanta plain were very peculiar. Although the Magic Armor continent, Warrior continent, and Mage continent were hostile to one another, their people still trade with each other. But since the three continents were enemies, trading was still quite difficult. In the beginning, there were some big companies that traded between the three continents. These traders would bring numerous guards in order to defend against the assault coming from the enemies. But before long, people from the three continents decided that trading this way brought more peril than benefits. The number of merchants who did business with the three continents decreased, causing a lack of commodities between the three land masses. Naturally, this lack of commodity didn't mean that the people would find it hard to live. Instead, this was a shortage of rare materials in each continent. In turn, this made it difficult for them to progress in their civilization. After they discovered this situation, the three continents reached an agreement. Each year, they would allocate a couple of months specifically for trade. In these months, people from the three continents could freely exchange goods without the fear of being attacked. Anyone who dared attack these merchants would receive collective retaliation from the three continents. But besides these months of peace, the seas would become a battlefield the rest of the months. People from the Atlanta plain treat the seas as a smelting trial. They would either go search for ores or try to temper their cultivation. Hidden in this body of water were formidable warriors and mages. Naturally, on the side of the Magic Armor continent, There were also powerful magic armor pilots present. These people were doing their best to kill the people on the other two continents. They kill people not just for the sake of slaughter. These people do this mainly because they would receive bounties every time they kill an enemy. Once they return to their clans, they would be handsomely rewarded. Because of this, there were countless amounts of people who would come to this region every year. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't too anxious to go outside. He knew that the moment he came out, he would be attacked immediately. Therefore, he just sent the blood needle instead of himself. Besides this blood needle, Zhao Hai also released other blood needles. These needles were divided into two groups, one heading to the warrior continent while the others would head to the mage continent. Zhao Hai wanted to see the situation with the two continents as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's action produced excellent results. At this moment, Zhao Hai had already mapped some areas, showing hidden warriors, mages, and magic armors. Naturally, they were being monitored by the space. This action also went according to Zhao Hai's current situation. Every minute he stays inside the space, his cultivation would be accelerated. If he kept being inside, then he would ascend 1 month later. And even if he didn't practice, his body would be full in less than 2 months. Because of this, Zhao Hai had no other choice but to hurry. It didn't take more than 5 days before the blood needles entered the warrior and mage continents. The two continents have distinct architectural and fashion styles. In the warrior continent, one would be able to see people wearing warrior clothing everywhere. There would also be weapons hung on the backs of these people at all times. Even some commoner families would have weapon frames somewhere in their houses, holding a weapon of sorts. At the same time, despite being commoners, each household still had a set of dumbbells, sandbags, and exercise materials in their homes. In the warrior continent, these things were deemed to be essential to their lifestyles. Even the poverty-stricken folks weren't exempted from this custom. As for the mage continent, in almost every city, one would be able to see a magic tower. These magic towers were places where the mages live. Actually, in both the Arc continent and the Divine Realm, magic towers were things from ancient times. These things had long since been out of fashion. Of all the places Zhao Hai had been to, besides the mage continent, only the underworld had magic towers. The towers that protect each city in the underworld, where high-ranked undead live in, were actually magic towers. In the Arc continent, magic towers didn't exist anymore. And even if there were, they were mostly used as a decoration or as a historical ruin. However, these seemingly ancient magic towers were actually present in almost all cities in the mage continent. And most importantly, through the space, Zhao Hai was able to see that around these magic towers were the liveliest places in the city. What made Zhao Hai even more surprised was the fact that, in the mage continent, 2 to 3 people out of 10 were wearing mages' robes. The proportion of mages to common people was quite high. In the Arc continent, if a mage could emerge every 1,000 people, then that was already seen as a good ratio. But here, in 10 people, 2 or 3 mages could be seen. It would be very hard for people to accept this statistic. This wouldn't be strange if it came to warriors. After all, most people could practice martial arts. Even if one didn't practice too deeply, they could still become a common warrior. But as for mages, one needed innate skill to dabble in the elements. But even if this was the case, the mage continent seemed to have a lot more talents. Even Zhao Hai, with his talents and capabilities, couldn't help but be speechless when he saw this. In the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. If he had the time, he would certainly do a thorough investigation on these two continents. He might even go and buy some land in these two continents to play around from time to time. But it was a pity that Zhao Hai was about to ascend. He didn't have time to play around in these two continents. And as long as he ascends, he would no longer have this opportunity. Although the needles had arrived at the two continents, Zhao Hai didn't immediately exit the space. Instead, he would wait until the terrain of the continents were fully mapped inside the space. This took 5 days to be finished. Unknowingly, Zhao Hai had already spent 10 days inside the space. If he continued to stay inside the space for a month, then he would immediately ascend. After finally mapping the two continents, Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he stood up. It was already night, but he still wanted to take a look. Laura saw Zhao Hai stand and immediately said, "Brother Hai, it's already dark. How about you go outside tomorrow?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll just go out and feel the laws. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep." When she heard Zhao Hai, Laura knew that she couldn't stop him, so she said, "All right. But Brother Hai needs to be careful. If the laws are just like in the magic armor continent, then you need to come back. We'll just snatch an ascension magic armor so that you can ascend." Zhao Hai nodded. "Rest assured, I will be careful." After he said that, his clothes changed into warrior clothing and his staff shifted into a great sword. After seeing Zhao Hai's change in attire, Laura and the other knew that Zhao Hai was planning to visit the warrior continent. In the warrior continent, people with Zhao Hai's attire could be seen everywhere. Nobody would suspect him of anything. Additionally, with Zhao Hai's strength, nobody in the warrior continent would be able to defeat him. The only thing that can threaten him were the laws. Zhao Hai gave Laura and the others a glance before he smiled and vanished. The next moment, he was already in the warrior continent. Upon appearing, Zhao Hai immediately felt the laws pressuring him. It was even stronger than the pressure he felt in the divine realm. But even if this was the case, Zhao Hai was still ecstatic. This was because the laws in this continent was different than the magic armor continent. In the magic armor continent, the laws made Zhao Hai feel sick. But here, the laws were pressuring him, the same as the pressure back in the divine realm. In other words, Zhao Hai can choose to ascend here. Zhao Hai carried his great sword and arrived at a tavern in the city. He listened to the warriors boasting about their accomplishments. Although these were just mere boasting, Zhao Hai could still obtain useful information. However, Zhao Hai only stayed at the city for 1 hour before he returned to the space. After finding out that he can ascend in the warrior continent, Zhao Hai decided to take a look at the mage continent. If he could ascend in the mage continent, then he would have another choice. Zhao Hai turned into a mage before teleporting to the mage continent. Just like the warrior continent, Zhao Hai was able to ascend here. With this matter taken care of, Zhao Hai began to relax. With the mage and warrior continent present, he didn't need to worry about ascension anymore. However, he was left with deciding on where to ascend. He needed to understand the two continents before making a decision. Although Zhao Hai didn't know where he'll end up upon ascending, he still needed to consider where he would ascend. He would analyze their laws and find out where he would benefit the most from ascending. Chapter 1070. Sweeping the central bookstore. Shangwu City was a fairly famous city in the warrior continent. The city was built according to ancient architecture. It had a 300 feet high city wall that was 10 feet thick. Moreover, the walls weren't constructed using ordinary materials. It was being reinforced with the unique black iron ore of the warrior continent. This black iron ore was a common ore in the warrior continent. Black iron can be extracted from this ore. However, black iron wasn't as popular in the warrior continent as the other metals. This was because it only had one redeeming quality: it was very heavy. Black iron refined from black iron ore was 10 times heavier compared to ordinary iron. But despite this, black iron wasn't stronger than ordinary iron. It can be said that it was a weak metal. In the warrior continent, black iron was only used to add weight to a weapon. However, the qualities of black iron ore and black iron were different. Black iron ore can be said to be one of the hardest materials in the continent. When not refined into black iron, the hardness of the ore was no less than steel and iron. It was only after it was refined into black iron did the hardness change. It was one of the mysteries in the warrior continent. This black iron ore was the best material to be made into a city's wall. There were even weapons that had black iron ore added to them. At this time, a young man carrying a red greatsword on his back was seen heading towards the city. The man looked very ordinary. His clothes were also the most common warrior clothing. His greatsword was the only unique thing about him. Naturally, this person was Zhao Hai. The city's guard only looked at Zhao Hai and didn't make any action. In the warrior continent, it was very common to bring your weapon along. Here, it would be very strange if you didn't have a weapon on you. Zhao Hai looked at Shangwu City's walls and his eyes couldn't help but sparkle. The space didn't have this kind of ore. He needs to get one for the space. This was what Zhao Hai was thinking about as he entered the city. Upon entering, Zhao Hai looked for a restaurant first and ordered several small dishes. He poured himself some wine and drank alone. Nobody paid any attention to him. However, Zhao Hai's ears were listening to the conversations around him. The reason Zhao Hai entered Shangwu City was to acquire information. He also needed to collect some of the continent's martial arts manuals. Upon listening to the drivel coming from the surrounding warriors, Zhao Hai knew that staying here any longer was useless. However, he was able to get some tidbits here and there. For example, manuals were common in the continent. Additionally, there were bookstores in each city. One could see basic training manuals from these bookstores. As for the more profound methods, one needed to acquire them from dojos or from some powerful families. These powerful families and dojos were the most important groups in the warrior continent. In the continent, there weren't such things as kingdoms. Each city were either managed by a powerful family or a dojo. The army defending the cities were subjects of these two groups. As the name suggests, powerful families were great clans in the warrior continent. These great clans had their own unique martial skills. These unique skills shouldn't be underestimated. It was said that each of these unique skills were very formidable. As for the dojos, they were institutes for practicing martial arts. They were just like schools where warriors learn martial arts. In each city, it didn't matter if they were commoners or members of influential clans, all of them would study inside a dojo. Because of this, dojos had become rooted into the society. Getting to know about these information was already quite good, so Zhao Hai paid the restaurant before leaving and heading towards a bookstore. There were a lot of bookstores in the city. However, the bookstore with the most complete collection of martial arts-related books was the Central Bookstore. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't delay and headed towards this bookstore. Shangwu City's Central Bookstore was very popular. It was the highest building in the city. The building was divided into 10 floors. The first 5 floors was where one could buy and sell basic martial arts manuals. As for the 6th, 8th floor, this was where warriors can acquire the rarer manuals. One could also sell unique manuals in these floors. As long as the bookstore's attendants find the book good, then they would give a very good price for it. And as for the 9th and 10th level, this was where people could only borrow books. However, not anyone could borrow books here, and not anyone could go up these floors. There were barriers guarding these floors. One needed to break these barriers if they wanted to enter. Zhao Hai arrived at the Central Bookstore. Upon seeing the huge structure, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. This place was truly huge. They wouldn't lose to some large-scale malls back on Earth. Zhao Hai calmed himself down before entering the bookstore. When he went in, he couldn't help but gawk. The first floor of this bookstore was full of 10-meter-tall shelves. There were rows upon rows of bookshelves. These shelves went from floor to ceiling, making one feel that they were propping the entire floor up. Up and down these shelves were warriors choosing or reading books. The place looked extremely busy. After sweeping a glance at this floor, Zhao Hai didn't stop and continued going upstairs. He continued up until the 8th floor without any problems. Naturally, he was met with the barrier to the 9th floor. However, how could this barrier stop Zhao Hai? He was able to swiftly enter the 9th floor. There weren't a lot of people on the 9th floor. Moreover, this floor was different. There weren't as many bookshelves here compared to the other floors. In between bookshelves, there would be areas to rest and read. Zhao Hai explored the 9th floor. He also had Care control a blood needle to fly from shelf to shelf, recording the name of the books. When Zhao Hai got the book he wanted to read, he proceeded to the resting area to read. The books that Zhao Hai wanted to read were introductions to high-level martial arts. Besides these, there were also records of miscellaneous stuff about the warrior continent. Such books were rarely seen in the warrior continent. The reason Zhao Hai chose to read these high-level manuals was because he wanted to understand the martial skills of the continent. As for the records of miscellaneous events, he wanted to see if there were any information about someone ascending. Zhao Hai wasn't only reading, he was also releasing blood needles in order to scan all the books inside. Care would then sort them out and divided them into categories. After all, The warrior continent was a holy place for warriors. Zhao Hai wanted to see to what degree their martial arts had reached. After staying for a while on the 9th floor and waiting for the needles to finish their scan, Zhao Hai proceeded to enter the 10th floor. He needed to head to the 10th floor personally. These 2 floors had barriers that would definitely detect the blood needles. If he had the needles fly to the 10th floor themselves, then it might produce an unwanted result. Zhao Hai only stayed at the 10th floor for a short time. After scanning each book, he proceeded to leave the bookstore. Shangwu City was a huge city. There were a lot of people who entered here every year. Because of this, nobody would pay special attention to Zhao Hai. And even if the powerful families take note of him, by the time they receive information, Zhao Hai would already be inside the space. In the central bookstores of every city, local families would have informants planted inside. As long as someone had the qualifications to enter the 9th and 10th floor, these informants would immediately send word back to their families. One had to know that people who passed the barriers to the 9th and 10th floor were considered experts. Seeing an unknown expert entering the city, it was natural for these people to pay attention. Zhao Hai was unaware about these. The time he spent on the bookstore was very short. While these people were still looking for more information about him, he was already inside the space. After returning, Zhao Hai immediately looked for Kair and asked, "Kair, how many books did we get, and what kind of books were they?" Kair quickly replied, "We have various books numbering more than 10,000. There were about 10,000 books on martial arts while the miscellaneous books numbered 1,000. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good, then please reorganize these books for me. If there are low-level manuals mixed in, deal with it accordingly. If you see useful books, then make copies of it and send them to the academies. But focus on high-level manuals and miscellaneous information. See if they have anything we need." Kair nodded before she left to process the books. As Zhao Hai sat down, Meg gave Zhao Hai a cup of herbal tea before saying, "Young master, will you go to the Mage Continent tomorrow, or would you take us out to play around?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I'll get more books tomorrow. I don't have time left to play around. You can go out and play yourselves. I want to use the remaining days to look for books about ascending." Laura, who was on the side, said, "Brother Hai, there's no need to waste too much time on these matters. Just abduct a high-level warrior and turn them into undead. You do the same at the Mage Continent. This would make things quicker." Zhao Hai just bitterly smiled. "It's okay, I just want to ascend. I don't want to kill people. I need to look for information about ascending in the Mage and Warrior Continent. This way, I can make a perfect decision as to where to ascend." Chapter 1071 to 1073. Chapter 1071, The Bright Sword Severs the Emotions. Finally ascending. Zhao Hai was currently standing on a desert island. This island was quite a distance away from the Mage Continent. Moreover, it was in a location where ship routes never pass through. One could only see stone on weeds on the island. Describing it using a proverb, it was an island where birds wouldn't even defecate in. This island was the place Zhao Hai chose to ascend in. Although it was far from the Mage Continent, it was still considered to be part of the continent. Not only was it far from the Mage Continent, it was also very far from the Warrior and the Magic Armor Continent. It was fitting to call it a desert island, with no use as a supply point, nor could it be exploited for its resources. The island was naturally unoccupied by humans. After collecting books from both the Mage and Warrior Continent, Zhao Hai used the rest of the time to look for a place to ascend in. Ever since Zhao Hai discovered that the laws of the Magic Armor Continent and the Mage Continent were different, he knew that he was now left with the decision on where to ascend. He also knew that ascending on a different place would also send you to a different place in the cultivation realm. And in the end, Zhao Hai chose to ascend under the Mage Continent's laws. The reason Zhao Hai chose the Mage Continent was because mages were still less numerous than warriors. Mages need talent to cultivate, whereas warriors had easier requirements. Because of this, there were fewer mages compared to warriors. The less of a thing there was, the more precious it was. Although Zhao Hai doesn't know the status of mages in the cultivation realm, in his opinion, mages were still more valuable than warriors. Additionally, He was always dressed in his robe and staff. And from the past few days, Zhao Hai came to understand the level of magic in the Mage Continent. Although the magic in the Mage Continent was more beautiful compared to the boring magic of the Underworld's researchers, it was actually weaker. And with his knowledge of the undead researchers' magic, the magic level of the Mage Continent was nothing to him. As he stood on the desert island's shore, Zhao Hai quietly gazed at the tumbling waves. His heart was a bit melancholic. Although he had been in the Atlanta Plain for some time, he was still aware that the plain was connected to the Ark Continent. With the continent being his birthplace, he felt sad that he would be leaving it probably forever. Zhao Hai took in the scent of the sea's gentle breeze. As he breathed in, he also felt that he only had 2 days before the energy inside his body reaches a critical point. When that time comes, then as long as he remains here, he would ascend. Zhao Hai sighed before he sat down cross-legged. He was concentrating on his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. To be honest, besides that time in the central continent, Zhao Hai rarely practiced this cultivation method. He just let the method run its course. Zhao Hai looks like he was just standing there, but in fact he was analyzing his own self. He discovered that he was actually a timid person. It was a deliberate decision for him to not practice the art. He wanted to delay his ascension as much as possible, and stay here for a long time. There were 2 reasons for him to do this. First was because he came to love this place, and the second reason was because he was afraid. He was afraid of the new environment. He was afraid of facing a formidable cultivator. Perhaps he might not realize this, but it was what his subconscious wanted. It was because of this that he didn't practice the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. After discovering his own true nature, Zhao Hai couldn't help but inwardly shout in shame. No wonder people said that the only person who might not know you would be you. This seems to be the case for him. If he wasn't about to ascend and tried to clear his mind, then he wouldn't have realized this point. But fortunately, this realization didn't come too late. Zhao Hai immediately used his divine sense to form a sword in order to sever this fear. In the past, Zhao Hai heard the phrase, "the bright sword that severs the emotions," but he couldn't understand its meaning. But at this moment, he finally understood those words. When the mind reaches a complete phase, it can feel one's 7 emotions and 6 desires. One would then be able to distinguish each of these and gain complete understanding. It was because of this that Zhao Hai, with no hesitation, used his divine sense as a sword in order to sever the fear in his heart. Besides this fear, Zhao Hai also used his divine sense to sever any other negative emotion. This didn't mean that he wouldn't have a negative mood from now on. Emotions take root deep into one's heart. Even if you wanted to prevent it from coming out, you couldn't. Zhao Hai just temporarily cut these emotions off. They would come back later on. The reason Zhao Hai did this was because he wanted to welcome his ascension in his best state. As his ascension gets closer and closer, he began to feel some things. These feelings made it known to him that having too much emotion during his ascent wouldn't be good. Ascension still carried some danger. If one cannot maintain their peak state, then their ascension might very well fail. Natives from the Mage Continent who failed in their ascensions died. Even Zhao Hai might be seriously injured if this happens. Zhao Hai wasn't hoping for this to happen to him. After Zhao Hai severed his emotions, he immediately felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. This clarity didn't come from the neatness of his body. Instead, it was a feeling that came from inside. Not only did Zhao Hai feel comfortable, he also felt that his mind became much more insightful. The rocky parts of the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art seemed to be easily broken through. The bright sword that severs the emotions was truly worth its reputation. A whirlpool began to slowly form around Zhao Hai. This energy whirlpool got bigger and bigger until it turned into a small tornado and then into a giant tornado. In the end, it became like a black hole that wantonly absorbed all of the energy around him, and in the center of this maelstrom of energy was a calm and steady Zhao Hai. He didn't feel anything other than the repulsion of the plane getting stronger and stronger. This tremendous pressure seems to be bent on expelling his from this plane. Then all of a sudden, dark clouds began to gather on top of Zhao Hai. The clouds began to clump up as it slowly shone with lightning. These lightning snaked through the clouds as if they were ready to strike down at any time. Zhao Hai also felt the dark clouds forming, causing him to stop his cultivation. He stood up and looked at the clouds right on top of him. He was aware that this was his tribulation before he ascends. Zhao Hai didn't dare to ignore these clouds. He quickly held his blood ghost staff. This staff went through a lot of transformations in Zhao Hai's hands. At this point, it was a very attractive piece of work. The staff had a blood-red body and on it were symbols of the constellations. It looked both attractive and mysterious. The entire staff was about 3 meters. The body itself was 2.4 meters long, with the constellations hovering 20 centimeters away from the staff. The rest of the 60 centimeters were taken up by the blood-red lotus. The lotus had 7 cores and was divided into 18 layers. At the end of each lotus flap was a small red ring that held bells that swayed gently with the breeze, emitting a delightful ringing sound. Zhao Hai's original staff was just a meter long. At that size, it was still very convenient to hold on to. With the lotus on top of it, the staff became bulky to hold. Because of this, Zhao Hai normally had the staff head become a skull. But this long staff was actually something that Laura and the others designed. Zhao Hai also agreed to the 3-meter long design. For a mage, this staff wasn't short nor was it very long. There was a lot of mages who used staffs longer than 3 meters. There were even some who held staffs that were 4 meters or longer. These were used to arrange formations in order to resist the enemy. However, after Laura and the others showed him their design, Zhao Hai felt that the staff looked more like what Buddhist monks use. Also, this staff wasn't only used as a staff. The giant lotus can also be regarded as a weapon. Upon seeing the staff, Zhao Hai thought about a weapon he saw back on Earth, the spiked mace. Naturally, Zhao Hai's magic staff was much more attractive than spiked maces. Zhao Hai took his staff and looked up as the sky turned darker and darker. He knew that there was no way to avoid this tribulation. It was a requirement to all those who wanted to ascend. If he hid inside the space, then this dark cloud would vanish, only to reappear when Zhao Hai went out once more. Zhao Hai revolved his gold core, providing massive amounts of energy to his body. At the same time, his Tao Lotus revolved gently. With each revolution, the energy in the gold core became more and more compressed. With the help of the Tao Lotus mysterious energy paths, Zhao Hai can oppose any enemy he would come across. Zhao Hai stood in place, his magic staff on his hand. The wind from the whirlpool disturbed his hair. But despite this, his eyes were stuck on the dark clouds overhead. He was waiting for the tribulation to come down. Laura and the others were also inside the space, looking at the dark clouds. They were worried for Zhao Hai. They also knew that this was a tribulation that he couldn't avoid. Not only Laura and the others, Karen, Green, and the other members of the Buddha clan were also looking at the situation outside. They stopped what they were doing in order to observe the spectacle. After accumulating to a certain degree, the dark clouds began to rumble, and along with a very loud thunder, a lightning bolt crashed down on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the lightning bolt and coldly snorted before he waved his magic staff. A yellowish light went out of the staff. As it went out of the staff, the yellow light began to absorb energy. Before long, a yellow hammer appeared in the air as it opposed the incoming lightning bolt. The yellow hammer that the staff projected out gave people a very heavy and strong feeling. The hammer shone in the air as it welcomed the approaching lightning. Boom! A loud sound was heard as smoke and fire began to erupt overhead. After the collision vanished, the lightning bolt nor the hammer can be seen. However, this wasn't the end. After the first collision, another lightning bolt came down. This time, Zhao Hai's staff issued a purple light as it formed a huge shield. This shield looked incomparably sturdy. As the lightning hit the shield, it seems as though the earth was about to break. Despite the strength of the lightning, Zhao Hai's huge shield miraculously survived. Then Zhao Hai emitted blue, green, purple and golden lights from his staff. These lights formed a huge stick that sunk 100 meters deep into the desert island. Just as this giant stick was formed, the third lightning bolt went down. The shield immediately dispersed. However, The lightning was attracted to the giant stick. Before long, the lightning dispersed. Right after the third lightning went down, the fourth followed soon after. Since Zhao Hai didn't have time to cast magic, he transformed his staff into a large glaive as he hacked through the lightning bolt. The dark clouds seemed to contain infinite amounts of energy. As Zhao Hai dispersed the fourth lightning, the fifth immediately crashed down, not giving Zhao Hai any time to prepare. But this time, Zhao Hai already crystallized his body. Although the lightning bolt hit Zhao Hai's body, he still kept standing. The staff quickly formed into a shield as he blocked the incoming lightning. And just as the shield has been formed, the sixth lightning came down. The shield shivered gently, but it didn't sustain any damage. Then the seventh strike came, then the eighth, and then the ninth. Each strike as strong as the previous one. However, the blood-red shield protected Zhao Hai through them all. It only shivered slightly with each strike. After the ninth lightning strike, the dark clouds began to disperse. Then Zhao Hai turned his blood ghost staff into its original appearance. Once the dark clouds have dispersed, a 10-meter tall, 3-meter wide spatial rift appeared in the sky. The rift let out a sucking force that pulled Zhao Hai in. Zhao Hai's present strength couldn't resist this pulling force, so he could only let go and let himself be absorbed. After Zhao Hai entered the rift, the desert island went back to its desolate state. But this time, Zhao Hai can no longer be seen. Chapter 1072, Machines. After a dazzling white light, Zhao Hai opened his eyes slowly. He stared at four directions only to see that he was inside a room. Moreover, this room had people inside. This room was quite big, having a floor area of more than 1,000 square meters. It also had a 10-meter high ceiling. The floor was made out of the same bright silvery material. In this room, whether it was the walls or the ceiling, they were all made out of metals. On these metals were magic formations, each as mysterious as the others. These formations were layered on top of each other, adding on to their mystery. Those who were dabbling in magic formations would surely go blank upon seeing this scene. This was how wonderful the formations were. This 10,000 square meter room was almost empty. Besides the people standing inside, there weren't anything else. Zhao Hai inspected the people with him. All of these people were wearing mages' robes. Their robes seems to be made out of ancient standards, covering their entire bodies. Besides, these people were their magic staffs. Zhao Hai hadn't seen staffs like these before. These staffs were all made out of metal. While Zhao Hai was observing these people, they suddenly took a step forward. Zhao Hai waved his hand, taking his blood ghost staff out in preparation of defending against these people. But at the same time, Zhao Hai also noted that the energy here was much stronger compared to the Atlanta Plain. It can be said that the laws of the Atlanta Plain and even the underworld couldn't compare to this place. Zhao Hai also noticed that the pressure on him had completely vanished. This feeling of being unrestrained was something that he hadn't felt in a very long time. Zhao Hai observed the 5 other mages inside this room. When he swept them using his spiritual force, he suddenly discovered that these mages didn't emit any energy. They didn't even emit any signs of life. This made Zhao Hai stare. At this moment, the 5 mages arrived in front of Zhao Hai. When they came close to him, Zhao Hai discovered that these people had number plates on their bodies. And even more surprising was the fact that these numbers are in Arabic numerals. The mage with the number plate of 1 opened its mouth and said, "Greetings, Ascended Mage. Welcome to the machine field. Please come with us." The voice that went out of the mage's mouth sounded female. It actually sounded very gentle. However, Zhao Hai wasn't attracted to this voice. This was because the voice sounded synthetic, artificial. It was at this point that Zhao Hai can affirm these mages weren't people, they were robots. Although he was able to see this, Zhao Hai still made a polite response, "Thank you." After he said that, he followed the robots. What made Zhao Hai feel even stranger was the fact that there were no doors nor windows in this room. It was just like a metallic cube. He really wanted to know how they were supposed to leave. This was also the time that Zhao Hai discovered the reason why the room was bright despite the lack of windows nor doors. This was because on the walls of the room, as well as the floor, were sources of white light. The light was very gentle, It wasn't overly dazzling. Zhao Hai arrived at a wall alongside the 5 robots. This section of wall wasn't any different than the other sections. However, Robot Mage number 1 placed her hand on the wall and pressed a few magical symbols. After that, the symbol shown as a door opened right in front. This door appeared very quickly. Zhao Hai wasn't even able to catch how it opened. The door wasn't that big. It could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. After opening the door, Robot Mage number 1 turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Respected mage, please." Zhao Hai nodded before walking through the door. Upon coming out the other side, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause. What entered was another room, albeit smaller than the previous one. This room wasn't big. Only about 100 square meters in floor area. The walls of this room seems to be made out of stone. On its ceiling was a very ancient lamp. This lamp comprised of iron chains as well as discs. It looked very sturdy as it held fluorescent stones that lit the place up. The floor was covered with a layer of carpet that was very comfortable to step on. What attracted Zhao Hai's attention the most were the 5 bookshelves. Each bookshelf was stocked up with books. However, the books looked like they haven't been touched for a long time. Behind a table on one corner of the room was a person. The person was flat on the table and seemed to be asleep. Zhao Hai could feel a formidable strength coming out of this person. It was a level of strength that he hadn't met before. Even at his present level, if he was against this person, he can see himself lose. The 5 robot mages brought Zhao Hai to the table before Robot Mage number 1 opened her mouth and said, "Mr. A mage has ascended to the machine field. Please register his presence." The person groaned before slowly sitting straight. Then he stretched his body before saying, "Really, I couldn't even sleep for a while." Then after sobering up, the person looked at Zhao Hai and smiled before asking, "Name, plane of origin, and profession?" Zhao Hai looked at the person's appearance. He couldn't help but frown inside, but he still replied, "This one is Zhao Hai, from the Atlanta Plain, an all-element mage." While he was giving his answer, Zhao Hai was also sizing the person up. This person seems to be a mage. His build wasn't small. He had white beard that contrasted with his black mage robe. The man was knitting his eyebrows. His hair and beard were completely unkempt. He didn't look that handsome. The old man wrote with his quill as he listened to Zhao Hai's answer. But when he heard that Zhao Hai was an all-element mage, his quill stopped. Then he looked straight at Zhao Hai as he frowned and said, "You say that you're an all-element mage?" Zhao Hai was actually attracted to the old man's quill. Zhao Hai discovered that the old man's quill pen wasn't a normal pen. Instead of having ink on its tip, the quill pen actually emitted beautiful, dazzling light. At the same time, although the table looked like it was made out of ordinary wood, it actually had a small film on top of it. As the light fell on this film, the words that were written began to levitate. Upon hearing the old mage's question, Zhao Hai recovered. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, this one is an all-element mage." The old mage's 2 eyes shone. He smiled and said, "All right, very good. Show me a spell or 2." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked around before turning back to the old man. "Right now." The old man looked at Zhao Hai's reaction and smiled. "Yes, right now. But don't use too much magic." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't reject the request. He knew that this was some sort of test. He waved left his hand, summoning a tornado on his hand. As though like dancing elves, the tornado danced on his hand, drilling through his fingers as though it was a playful child. This wasn't the end. Zhao Hai waved his right hand, summoning a little fireball. This fireball also rolled about his hand. Then Zhao Hai threw the fireball over to his left hand. The fireball and the tornado met and proceeded to chase each other. After that, Zhao Hai waved his right hand once more, summoning a ball of water. Then after tossing the ball of water to his left hand, Zhao Hai summoned a piece of stone, then a black and white mass. After summoning the 6 elements, Zhao Hai had them revolve around his body. They looked like 6 naughty children gathering around their father. After showing this, Zhao Hai knew that he had shown his capabilities. He gave a snort as the elements vanished. Then he looked at the old mage and said, "Mister, is that enough?" The old mage looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes as he nodded again and again, saying, "Good, Very good. He said that while writing a few more lines on the table. After some time, he placed the quill down and then took out a piece of paper from the side. Taking a look at the contents of the paper, the old man nodded before handing it over to Zhao Hai. Take this and follow them. Take a break for today. Someone will come and pick you up tomorrow morning. He will take you to a place. There you will know everything you need to know. Zhao Hai looked at the paper and read its contents. The writing was in traditional Chinese, but Zhao Hai could see that the contents of the paper were related to him. It had his name, the plane he came from, the fact that he was an all-element mage, and then some appraisals about him. The old man really wasn't stingy in appraising Zhao Hai. Above the information that Zhao Hai was an all-element mage, the old man also added that he had reached a high level of control and it was suggested that he should undergo training. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but force a smile. He was an apex expert in the Atlanta Plain, but in here, it seems like he needed training. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to show that he was dissatisfied. This was because he felt that the old mage's strength was no weaker than him, and might even be more powerful. If that old man saw him looking dissatisfied, then he might teach him a lesson. With no information about where he was, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't mess anything up. Chapter 1073, Room 2046. The old man looked at Zhao Hai staring at the paper and smiled. Young man, go and take a rest. You just ascended to Machine Field. I know that you are the strongest person at your plane, but here, you're just an early ascendant. Go and rest. Someone will fetch you tomorrow to take you to a place with all the answers you seek. When he heard the old mage, Zhao Hai immediately stopped reading the paper. Then he gave the old man a respectful bow and said, "Yes, thank you for the advice." Then Zhao Hai turned around and followed the 5 robot mages. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, the old mage murmured, "He's a special one, a mage that isn't arrogant. He will surely make waves in the future." Once he said that, the old mage yawned once more before leaning on the table and saying, "I hope those guys can train him properly." His voice got quieter and quieter as he finally fell asleep. Zhao Hai followed the robot mages and left the room. While they were walking up a level, Zhao Hai tried to use his spiritual force to scan the surroundings. Then he discovered that the building was made out of special materials that completely isolated spiritual force. Upon knowing about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be more careful. His spiritual force was very formidable. It was many times better than ordinary mages, but even so, he still cannot penetrate anything inside this place. Not to mention the old mage's strength, nor the materials used to make this building that weren't in the Atlanta Plain. The 5 robot mages alone made Zhao Hai curious about this place called the Machine Field. But what made Zhao Hai curious the most was the fact that he didn't ascend in the cultivation realm, but instead in this Machine Field. Also, he hadn't heard about this place before. Did Lu Wei's remnant soul lie? That's impossible. At that time, the soul has been subdued by the space. It couldn't have lied. It might be because he ascended in the Atlanta Plain. After he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel regret. If he knew that he would ascend to this place, then he might not have chosen the Mage Continent. Instead, he would just choose to ascend in the Divine Realm. After all, he still had some understanding with regards to the cultivation realm. As for this Machine Field, he was completely clueless. But after some thought, Zhao Hai removed the negative thoughts from his mind and instead rejoiced. Looking at what just happened, it seems like the Machine Field was used to receiving ascenders. Moreover, they already had a set of procedures in welcoming newcomers. This was noteworthy. This meant that this plane's strength was much higher than the Mage Continent. It shouldn't be any weaker than the cultivation realm. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, the 5 robot mages stopped in front of a room before number 1 turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please go in and take a rest. We shall be waiting outside. You can call us if you need anything." Zhao Hai recovered. Then after he gave the robot mages his gratitude, he turned around and pushed the door open. But upon seeing the door plate, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were 4 numbers printed in Arabic numerals, 2046. When he saw these 4 numbers, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like he was number 2046. Who knows if this room was different compared to the others? He gently shook his head and then entered the room. Zhao Hai also knew that this was just a coincidence. It shouldn't be related to Earth. It was an ordinary room. It was divided into two parts. A small living room and the bedroom. In between the living room and the bedroom was a door. Zhao Hai opened it and saw that it was the bathroom. Zhao Hai couldn't help but faintly smile. He didn't mind the room anymore as he walked to his bedroom. The bedroom was also very ordinary. There wasn't anything special inside. It had a cabinet, a bed, and a lamp. After looking through the room, Zhao Hai sat down and began to contact Kair using his mind. And after hearing Kair's reply, Zhao Hai began to feel relieved. Then he used his mind to talk. Kair, I won't be able to enter the space in the meantime. I'm afraid this room is under surveillance. Let's wait for a while as I gain more understanding about this plane. Tell everyone that there's no need to worry. Kair gave her approval. After the small conversation, Zhao Hai stopped their communication. Then he began to sit cross-legged as he rested. What Zhao Hai didn't know was the fact that he was right. This room was monitored. Not entering the space was the right decision. The moment Zhao Hai entered room 2046, his actions were immediately noted down. Moreover, his presence in this room began to shake the machine field. Zhao Hai just came to the machine field, so he didn't know. The machine field was quite good in looking after ascenders from the lower realms. This was because everyone knew that the concentration of energy in both realms were very different. If someone was able to ascend from a lower realm, then this meant that they were rare talents. Such people needed to be trained well and they might emerge as powerful experts later on. Naturally, this went according to how diligent the Ascender was. After all, back in their lower realms, these Ascenders were powerful experts. But upon reaching the machine realm, they were demoted into ordinary people. Some people couldn't bear this change of status and would live a life of degeneracy and vanishing from the eyes of the people. There would also be people who treated the machine field as an amusement park, not having the heart to progress in their cultivation. With this mindset, it was impossible for them to become strong. The place where Zhao Hai was currently in was an area specifically made to receive ascenders. There were quite a lot of planes that the machine field was in control of, and almost every year, an ascender would come from the lower realms. However, only a handful of these ascenders would truly prove themselves as talented. The others, for some reason, became just ordinary people. But among the rooms used to receive ascenders, there was one room the machine field deemed very special, and it was room 2046. Besides the reception tower as well as the first-level staff room, the 2nd to 11th layers were places for ascenders to occupy. There were 100 rooms in each level. Above the 11th floor were rooms for the staff to rest in. There weren't necessarily 100 people in the machine field's ascender reception area. Moreover, some of them would live here for just one night and then leave the day after. Because of this, these 100 rooms were generally empty. The staff responsible for registering the ascenders was also in charge of where to put them. Naturally, the assignment of the rooms wasn't random. One's room went according to the ascender's recorded aptitude. The higher your talent, the higher the floor you'll be assigned to, and the lower one's floor assignment was, the lower their talent would be. And Zhao Hai was in the 2nd level, so he should be on one of the worst rooms. However, room 2046 was an exception. Among the ascender reception staff, room 2046 held a very special status. Naturally, room 2046 was just an ordinary room in the beginning. But one day, it changed when a mage from a lower realm ascended. This mage was referred to have a low aptitude, and that he had no future. Because of this, he was assigned to room 2046. But who would have expected that the mage would create a miracle, becoming a famous expert in the machine field? In his old age, the mage decided to settle down in the ascender reception tower, and from that moment on, each ascender that the mage had his eyes on would be sent to room 2046. And after that, every ascender that took residence in room 2046 became strong experts. This mage would continually assign ascenders to room 2046, and almost without fail, those ascenders would become strong experts. As this information got passed around, the machine field began to have an unwritten rule. Every ascender living in room 2046 was favored to be a strong expert later on. Because of this, people would pay attention whenever an ascender gets assigned to room 2046. But Zhao Hai was unaware of this. He thought that it was the robot mage's decision to assign him to room 2046. At this moment, Zhao Hai's image was passed around to all influences in the machine realm. Before long, all of these powers began to note Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai continued to practice inside his room. However, he felt a little strange. He was very sensitive when it came to energy. Because of this, he knew very clearly that the amount of energy inside this metal room shouldn't be that rich. Although the laws here were the same, the energy density had actually undergone a huge change. Even if he was puzzled, Zhao Hai recalled the old mage saying that someone would take him to a place tomorrow. There, all of his questions would be answered. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dwell on this matter for long. Since he was in a new place, he needed to be low-key. Therefore, Zhao Hai planned to show as little as possible. But he didn't know that the old mage fancied his talent and placed him in room 2046. If Zhao Hai knew about what the old mage did, then he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, he was careful and didn't enter the space. Otherwise, his secret might place him into huge trouble. Zhao Hai didn't know that his information was already on the desks of the machine field's various powers. When these huge influences saw that Zhao Hai was a mage that can use all of the elements, they immediately took note of him. Back in the divine realm, Zhao Hai transformed his energy to shift between battle chi and magic. However, due to the mage continent's laws, this transformation between energies and elements was impossible. Zhao Hai didn't know about this because he spent too little time in the mage continent. Chapter 1074 to 1076. Chapter 1074. Ascender Academy. The laws of the heavens and the earth have always been a mystery. Each place had their own distinct law. Take the mage continent for example. They had laws that only permit the use of magic energy. Besides magic energy, they couldn't use anything else. But even if they could other energies, they wouldn't be able to use too much of it. Because of this, nobody in the mage continent cultivated both martial arts and magic. And in the end, they would never reach the peak strength of an individual, not to even say ascending. This was the same case with the warrior continent and the magic armor continent. The reason why Zhao Hai was repelled by the laws was because his body was full of both battle chi and magic. When he ascended to the machine field, Zhao Hai was still able to use all kinds of energy. Normally, when the old mage asked someone from the mage continent to show their spells, they would certainly use the element they were proficient in. But since Zhao Hai didn't know about this, he revealed that he was a mage that could use all of the elements. Zhao Hai might not know about the mage continent's state, but the people from the machine field did. Therefore, when they heard that Zhao Hai was an all-element mage, they were shocked. It needed more than aptitude to ascend while also being an all-element mage. Needless to say, the people from the machine field paid very close attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know any of these, so he just sat there the entire evening, cultivating. He knew that even if he was an expert in the Atlanta Plain, but in the machine field, he was only someone with some talent. If he wanted to live a better life here, then he needed to be competent. Zhao Hai's actions actually earned the praise of the people observing him. There were some ascenders who still had the mindset that they were very strong. Because of this, their bodies exuded arrogance and would eventually be idle. People like Zhao Hai who still cultivated after ascending were in the minority. Even those who became strong afterwards were still arrogant when they ascended. On their first night, they couldn't sit still like Zhao Hai and practice the entire night. The more he was like this, the more it showed that Zhao Hai was different. Those who've seen Zhao Hai's conduct felt that he was even more worthy of their attention. To a person who was absorbed in their cultivation, one night was nothing. Zhao Hai only thought that he was circulating his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang a few times before he heard a knock coming from outside his room. Zhao Hai stopped cultivating as he said, "Come in." The door opened before a person wearing mage robes entered. This person's mage robes were unlike the ones worn by the robot mages. This person's robes were very fashionable and didn't cover his entire body. Zhao Hai stared, he looked at the person and asked, "You are?" The person smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you Mr. Zhao Hai who ascended from the Atlanta plain yesterday?" "Hello, I'm here to pick you up." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I'm Zhao Hai." "Hello, may I know where you're taking me?" The mage smiled and said, "All ascenders from the lower realms needs to study in the Machine Fields Ascender Academy for 1 year. And after a test, you will then be provided with an official citizenship. I am here to lead you to the academy." Upon hearing the mage, Zhao Hai immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll have to trouble you." The person smiled and said, "Not a problem. Since this is a place for you to temporarily take a rest, you'll only get to eat after arriving at the academy." Then he made a gesture to lead Zhao Hai. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Hai proceeded to walk shoulder to shoulder with the mage. Zhao Hai no longer saw the 5 robot mage as he walked together with the mage. Since Zhao Hai lived on the 2nd floor, they were able to head outside very quickly. Zhao Hai was met with shock upon reaching outside. What he saw was something that could only be seen in science fiction movie scenes. There were tall buildings, each one easily reaching 100 floors. On the skies were flying vehicles just like the one from the movies. On some corners and sides of buildings were huge screens showing advertisements. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, the person smiled and said, "You'll slowly get used to it. Come, let's get going." As he said that, the person gestured Zhao Hai towards a car not far away. This car was just like other automobiles, but this one didn't have wheels. Instead it had something that looked like propellers. It looked like a vehicle meant for aquatic use. Zhao Hai didn't ask anything and just lowered his head in order to enter the vehicle. While the other person was entering the car, Zhao Hai took the opportunity to look at the place he came from. It was a tall tower, but in this large concrete jungle filled with tall buildings, it was on the shorter side. It only had about 20 floors, and even if looked shorter than it would be 30 floors at most. The entire tower was made out of a type of azure stone. It looked ancient, just like how the others' magic towers were made. There were no windows on this tower, exactly like some magic towers. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect a building such as this to exist in this place. The person saw Zhao Hai's reaction as he smiled faintly and said, "Does it seem strange that the Ascender Tower looks incompatible with the surrounding buildings?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It looks out of place." The person smiled and said, "This is the oldest building in the entire Magic City, and the building was also intentionally built to look like this." Zhao Hai looked at the man with a puzzled expression. The man just smiled and said, "You're from the lower realms. Don't you think that it would be better to live in buildings like these?" Then he gestured towards the nearby tall buildings. Then he turned his head to the front of the car and said, "Ascender Academy." The vehicle silently started. It was a smooth start that Zhao Hai wasn't even able to notice that the vehicle was already running. However, Zhao Hai shook his head and replied to the earlier question, "To be honest, I felt uncomfortable in that building when I arrived." The person smiled and said, "It is for this reason that we didn't replicate its appearance. Also, the appearance of the building has a function. The building has magic formations that suppresses spiritual qi." Zhao Hai immediately asked, "Spiritual qi?" The person looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Right, spiritual qi. In the machine field, we don't study what you call magic energy. Instead, we have spiritual qi. Don't think that spiritual qi is weak based on your experience yesterday. That was because the building has formations that suppresses spiritual qi. Actually, the spiritual qi in the machine field is 100 times more than what you experienced before. But newly ascended people like you might not be able to adjust to the abrupt change in concentration, causing you to turn insane. You need time to adapt. So the tower suppresses the spiritual qi in the surroundings. In the course of 1 year, the Ascender Academy will gradually train you to adapt to the normal amount of spiritual qi. Once you get used to the normal level of spiritual qi and pass the assessment, then you will become an official citizen of Machine Field." While the person was saying that, The car was speeding through the air. Although the car was very fast, the speed can't actually be felt inside. It just felt like they were just sitting in a room. By the time the person stopped speaking, the car stopped in front of a lot. This lot was quite big, complementing the huge 100-story or more building in front of it. Above the large building were 4 characters that read Ascender Academy. After the car stopped, the vehicle door automatically opened as electronic voice was heard. Ascender Academy, please disembark. The person turned to Zhao Hai and said, let's head out. Zhao Hai nodded and exited the car along with the mage. Just as they stood on the ground, it suddenly moved forward. Zhao Hai stared at the ground for a moment and didn't care about it anymore. The person looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. You reacted quite well. I received someone who fell over the moment it moved. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, my Atlanta plane is quite developed. Although we don't have moving platforms, we have elevators. I think the principle between the two is quite similar. The man turned to Zhao Hai and said, really? The Atlanta plane has elevators? You aren't lying? Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course it's true. You might now know, but the Atlanta plane is divided into 3 continents, the Mage Continent, Warrior Continent, and the Magic Armor Continent. The Mage Continent and the Warrior Continent didn't have elevators, but the Magic Armor Continent did. Oh right. Those mages that received me yesterday. They looked like magic armors from the Magic Armor Continent. They aren't really people, are they? Zhao Hai deliberately inserted the last part in order to probe for information. The person didn't suspect anything as he said, of course they're not people. They're robots that are made to look like people. They're just machines. So those magic armors, what do they look like? Zhao Hai replied, magic armors are metal giants several meters tall. People can enter this giant and operate it from the inside. In addition to fighting, magic armors can also fly. Their strength is quite formidable. Moreover, there's also an ascension magic armor. I hear that high-level pilots use them in order to ascend. Do they ascend here? The person nodded and said, it's possible that they ascended here, but the place where you're from didn't have any ascenders for a long time. I had this job for 20 years, and I haven't heard of someone ascending from your plane. Zhao Hai just gave a smile. The rate of ascension in the Atlanta plane is very slow. There has been so many years since somebody ascended. The man gave a nod. That's normal. There are some planes that won't have ascenders for several hundred years. It's not a big deal. The two arrived at the large building as they chatted. There was a huge screen before the large building. Shown on that screen were information related to the Ascender Academy. The entire building was called the Ascender Mage Academy. This was because this building was for training mage ascenders. The person looked at Zhao Hai who was reading the screen and smiled. There's no need to read everything. You'll know all about that as you spend time here. Let's go and have you registered first. Then after you settle down at the dormitory, you can have your meal. Zhao Hai nodded and entered the building. Inside was a very big hall. It wasn't any smaller than the hall Zhao Hai ascended to. Inside this hall were people in mage robes busily walking in and out. Several of these people saw Zhao Hai arrive and then whispered among each other. Since Zhao Hai's ears were very sensitive, he was able to hear their words. This one's new, who knows where he came from? Another said, who cares where he came from? He may be a genius back there, but here everyone is equal. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived at the innermost part of the hall. There was a door that had 3 characters that read registration office. The man pushed the door open and entered. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind. The room wasn't very big, only about 20 or so square meters. The inside looked simple. It only had a table, a chair, and a robot. This one looked like a very simple robot. It had a round head and its face was half covered with a screen. It had a silvery body and 2 arms that showed plates and gears. The robot's left hand was a rectangular box while the other was equipped with a pen. Zhao Hai looked at this and understood why the person didn't even bother to knock. So the one inside the room wasn't a person. The man wasn't polite as he arrived in front of the robot and then turned to Zhao Hai. Give me the piece of paper that you received yesterday. Zhao Hai took the paper that was given to him by the old mage and then handed it over to the person. After the mage received the piece of paper, He placed it on the table. The robot's screen turned bright before writing something on the paper with its pen. After that, the robot's rectangular box whirred 2 times before a card was spat out. Chapter 1075, A Bag of Coins for a Secret. The man took the card from the robot before handing it over to Zhao Hai. Then he said, "This is your ID card. For 1 year, you would only be able to live inside the Ascender Academy, but you can use this card both in and out of the academy. You will have your own separate room to store your items. This ID card also functions as a bank card." "Do you know what a bank is?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, we have banks in the Atlanta Plain. We also use our ID cards as bank cards back there." The man nodded and said, "It seems like I need to know more about the Atlanta Plain. I didn't expect your civilization to be advanced. This card has 10,000 machine coins. You can use this to buy things. Naturally, the dormitory and the canteen won't cost any money, but there's also a restaurant on the premises. If you want to eat good food, then you can go to the restaurant to eat, but you need to spend money if you want to do that. Although 10,000 isn't a lot, it should be enough for you to live with for an entire year. You also need to pay attention to the tests every month. The content of these tests vary, and there's also tests that relate to the military. If you pass these tests, you will gain money as reward. If you fail them, then your money will be deducted as punishment. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded. Not only did the machine field welcome the Ascenders, they took great pains in order to construct this academy. They also made sure to have the Ascender get used to spiritual chi. At the same time, the academy was built like a small city to make the Ascenders familiar with the lifestyle of the machine field. And to top it all off, they even gave 10,000 machine coins. They were truly generous. The man looked at Zhao Hai's expression and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you shocked?" "I've seen Ascenders before who reacted strongly to the 1-year stay inside the academy. They said that we're putting them under arrest." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Can rest assured, I'm very satisfied with this arrangement." "Right. How can I know where I'll be staying, going to eat, or where to head to class?" As soon as the man heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, "There's no need to worry about that." After obtaining this card, you will also be given a robot butler. You can even take this robot with you after you leave the academy. If you need anything, you can just ask the butler to assist you. After he said that, the door opened and a robot entered. This robot wasn't as advanced as the mage robots from the Ascender Tower. This robot looked like a metal shell with a head and 2 eyes. While it walked over, one could hear the gears moving. One could see at first glance that it wasn't a good product. The man looked at the robot and said, "This is your robot butler. If you don't want this one, you can just go to the school's store to buy another one." Robot butlers are quite cheap. You can buy several of them using your 10,000 coins. You can also exchange your lower realm items in the shop in exchange for coins. And since your lower realm coins don't circulate here, you can go to the school's bank and have them exchanged. Rest assured, the exchange rate is very fair. At the very least, you won't eat a huge loss. Alright, I've already accomplished what I need to do. If you have any questions, you can just tell them to this robot. Programmed into this robot are common questions that Ascenders ask. Zhao Hai nodded before he gave a bow and said, "Thanks for the hard work." "Right. From the beginning I failed to ask for your name. I've been disrespectful. Please accept this small gift." Then Zhao Hai turned his hand to retrieve a small sack. This cloth bag wasn't that big, but the thing inside felt quite heavy. The man was also a good judge of the items. After seeing Zhao Hai's cloth sack, he knew that it was a bag of coins. To be honest, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to give him a bag of coins. The man worked in this job for more than 20 years and had met quite a number of Ascenders. These Ascenders were too arrogant to give him gifts. When they saw him, they all treated him as though he were a servant. Although he took this job because he didn't have the talent to progress, he still felt uncomfortable with being looked down upon. Zhao Hai was the first person in 20 years that gave him any gifts. The man actually didn't take the coins and just bowed and said, "I thank Mr. Zhao Hai. I'm called Guminayu." "Mr. Zhao Hai, I've been a receptionist for more than 20 years, and this is the first time that someone has given me gifts. However, I simply cannot accept your generosity. You need these gold coins. This academy is built just like a small city. In order to get settled here, you would need money. You also need to save up some money for the future. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "There's no need for Mister to worry about me. I'm a mage. I could easily study magic for a whole year without going out. I also don't like to walk around, so I don't need that much money. Please take it." Then he took Gu Minayu's hand and placed the bag on it. Gu Minayu looked at Zhao Hai and felt his heart move. He looked outside the room before turning to the robot butler, saying, "You go wait for us outside." The robot butler didn't move and just turned to Zhao Hai, obviously treating him as its master. It would only listen to Zhao Hai's instructions. After seeing Gu Minayu's expression, Zhao Hai knew that the man had something to say, so he immediately turned to the robot and said, "You go outside and wait." The robot immediately bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Master." Then it proceeded to leave the room. Once the robot had left the room, Gu Minayu immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, you need to be alert if you intend to use this robot. It isn't just a robot butler. It is also used to observe a person. If you use him, make sure to have him modified by a special robot shop inside the school and remove the surveillance device." There are a lot of robot shops inside the academy, but there are special ones that don't care about the academy's power and influence. If you also want to buy robots, buy them from those special stores. They can guarantee the quality of your robot. Zhao Hai blinked upon hearing this. Then he said, "All right. I will pay attention." "Thank you for the warning, Mr. Gu. If you need anything from me in the future, then don't hesitate to approach me. I'll do what I can to help." Gu Minayu bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai. I will take my leave first." Then he turned around and left. After seeing Gu Minayu being honest, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He understood that Gu Minayu was a low-level character here in the machine field, and it would be close to impossible for him to advance further in life. Because of this, he could only be a receptionist here. Moreover, he did so for already 20 years. Because of their status in life, these low-level characters wouldn't enter the eyes of most ascenders. But Zhao Hai knew that these kinds of people had their own methods and means in order to survive. If you make connections with them, then you would certainly gain unexpected benefits later on. Now that Zhao Hai arrived at a completely new place, his way forward was essentially dark. In this case, it wouldn't be bad to have a few friends while keeping a low profile. If he were plunged into cunning plots and ruses, who would save his life? Take today's matter for example. A bag of gold coins was nothing to Zhao Hai, but to Gu Minayu, it might actually represent something, even changing his state in life. Most importantly, Gu Minayu saw Zhao Hai's respect in that bag of gold coins, and because of this, Gu Minayu was able to tell Zhao Hai such irrelevant information. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have known about the surveillance device inside the robot. This information was very important to Zhao Hai. His biggest secret was the farm. If a heaven-defying thing such as the farm was made known to these people, then they would certainly use all kinds of means in order to take it from him. Gu Minayu told Zhao Hai that the spiritual qi in the machine field was 100 times more than the lower realms. With such a concentration of energy, the machine field certainly had much more powerful experts than the underworld. Zhao Hai also came to know that the laws of a plane had a direct relationship with the plane's density of spiritual qi. Since the Arc Continent's spiritual qi was inferior to the divine realm, it could only produce experts up to 9th rank. God ranks would need to ascend not only because of the laws, but also because of the spiritual qi. If God ranks stay in the Arc Continent for a long time, then they would absorb massive amounts of the Arc Continent's spiritual qi. This would affect the continent's development. Since the density of the spiritual qi was low, the Arc Continent's laws wouldn't permit the constant presence of God ranks inside the plane. The laws and the density of spiritual qi were part of the universe. Naturally, they complement each other. The laws of the Arc Continents have been forcibly changed, and even if it was connected to the divine realm, it still couldn't replenish the spiritual qi being lost. Because of this, the Ark continent opened more spatial cracks in order to supplement its need of spiritual chi. Although the energy of the underworld was dark energy, it was still a type of spiritual chi. Since the spiritual chi of the underworld was superior than the divine realm, the strongest experts born there would naturally be stronger than the ones in the divine realm. And now, the spiritual chi of the machine realm was supposedly 100 times more than the Atlanta plane. According to estimation, the strongest experts here should be at least 100 times stronger than the peak experts in the Atlanta plane. Faced with such experts, even Zhao Hai was certain that he wouldn't be able to make a struggle. Zhao Hai recalled his arrogance back in the underworld, where he could just flatten a city with ease. But now he was clear that he couldn't afford such arrogance. Chapter 1076, The Massive World of Cultivation. When Zhao Hai left the registration office, the robot butler clunkily went to greet him. Seeing the mechanical being approaching him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admit that this robot was very ugly. And with Gu Minayu's reminder, he knew that he wouldn't be keeping this robot by his side. However, he wouldn't replace this robot immediately. It would be too suspicious if he did so. Also, it wouldn't be too late to exchange this robot later on, and the robot wouldn't be following him at night, so he can just go to the space then. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he told the butler, "I'll be calling you Tinkle from now on, and you'll call me young master. Understood?" The robot butler bowed and said, "Tinkle understands. Young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded before he said, "Tinkle, take me to see my room." Tinkle complied before leading Zhao Hai to the side. Zhao Hai was now able to see that there were several elevators. Moreover, the numbers on top of these elevators reached 3 digits. To be honest, the level of technology in the machine field had exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. At the same time, their level of magic formations was also beyond his expectations. Whether it was an elevator or a speeding car, all of these things had traces of magic formations in them. These magic formations weren't just ornaments, they really had a purpose. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. Developing technology and magic formations to this degree wasn't an easy feat. While he thought of this, Zhao Hai and Tinkle entered into the elevator. As Tinkle pressed a few buttons, Zhao Hai noticed that alongside numbers, there were also guides on the panel. For example, on the button with 12 in it, the word store was printed out, and on floor 14, restaurant could be read. Zhao Hai looked at the elevator panel and saw that there were 110 floors altogether, 10 of which were used as classrooms, another 10 were for dormitories, and 5 for the library. There were even some floors allocated as practice grounds, which made Zhao Hai somewhat confused. But after recalling what Gu Minayu said that the academy built like a small city, Zhao Hai began to understand. This practice ground wasn't actually outdoors, it was just built inside the building. This way, they really had no way of going outside for a year. Zhao Hai didn't need to find the dormitory floor. Tinkle already took care of it. After the elevator doors opened, Tinkle led Zhao Hai out. Zhao Hai was quite curious about the elevator. He felt that the elevator was much faster than he expected. Upon heading out of the elevator, they were met with an illustration showing the different blocks present in the floor. There was the calming block, clear block, silent block, and common block, a total of 4 regions. Zhao Hai looked at the characters of the 4 regions and couldn't help but murmur, "Clear and calming? Interesting." Seeing Zhao Hai stop, Tinkle stopped as well. Zhao Hai turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, which block do we live in?" Tinkle quickly answered, "Young master, we live in the clear block. Please follow me." Zhao Hai nodded as Tinkle led him in. Tinkle turned corners about 7 or 8 times. Zhao Hai didn't expect this place to be huge. There might be dozens of rooms on this floor alone. Tinkle brought Zhao Hai to a room that had the number 13 on it. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we're here. You can open the door using your ID card." Zhao Hai nodded and took his ID card out before inserting it on a hole beside the door. A ding was heard before the door opened for Zhao Hai and Tinkle to enter. Zhao Hai took a deep breath before entering his room. He inspected the place and estimated it to be about 50 square meters, but this was already pretty good. After entering the door, he was met with the small living room. On the living room was a set of sofas and a television. The living room and the bedroom wasn't partitioned by walls. Instead, a shelf was used to divide the two. On the shelf were a few decorations such as figurines of cars and other things. The bedroom was also simple. Besides the bed, closet, and a cabinet, there were no other things inside. Next to the living room was another room. Upon entering, Zhao Hai saw a set of sanitary items inside. It seems like this was the bathroom. There was also another room right next to the living room. Zhao Hai looked in and there was a chair and a table as well as some shelves with books on them. It was the study. Although his living quarters was quite small, it was fully equipped. This place was really well made. After his simple exploration, Tinkle introduced Zhao Hai to the facilities built into the room. There weren't really a lot of advanced things in this room aside from a computer connected to a wide network. For someone who used the internet a lot in his past life, this computer was already good for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai explored the room a few times before he returned to the study and scanned through some books. Sure enough, these books had relatively simple contents. Most of them were about the machine field. Naturally, the books were specially prepared for ascenders from the lower realms. It was also possible to know about these by using the computer. But since most of the ascenders didn't know how to use computers, they could only place the books here. Since this room was present, Zhao Hai wasn't too anxious about understanding the machine field. He could just read them anytime. What he needed to do now was to gain an understanding of the academy. Zhao Hai turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, lead to me to explore the classrooms, then we'll head to the cafeteria." Tinkle complied and brought Zhao Hai out of the room. Locking the door was very simple, it only took a press of a button in order to lock it. Moreover, the button identified the room's owner by fingerprint. This way, other people wouldn't be able to lock the room's owner in his own room. Tinkle proceeded to bring Zhao Hai to explore the classrooms. Upon seeing the rooms, Zhao Hai knew that they were different. The classrooms that ascenders entered in were prearranged. Inside each classroom was an instructor that would teach you. Then after a while, you would be tested. If you passed the test, you would proceed to another classroom. But that classroom didn't have a living instructor inside. Instead you would be taught by a robot. Zhao Hai didn't oppose to this arrangement. After that, Tinkle brought Zhao Hai to the cafeteria. Actually, the cafeteria wasn't too far from the classrooms. This way, it was convenient for the students coming from their classes. Robots were specially assigned in this cafeteria in order to serve the students. The meals here were free but were fixed. In other words, if you don't like the food, then you would have no choice but to eat it. After visiting these places, Zhao Hai returned to his room. The stores as well as the other places could be delayed and visited at another time. After all, one couldn't just understand everything in one go. The technology level of this place was more developed compared to Earth. He needed to digest everything first. When Tinkle and Zhao Hai returned to their room, Zhao Hai went to the bathroom and took a good bath. He also noticed a set of night clothes that was hung inside the cabinet. He changed into these night clothes before throwing his own clothes into the automatic washing machine. Tinkle can take care of these things. Zhao Hai didn't need to do anything else. Zhao Hai proceeded to the study, stopping himself from touching the computer. After arriving at the bookshelf, he took out a book introducing the machine field. Zhao Hai slowly and calmly turned the pages of the book. However, deep inside, his heart wasn't calm. This book didn't only introduce basic things about the machine field, there were other things as well. He also understood how he came to ascend in this realm. Mentioned in this book was the relationship between the machine field and Lu Wei's cultivation realm. The two were like the Mage continent and the Magic Armor continent of the Atlanta Plain. However, the distance between the machine field and the cultivation realm wasn't just an ocean, but a huge span of void. There were more than 1,200 planets that can be inhabited in the machine field, but there were a lot more planets in the cultivation realm, about 10,000. Also, the two places weren't peaceful, they were hostile to each other. The reason the machine realm was called as such was because it was not only an advanced mechanical civilization, it was also very adept in magic formations. Back in the underworld, Zhao Hai discovered that magic formations and the cultivation realms arrays were completely different systems. Zhao Hai thought that after reaching a very deep realm in magic formations, one would arrive at magic arrays, but afterwards he discovered his mistake. Magic formations and arrays work with two completely different laws. In the machine field, magic formations were developed to an extreme level. Arrays used in the cultivation world were completely different from these magic formations. It can be said that the machine field was supported by two major systems, the mechanical system as well as the magic formation system. This was the reason why it was called the machine field. Besides the machine field and the cultivation realm, there was also the devil realm, spirit realm, monster realm, elven realm, and the other smaller groups. They were the influences in this world. Moreover, these realms weren't spread out in one plane. This plane was composed of countless big and small planes connected to each other by transmission formations. After reading the book, Zhao Hai began to understand that these groups of small and big planes composed this extremely huge entity. It can be said that they composed the very massive world of cultivation.